foreword in chapter 6 of the Gospel, according to St. John, it is reported that Jesus, speaking to his disciples, said, "The Spirit of truth, which the world cannot receive, because it does not know him, you will know, for he will dwell in you." The Reign of the Beast, novel. A Stay at Lourdes, Journal of a Foot Pilgrimage, Impressions of a Bearer. Under the Morning Star, an essay in religious psychology, In the Light of Ours. Story of a Pilgrimage, In the Land of Black Lilies, Political and Literary Memoirs. Lissolil Inti Ria by Adolphe Retté, The Inner Sun Sind Edition Blaud, Gay Publishers. 3. Rue Garanci, Re, Paris, Branches, Barcelona, Dublin, Caldelbruch, 3520, South Anne Street, 1922, all rights reserved. By the same author, From Devil to God. A story of conversion, When the Spirit Blows, Stories of Conversion. Those Who Bleed, War Notes. Saint Marguerite Marie. Life of the Revealer of the Sacred Heart, from original documents. Letters to an Indifferent. Realistic Apologetic. Notes on the Psychology of Conversion. Brochure. The Miracles of Lourdes. Brochure. And further, If anyone loves me, he will keep my word, and my Father will love him, and we will come to him and make our abode with him. Imbued with this divine presence, Saint Teresa compares the soul whereat manifests itself to a clear crystal, in which God radiates like a sun. She establishes the sensible reality of this star that, by essence and by power, vivifies its flame for humble and suffering contemplatives, whose hearts are like those of children. The false sage turns away from the inner sun to seek clarity among disappointing marshes where human sciences wallow. The phosphorescence of decay fascinates him. His gaze becomes filled with mirages. He pursues their illusions through mist, where the pale fireflies of his pride dance fade. Regni, always pulling him further away from the source of grace and eventually losing him in these outer darknesses that is said, do not comprehend light. Then, what turmoil within him? What a tumult of contradictory ideas. Universal doubt infiltrates his veins. His reason spins like a dry leaf in the breath of the spirit of Daniel. The systems and doctrines crumble one after another. He stumbles among ruins draped in mosses with cadaverous hues, and 1,000 ghosts accompany him. He cries out alongside the painful Baudelaire, "My soul is a haunted palace." Soon it will dissolve into the night without stars of despair, unless God sends him a grace of conversion that forces him to turn back towards the unknown sun. The two prudent ones, those who strive to establish a poorly fitted line between serving God and Satan's service, seek to stand on the boundary between the region illuminated by the star of faith, hope and charity, and the land where anxious clouds of self-love crowd. They spend their days attempting a bizarre mix of shadows and light. They do not love God, but as they fear him, they calculate the extent to which they will obey him without too displeasing the demon. They will get entangled by multiplying excuses and promising to repent after licking the mud of hell's doors for years. The apostle tells them, do not conform to this age, but they answer, one must be in tune with his time. But if this time, like our own, sinks into a thick and black materialism like lead, too bad for God. And that is why, according to the promise of the good master, they are entirely in light without any mixture of darkness. Everything in them is bright. But the simples, the true children of God who remain with tranquil confidence, merged in the radiation of the inner sun, know the joys of peace in certitude. Even when the cross weighs on their shoulders, they rejoice in suffering with our Lord. Yet, as Saint Teresa still says, the powers of their soul that fulfill the functions of mayor, intendant, master of hotels do their office very badly. Deprived of the regulator principle, they clash anarchy because of their bad conscience. They live in uncertainty and sorrow. They are illuminated as by a very brilliant lamp. In pages to follow, we will attempt to evoke some of these solar souls. During their earthly existence, they endured many tribulations. Often they had to taste the scorn of positive people. But in compensation, various lovers of Jesus came to warm themselves at their flame. However, perhaps a certain number of Christian souls will appreciate these elected ones of the true light, because they loved and only God, lived only for God, knew only this one wisdom, the folly of the cross, and wanted to know no more. Today, when even among many faithful it is in fashion to reduce the supernatural meaning of life to a minimum, when the smoky lantern of common sense is too often considered a first-class star, some will not appreciate the exaggerations of the predestined whose history will be recounted. Saint Joseph de Cupertino, there are saints whose trace of clarity in this smoky world is marked by their actions. They are founders of orders, reformers, promoters of new devotions. But others manifest themselves so vibrant, so sensitive to the faintest breath of the Spirit, that their existence boils down to a perpetual cry of adoration. They are so drunk with this wine of God's love, as Saint Thierry speaks, that they stagger through life, tripping over every pebble on the road, slamming into the corners of every wall. Material things touch them only to cause them pain. However, as an unusual flame surrounds these exalted ones, the simples who instinctively warm themselves by them venerate in layman when these irregulars are taken away, whose ardent words pour sunlight into innocent souls. Saint Joseph of Cupertino was one of these blessed outlaws. Formalists of piety regard them with suspicion because of their disjointed bearing. Abstractors of theological essence dissect their words without kindness, take offense at their gestures, criticize the excesses of their charity, and often conclude that a saintliness so scandalous should be repressed in the name of common discipline. His originality earned him prison, perhaps because his example would have multiplied these madmen for Christ, to whom St. Paul reserves unrestricted praise. He appeared at a time when, under the pretext of the Renaissance, paganism was resurrected in minds and morals. Apparently, his place would have been among the first disciples, St. Francis of Assisi, who called themselves jokers of God. But at the beginning of the 17th century, he had the effect on many of anachronism, a late survivor from the Middle Ages lost in a time not favorable to miracles. These were the literate Florentines who judged the gospel too simplistic in light of the sparkling fancies they loved to cultivate in Plato's gardens. Among the sayings of contemporaries about the flying man of Cupertino, we find Baroque legends due to popular imagination and also scornful remarks based on skepticism issued by overbully, subtle metaphysicians. Or it seems, well, that Providence has raised him up to prove once again that she remains the mistress, disproving when she pleases the conjectures where poor human reason sees axioms. For his part, Joseph demonstrated the laws of gravity are not always made for saints. Joseph was born in Cupertino, a small village in the Kingdom of Naples, on June 17, 1603, under very sad circumstances. If one sets aside these gotcha illuminations and the mockery of the refined, there remains a series of precise testimonies from weighted prelates who were admirers of the saint and, after studying him, became his most fervent friends. There also remain the facts, carefully and precisely verified, on which the Church based its decision to place Joseph on its altars. From all this emerges a figure deeply imbued with supernatural light. In the following lines, we will attempt to sketch it. His father, a carpenter, having made bad business decisions, the bailiffs came to enforce a seizure and expel the family at the very moment when his mother felt the first pains of childbirth. She sought refuge in a dilapidated stable and gave birth to her child on some half-rotten straw. The father, of a jovial and carefree temperament, was not greatly affected by this setback, which nonetheless brought him the job of castle concierge. For the lord of the land wanted to keep him close for his entertainment during his mischievous moments. So between this man who always laughed and this woman who never did, the child grew up deprived of all full human affection. He seemed not to have suffered from it, God having predestined him to the most intense inner life. Subsequently, this rustic philosopher paid little attention to his offspring. The mother had a completely different character. Morose and bitter from poverty, she showed strict and literal devotion. Joseph being still very young, she punished him severely for the slightest mistake, as if it were a serious fault. Indeed, what distinguishes him in an eminent way is that at the age of 4, he plunged into prayer to such an extent that he barely noticed anything happening around him. His senses barely made contact with the universe. His soul, saturated by the sun of love that radiated and burned in the deepest center of his being, was only lightly touched by impressions from the outside. These did not penetrate. He pushed them away without even noticing and remained submerged in a fluid ocean of gold that absorbed all his powers. What he contemplated within himself was the holy face, resplendent with infinite tenderness. What he heard were words that no human dialect could translate. When at long intervals he tore painfully from his perpetual union with Jesus, he cast a bewildered gaze upon the world. Even then, he did not grasp its social mechanism. He discovered it as a place of darkness where jackals prowled and plaintive shadows stirred. For nature, it appeared to him as a great dream peopled with symbols that reproduced, in less perfect forms, the wondrous images he was accustomed to see during his raptures. Only religious music could stir him. The organ chords, the liturgical song made him shiver. He began to cry, his mouth murmured mysterious words that soon echoed in a vague poem of adoration until those around him, who didn't understand, imposed silence on him. It is understandable that, merged in this way into God, Joseph would have difficulty absorbing the basics of education. She beat me so much, he later said with a smile, that the novitiate trials were nothing compared to it. At school, things got worse. Unable to focus his attention, the child didn't hear anything at all. His mother, noticing that he was learning the catechism text with the greatest difficulty and could hardly remember anything by heart, exclaimed in frustration over his stupidity. Sometimes, accusing him of laziness and bad will, she beat him mercilessly. Despite the master's fierce scolding, calling him donkey and idiot, accusing him of squandering his visions, Joseph learned to read only through great suffering. His writing remained highly incorrect. As for calculation, it was the most impenetrable of riddles to him. His classmates, constantly surprising him with wide-eyed, open-mouthed admiration at spectacles they could not see, nicknamed him Gaping Maw. They played countless cruel pranks on him and mocked him unceasingly, but he seemed not to mind. He took his breaks alone. They consisted of picking dandelions or primroses, then slipping into the parish church choir, where he would play step of the altar, kneel down, and say a rosary for hours without speaking. Joseph was a little over 7 years old when he developed intestinal abscess that, due to poor treatment by an ignorant surgeon, threatened to turn gangrenous. Occasionally, the sacristan would confront him, reproach him for bringing the filth into the sanctuary, and throw him out, pulling his ears. Holiness comes at a cost. That is why God, who crucifies his chosen ones wonderfully, as Job says, sent him illness. His mother would then roughly shake him and forbid even the slightest sigh, saying it was a sin. At the same time, he contracted scabies. His skull became scraped, his hair fell out in patches, and he bore these scars for the rest of his life. The child endured such torment that he would occasionally let out cries and complain little. She softened, embraced him, and did as he asked. Throughout the entire holy sacrifice, she noticed that he no longer seemed to be in pain, and indeed he was no longer suffering. But the poor little boy pleaded, "Mother, take me to Mass anyway." He said one day, "I only feel good there." It was true. This woman so hard, but ultimately very pious, admired his devotion many times, from the introit to the final gospel. But the illness had persisted for 4 years, during which he was mutilated, scarred blindfold style by the medic. As soon as the child, a council was held to consider what could be done with him. His soul was about to nestle in the tabernacle, and his body had become insensitive to the evil that consumed him. The Acts of Canonization report that Joseph was healed by a hermit who, invoking Our Lady of Grace, made an anointing with blessed oil. His vocation was to live between heaven and earth, but no one suspected it. The teacher declared that he would renounce imparting knowledge to this rebellious brain. The mother, who had wished to have him study for the priesthood, lamented the destruction of her ambition. The father proclaimed, "He is stupid. Let's try to give him a trade in his hands. Perhaps over time he will be able to earn a living." He was placed as an apprentice with a shoemaker. Never before had an experience failed so completely. Joseph did not learn the art of shaping wood, or of beating leather, or of drawing thread. He ruined the work, and despite the kicks from his boss, he never managed to get a soul and heel to fit together. Or else, absorbed in God, he stood idly by, far from his task. Or else, as per a clause in his contract, stipulated on his application. He went to Mass every morning and immersed himself in contemplation to the point of sometimes neglecting to go to the shop. For then his soul revived the passion of the Saviour, or entered into the mystery of the Holy Trinity, identified himself with the divine persons, said his biographer, and the wonderful communications he received from them lasted as long as his prayers. In appearance inept, he thus realized the richest and most fruitful inner life that can be conceived. Not the parish priest who, through ignorance or negligence, never knew how to distinguish the extraordinary path on which God was leading this child. If nothing manifested itself on the outside, it was because at that time the supernatural, inted with flux, dominated with such despotism all his faculties that it was impossible for him to explain what was happening in his mind and heart. Moreover, who would he have confided in? Yet Joseph possessed a very clear intelligence, as later, in the monastic environment where he developed, he emerged from the adoring stupor in which the divine action held him for so long to define with precision the ligature of which he had been the object until his adolescence. But the brave cobbler saw in him only a miscreant, not even good enough to mend shoes, and then added this positive man: he only wants to eat fruits, bread, and herb soup. He only drinks water. Water, I ask you, as if wine were not the friend of the worker. Several times he remained for 2 or 3 days without sitting down to table. When I asked him the reason, he took his foolish smile to answer. I forgot. The result, here it is. And he waved a crooked croquet in rebellion against all the rules of cordwaining. I would keep him for 20 years as an apprentice, concluded the boss that he wouldn't do better. Deliver me from this fool. Joseph was therefore returned to his family. He was then 17. He wondered what to become when he received internally the order to become a religious. He had already thought of the cloister, but in a vague way, and with the feeling that he envied a Chimaeran. However, this time the good master, whose presence he constantly felt at the bottom of his soul, that he loves much as he was loved, the King of Light, who had prescribed him fasting and abstinence, clearly indicated to him the path to follow. It turned out that 2 of Joseph's uncles, Francisco Dessa and Giovanni Donato, belonged to the congregation of minor friars of the Order of St. Francis of Assisi. Full of joy, he immediately asked his parents for permission to don the habit. They granted it at once. The mother, because she was very pious, and the father, like many others, believing that the monastery was an appropriate refuge for the mentally weak. It would have been natural for their nephew to enter the convent where they had made their profession and be formed under their guidance. But humility not being among their virtues, they were ashamed of a relative whose reputation for stupidity offended them. They refused even to examine him. He is illiterate, a blockhead. It will be impossible to raise him ever to the priesthood, they exclaimed. And they imparted their prejudice to the superior, who flatly refused to admit the applicant without examination. I.e., this failure did not discourage the young man. On the contrary, the irresistible impulse that drove him to conventional life continued to grow. If he struggled to express what was happening within him, that it was with clarity that he obeyed the powerful will that had taken control of his soul. He believed that only in the monastery could the graces he felt be fully realized. Without delay, he went to find the provincial father of the Capuchin Martina and pleaded for acceptance as a converse, since he was deemed unfit for the choir. For the first time in his life, he displayed eloquence, expressing his horror of the world and his passionate desire to imprison himself in the love of Jesus Christ. His humility, spirit of sacrifice, and mysterious flame that shone in his eyes moved the provincial. It was agreed that they would try him, however pitiful his reputation might be. Joseph, therefore, took the habit in August 1620 under the name of Brother Stephen. But his trials were only beginning. God, now constantly raising him the peak of the life of union, intended to impose himself on the monks as well as on the lakes, like an exceptional being whose mere presence would challenge the most solid principles of common sense. Hardly had Saint Joseph entered the novitiate when contemplation took hold of him completely. Often, from morning until night, he seemed blind and deaf, so that his fellow brothers, not understanding his condition, nicknamed him the walking corpse. The superior suspected that this infirmity might have a supernatural cause. But on the other hand, community life required that every religious be useful in some way or another. Perhaps by assigning Joseph to an easy task, they could elicit some services from him without hindering his prayer. He therefore appointed him as assistant to the brother in charge of the refectory, recommending that no negligence be shown towards him. In doing so, he hoped to discern whether he was dealing with the strangest contemplative or a career lazybone who simulated idiocy to spare himself any effort. The experience had a result likely to provoke the wrath of the frugal father. Awfully clumsy, Joseph never set a table without breaking 2 or 3 plates and 5 or 6 bowls. As punishment, his neck was adorned with debris from the broken crockery. But he seemed not to notice, and he went on clattering with the noise of shattered dishes without even realizing that he was a subject of mockery for those around him. On several occasions, he put black bread instead of white on the tables. When it was pointed out to him that he should pay more attention to what he was doing, he replied naively that he was unable to distinguish one from the other. It was perfectly accurate, but the refectorian brother thought Joseph was making fun of him. He complained, and the poor ecstatic received harsh penance, which he accepted without any murmuring. Then they changed his duties. They assigned him the task of sweeping the cloisters. Joseph joyfully accepted this almost mechanical work and threw himself into it with fervor. Goodwill did not fail him, only this happened that 9 times out of 10, after a minute, he was filled with joy in God. Leaving his broom down, he would kneel on the tiles and forget everything until someone shook him. Finally, they solely charged him with drawing water from a well to transfer it into a container used for ablutions of the community. This task only required an hour per day, yet not once did the saint manage to fill the barrel. For a month he was seen wandering around holding a bucket, absent-minded. He couldn't remember he was supposed to do thus with everything. Among the diligent converts, he seemed like a cicada among ants. As for religious training, it was impossible to give it to him. In exercises he disturbed his neighbors and broke the psalmody with great sighs or love cries not related to the ritual. During instructions, he appeared to listen to the Master-Father, but if the latter asked him a question, he stammered some confused phrases or remained silent. But Joseph saw a deserved rebuke in it, for he had been guilty of hundredfold delay for unbelievable reasons. He lowered his head and said nothing. Nothing. Yet the saint was fading away before his very eyes. First, the divine fire that burned within his soul wasted his organs. This spiritual life, of which, without realizing it, he presented a perfect model, exhausted him. Then the jeers of other novices and the repeated observations of his superiors tormented him. He felt that one could not always tolerate his continuous failures to discipline. Humble, moreover, very convinced of his ignorance, one day, when a fellow reproached him for not being suited neither for manual labor nor spiritual life, he asked for charity, "My brother, teach me what these words mean, spiritual life." "Spiritual life," answered the other, "is to arrive at the choir first and leave it last." This summary definition was offered in good faith, the conventual possessing one of those limited minds for whom observing the rule in a mechanical way is achieving perfection. Anxiety gnawed at him because he could not understand why God, having granted him the vocation, left him unfit for monastic life. Indeed, what a contrast in the center of his soul. Absolute light all around, opaque darkness. The catastrophe he feared finally occurred. Considering that after 9 months of trial, Joseph was in no way adapting to the common rule, exasperated by reports and complaints, the provincial judged it wise to halt the experiment. Some religious, more perceptive than their colleagues, and including Father Master, nevertheless represented that Joseph's eccentricities might be an indication of extraordinary graces, and that since his virtues were evident, further patience was in order. But the majority disapproved any indulgence, blamed every delay at the door, stood the original who did not conduct himself like everyone else. Sometimes this is how it is in monasteries when men of letters predominate over men of spirit. One must recognize that in Joseph, sanctity manifested itself in such a particular way that it was a source of embarrassment for the community. Anyone who differentiates themselves from the routine crowd cuts through the colorless middle with the brilliance of an abnormal personality, arousing an antipathy and malice. They are a nuisance, and instinctively the flock of mediocrity seeks to eliminate them. Unfortunately, they reasoned according to nature. Henceforth, they saw him only as a disturbed individual fit for expulsion or confinement. Prison came soon after. At that moment, it was eviction. However, if the Capuchins of Martina had burned with the charity recommended by St. Paul, they would have perceived the mystical incubation crisis their brother was undergoing. From the supernatural perspective, they would have cherished and cared for him, venerating the divine operation on his soul. Then they took away religious. Haber reports his first biographer, who felt such a strongs of his incapacity, weak passity. And what was called his extravagance, that since then, at the mere memory of this scene, he has been seen to faint. So deeply affected was he. In a more advanced age, he used to say that at that very moment he felt as if his skin were being torn from his flesh to add to his misfortunes part of his secular clothing. The hat, socks, and jacket had gone missing. He was put outside half naked. These monks were sinister misers, for they could at least have given him an alms of a bonnet, a pair of sabots, and a coat. This was not yet the extreme point of his trial. He was on the road when he was attacked by dogs that tore to shreds the tattered clothing he wore. He had great difficulty escaping their bites. The world reserved for the saint a welcome similar to a pit filled with bristling thorns and fierce nettles. He had resolved to reach Vetrara, a small town where his uncle Francisco was preaching Lent, in order to expose his distress and beg for shelter. He was hobbling, all bruised, when some shepherds took him for a spy of the brigands, who were then ravaging the area, and rushed at him, shouting threats and brandishing their crooks. They would have knocked him out if one of them hadn't recognized him and intervened. Joseph lay on the embankment, very pale and weak, as he had left the monastery on an empty stomach. "I'm starving to death," he answered their questions. Moved by his plight, they gave him a piece of bread that somewhat comforted him. At Vetrara, his uncle received him with a fork. "You're just an idiot and good for nothing," he exclaimed. "What are you going to do now?" "Don't count on me. I would have moral reservations about assisting a trash far from the cloister like you. In your house it's poverty and worse, because I'm telling you that your father died insolvent. He left you 3,000 ekers in debts that you'll have to answer for. I warn you that the creditors are looking for you to put you in prison. What will you do?" Joseph, pale as a shroud, stood before him, saying nothing. The uncle, insistent, with a booming voice, he signed himself and made a gesture of complete surrender, and 2 big tears slowly rolled down his cheeks. Francisco felt some shame at his hardness. "I'll keep you here until Easter," he resumed. "Then I'll take you back to Cupertino, and there you'll figure out what to do." In Cupertino, as soon as his mother learned of his expulsion, she fell into a furious rage. She shouted, "You've found a way to get kicked out of the holy house where we had so much trouble getting you admitted. God knows what stupidities you must have committed. But I warn you, I don't intend to support your idleness." He participated in the agony of the master and felt so completely identified with him that he could not fix his attention on earthly things. "Get out of here, vagabond, go wherever you like, or else let them lock you up. It makes no difference to me." However, the saint did not beg nor try to justify himself. Bending under maternal invective, eyes closed, he saw within himself Jesus Christ bleeding on the cross. For one must not forget that at the stage of unitive life in which he found himself then, each of his sufferings was confounded with those our Lord suffered during his passion. The outward Joseph seemed of stone under insults and maltreatments. "He is an idiot," she murmured, "but after all, he is my child." The idea came to him to run to the monastery of Grotella, where his other uncle, Giovanni Donato, served as master of novices. The inner Joseph endured unspeakable tortures on the way of sorrows, but he could not express it, for the powers of his soul remained bound to the world. When the mother had exhausted her reproaches and lamentations, she looked upon her wretched son, and her bowels yearned. At Grotella there was a chapel where they honored the image of a miraculous Madonna, and therefore the sanctuary had the right of asylum. Joseph, fleeing from his creditors, could find refuge there. Donato at first refused to listen. His prejudices against his nephew were too deeply rooted for him to accept him into the novitiate. On this point, he was unyielding. The mother agreed to everything. On that very day, she brought Joseph to the monastery and took leave of him, advising him to be careful in his conduct, as it would be the last time they would help him. This was confirmed by Father Donato. Then, as the mother insisted in sobs and represented that Joseph's arrest would dishonor them all out of family pride, he found a compromiser. The young man would wear the habit of the Third Order under the title of oblate, and as such he would be responsible for caring for the monastery's movement. If it was then that the trial imposed on the saint throughout his childhood and early youth came to an end, his mind was released, he could fulfill his duties without too many distractions, engage in dialogue, provide evidence of intelligence, and manifest his vocation. The joy of being back under cloister transformed him. His cheerfulness, eagerness to serve, love for the rule, and quick adaptation to monastic customs suggested that his good will might be utilized. However, he was not exempt from suffering, as at the same time evil, sensing in him an opponent who would become formidable, attacked him through sensory obsessions with lustful images. Joseph was not disconcerted by these treacherous schemes. To overcome the flesh, joined a narrow chain of iron that bound his loins and shoulders, fasting each day and granting himself only a few hours of sleep, devoting the rest of the night to prayer. He slept in the stable next to the mule he had grown fond of and took good care of. His bed consisted of 3 planks within bearskin as a cover and a straw bag as a pillow. Moreover, when the demon persistently tormented him, he flogged himself with a whip adorned with spikes, so much so that the walls were splattered with his blood. Uncle Donato, surprised by his transformation and wanting to observe him more closely, took it upon himself to take Joseph with him whenever he went preaching or begging in the nearby villages. Along the way, he would question Joseph about religion. Joseph replied simply. But what struck the father was his nephew's words, in a naive and unexpected tone, revealed a deep knowledge of the mysteries. He ignored theological vocabulary. He used whimsical language, rustic terms, and familiar comparisons to describe his perfect union with the good master. In essence, he overflowed with innate wisdom. One would like to provide some examples to support this. Unfortunately, contemporary accounts merely record the fact without reporting his own words. In short, Donato recognized with astonishment that during his long period of apparent torpor, the young man had achieved states of prayer of the highest order, and that Jesus Christ himself had poured light into his soul. As it is said in the Gospel, things hidden from the wise and the prudent were revealed to this little Donato, this humble one, who did not even know of his privilege. However, in terms of studies, he completely failed. It seems evident that God reserved direct action on the soul and did not intend for ordinary methods to be applied to him. Following this investigation, The father, having completely forgotten his previous warnings, considered it wise for the good of the community to admit an exceptional candidate to the novitiate. According to his opinion, Joseph was taken to Altamira in June 1625. A provincial congregation there examined the applicant and recognized his suitability for clergy. Upon returning to Grotella, Joseph received the religious habit and began his probationary year. For piety, zeal, and obedience he was blameless. Moreover, his cheerful disposition and extreme gentleness made him beloved by everyone. Indeed, as he was being prepared to receive the orders, despite Joseph's efforts to assimilate the prescribed subjects, it was as if he were pouring water through a sieve. He only learned the elements of Latin with the greatest difficulty and never managed to read the breviary or missal correctly. He thought he had done much when, with great effort, he succeeded in articulating a few syllables distinctly. From this detail, we surmise that scholasticism remained an alien rebellion to him. Father Donato, master of novices, could only find solutions. Joseph's virtues shone so brightly that, despite his lack of academic prowess, he was admitted by unanimous suffrage. The most difficult task remained, namely, access to the priesthood. On one hand, there was this evidency. Joseph radiated the divine supernatural around him. On the other hand, how to channel, bend to ministry, a sanctity that remained impermeable to traditional teaching. The novitiate time passed amidst these uncertainties. Yet they were not an obstacle to his profession. Joseph considered with trembling the formidable folio he needed to absorb. He spelled out a few lines, then, not understanding a word, he cried out with tears in his eyes, "Call me brother ass." It is, moreover, the nickname by which he referred to himself throughout his life. "Help the little ass bear his burden," he said. He tried 100 times to fill his mind with abstract definitions and dogmatic formulas, always in vain, verifying that, through his natural means, he obtained no result. He turned to the Holy Virgin, just like a child asking his mother to spell the alphabet. Then, later on, I gave myself to meditation on the wonders of my good mother, and I did not remain an hour without having this blessed Virgin of Grotella present in my mind, who granted me continuous favors and attracted all my soul. Marie gave him an undeniable sign of her preference. Here is how Joseph's biographer recounts the miracle. It is a fact that he never managed to explain any of the Gospels of that year except the one that begins with the word Splitus venter qui te portavit Luke. The Mother of God, who wanted to raise so high the intelligence of her servant, took pleasure in revealing to him the meaning of a text of which she was the subject and introduced it herself into the sanctuary. He was prepared to ordain him a deacon when it was reminded to him that according to the canons, prior examination was mandatory. Joseph therefore only learned the words of this gospel, and he understood its meaning and scope, and boldly presented himself for examination. The Bishop of Nardo, Jerome of Francis, who foresaw his sanctity, conferred on him without difficulty the minor orders and subdiaconate. The saint began to smile, and gazing at the sky, commented on the text as if he were a master in theology. The bishop took the book of the Gospels and opened it at random, but it seemed as if an angel had guided his hand. for the passage he encountered was precisely that which begins with Beatusventer. He ordered Joseph to explain it. Consequently, he was received into the dianate. For the priesthood, the examination was to be passed before Balgado, bishop by Bishop Baptistetti of Castro, a prelate nicknamed the Terror of the Ordinance, because of his severity. Thus Joseph, who was to be the last one examined, was admitted without being questioned. The ordination took place on March 4, 1628, and here he is a priest. The question arose now as to the employment he should have. Joseph presented himself with some of his confreres, elite subjects whose knowledge struck fear into poor Brother Anne. The first ones questioned, indeed answered in a very brilliant manner. The bishop, assuming that the others were equally well prepared, stopped the examination and declared that he received all the candidates. One could not count on him for the recitation of offices, for according to the acts of canonization, for more than 35 years, the superiors had to exclude Brother Joseph from choir ceremonies and processions, because through his ecstasies and ravings he disturbed the exercises. Similarly, it was always impossible for him to regularly say the breviary. Either he would escape into contemplation as soon as he read a few lines, or he would leaf through the volume at random, exclaiming cries of love and shedding tears each time he encountered the name of Jesus. They also had to give up applying him to the ministry of confession 9 times out of 10. As soon as he sat down at the confessional, he entered into a ravishment and did not hear the pendant who crowded around him. The superior noticed that he possessed a certain eloquence entirely his own, and when he spoke of God, it was in such striking terms, with such moving images, that those who heard him felt penetrated with a livelier faith and a more ardent zeal for religion. He therefore resolved to dedicate Saint Joseph to preaching. He commanded him to travel throughout the province and speak to the people wherever he might be. Joseph obeyed, although he would have much preferred silence and seclusion in his cell. He also won over numerous lax individuals whose words pulled them out of their vices and hurled them, sobbing with repentance, at the feet of Jesus. It is difficult to give an example of his manner. Immediately, success was enormous, but not among the learned and worldly. These generally were offended by his style of speech, or accused him of neglecting the precepts of rhetoric. But the common people were moved, and many fervent souls from all walks of life were converted. Firstly, one cannot capture the fire in his gaze, the radiance of his face, the extent of his gestures, or the sound of his voice, which sometimes resounded like a bronze bell and other times like a crystal flute. One of his listeners said, before hearing Brother Joseph, my soul was cold and hard like a block of ice. As he spoke, I felt it melt and become like boiling water. I began to love God in a way I had never previously conceived. What also stands in opposition to the portrayal of his eloquence is that most of his sermons reached us only in fragments, often softened by pious but timid chroniclers. These scribes, very fond of paraphrase and euphemism, were daunted by the bluntness and clarity of Brother's speeches. They have left them languishing and lodging in this muse style, as Heisman's put it, where too many writers have a habit of entangling the word that they have received into their trust. Here, however, is an excerpt from one of the sermons delivered by the saint where his expressions appear to have been more or less preserved. Well then, people of such small faith, you show me your strong boxes and your stores filled with goods. You take great pride in them, and that is where your souls live. But I tell you that your souls, like these shops and treasures, are full of vermin and filth. On the contrary, there are provisions in God's stores that no disgusting insect would dare to attack. If you had faith, God would take pleasure in bestowing his incorruptible riches upon you, and you would share in his power. For a faithful man can do whatever he wants as long as he wants what he should. God has said so. Would you dare to suppose that he has any reason to lie to us? After the sermon, the crowd escorted Joseph as if he were chained to them. Some wept and openly confessed their sins. Others sought his advice on how to live better. He answered everyone, but only treated with scorn those who approached him out of mere curious profanation. To them he replied, "Go see Polichinelle. Brother Anne has nothing to say to you." But the crowd still pursued him, applauding and unable to detach themselves from him. This was because he was, in a sense, an accumulator of divinity. Grace emanated from him in effluves upon approaching or touching him. It seemed as if one were imbued with purifying light, whose rays penetrated deeply into souls, renewing and sanctifying them. No pride came to him from these triumphs. The ovations tormented him. As soon as it was possible for him, he gave his blessing in these terms: Potentia Patris, Sapientia Filii, Virtus Spiritus, Sancti Defendat Vos ab omni malum. Then he would withdraw and run to lock himself away in his cell. And it required a specific order from his superior for him to emerge and resume his task of illuminating darkened consciences. Let us remember first that being ravished in God was a familiar experience for him. He did not spend many days without, for several hours, disappearing from the perishable world to merge in spirit with the uncreated essence. On these occasions, his body seemed annihilated. His eyes remained open, but deprived of the ability to see. His ears perceived no sound except the orders of the superior. His limbs became rigid and insensitive. The power of the Father, the wisdom of the Son, the strength of the Holy Spirit defend you from all evil. It was during this period of preaching that Joseph, the two privileges that mark him uniquely among the saints and brought at him both suffering and fame. The gift of being raised above the earth by an explosion of God's love, and the gift to read souls as if they were suddenly unrolled manuscripts before his eyes. In this state, some monks who envied him and claimed that he was pretending ecstasy to play a comedy pricked him with needles. Indeed, several took barbaric pleasure in applying hot coals to his skin. Yet, subjected to such cruel treatment, he gave no sign of life. Exactly, he did not feel it. It was only when the ecstasy had ended that he began to suffer from these wounds. He directed no reproach to anyone. Moreover, they pierce me with spikes, burn my hands, and twist my fingers, and showing me his palms covered with blisters, he added, "This is their work." Cardinal Loria, who observed him closely and published a detailed account of his inquiry, reports the following statement from the saint. He said to Mecca, "Comrade, Do you know what my brothers do to me when I have these faints? Then he burst into laughter without expressing any resentment over these abominations. 2, he referred to his raptures and ecstasies as such out of humility. The same prelate notes that Joseph had once asked him what he saw in the ecstasy, to which Joseph replied, "It's quite difficult to explain. I feel like I'm transported into a gallery that shines with new and beautiful things before a mirror where, with a single glance, I embrace the wonders that God pleases to show me." Another day, he elaborated further. Sometimes, he said, he see the attributes of God collectively gathered. Yet my mind is unable to distinguish or divide them. It is understandable that Joseph could only affirm its presence within him, and any discussion would have been futile, as human words fall short in expressing the most impenetrable mystery of religion. At other times I see them separated and distinct. I uncover new beauties in them. My gaze plunges into wonders where every part, as well as the whole, astounds my intellect. This intellectual vision of the Trinity is one of the most admirable phenomena of the unitive life. Testimonies abound attesting to this miracle. The most compelling have been preserved for the canonization proceedings. Here are some examples. As a shepherd, I was tending my flocks near Grotella. As he was gradually absorbed by divinity, Saint Joseph's body did not delay in following the ascent of his soul. His feet left the ground with an irresistible surge. He let out a mighty cry and remained suspended in mid-air, arms crossed, face aglow, or he zipped through space swiftly as if supported by invisible wings. Brother Joseph, with a joyful expression, joined us. We all entered the church together, him in front and us behind, round 11 o'clock at night. And in the nave we began to play all our instruments. On the eve of Christmas, Brother Joseph came to find me and my companions and said, "Wouldn't you like to play your bagpipes in church tomorrow night as a sign of joy for the birth of Jesus Christ?" On this invitation, we gathered in great numbers with our bagpipes and pipes. Then we saw Brother Joseph, so joyful, start dancing to the sound of our music, but suddenly he sighed and cried out loudly. At that moment, he rose above the tiles, and from the middle of the church flew like a bird onto the high altar, where he embraced the tabernacle. From where he took off to the high altar, there are well over 50 meters. But the most remarkable thing is that, as the altar was covered lit candles, Brother Joseph did not knock over a single candle or chandelier. He remained on his knees on the altar for approximately a quarter of an hour, after which he returned to the ground without anyone's help and without disturbing anything. He then said to us, "My children, that is enough. Be blessed for God's love." We were deeply moved by devotion and utterly astonished. And I said, "Surely it is a miracle." On another occasion, the Admiral of Castile, ambassador of Spain, wished to see Joseph. He spoke with him in the visitors' room. The guardian instructed Joseph, knowing his reluctance to approach women, to go to the church in accordance with holy obedience and confer with the ambassadoress and the ladies of her entourage. Following their conversation, he went to find his wife at church and told her, "I have just spoken to another St. Francis." The ambassadoress felt a strong desire to see the servant of God as well. She requested this favor. The saint responded with a smile. I will practice obedience, but I do not know if I will speak. So he left his cell and went to the church through a small door facing an altar where there was a statue depicting Mary conceived without sin. Enter, see the statue, cry out, soar into the air, pass over the head of the ambassador and the ladies, and cover a distance of 12 steps in flight to kiss the feet of the Madonna. All of this was as one single thing. The saint remained for a good while, detached from the ground in rapture. Then, crying out again, just as before, he returned, flying the place from which he had departed. He saluted the Madonna, kissed the earth, and then, with his face hidden beneath his cowl, head bowed, he returned to his cell. The priest who reported this adds, a few days later, I went to the brother's cell. We spoke of spiritual matters. The conversation turned to his aversion to dealing with women. I asked him how he had come to see the ambassador and her ladies. The machine malfunctioned, and I didn't even catch a glimpse of them. He replied that he had only gone to church against his will and out of obedience. But, he said with a smile, the Blessed Virgin granted me grace so that these ladies could say nothing to me, nor could I speak to them. The female sex can sometimes be as intrusive as it is indiscreet. Joseph had suffered from this, which was why he kept them at a distance. It also happened that the saint would carry someone who was nearby when he ascended into heaven. He indicated by this the rapture which indeed prevented him from seeing or speaking. The reason for his distance from the eager devotees was not a lack of charity, but rather the confusion and embarrassment caused to him on new occasions, a case by the eagerness, gesticulations, and clamour of those attending his sermons. This occurred during his stay at the monastery in Assisi. The acts of canonization relate the following. On the feast day of the Immaculate Conception in the year 1642, the novices sang the Vespers of the solemnity musically. The servant of God wanted to attend the ceremony. When the two religious had descended, the guardian left, and I know not whether it was devotion or fear that dominated him. The novices, mute with wonder, watched Joseph trembling. Beautiful Mary. At that very instant his feet left the ground. He rose into the air, taking the custodian with him, still embracing him. Then we saw the two men fly up to the ceiling, one by himself and the other through an ecstasy that was not his own. The servant of God, in a confused manner, said to them, My little sheep, be patient. I have slept for a long time. After Vespers, the convent's custodian, Father Palmer, came into the chapel and asked him, Brother, what are you doing here? Brother Joseph, wrapped in ecstasy during the service and still illuminated by the rays of divine glory, he looked at the custodian and pointed to the image of the Virgin, Father Palmer. He said, Mary is beautiful. After a moment, with an accent of joy and happiness, he continued, Father Custodian, say with me, beautiful Mary. As he pronounced these words, the saint, whose fervor grew by degrees, approached the Father, embraced him, held him close, then cried out at the top of his voice, beautiful Mary. And having lowered his cap over his face, he returned to his cell. Over 70 public flights of the saint were noted during his final stay in Cupertino. One will have noticed this phrase from the Shepherd's Testimony at the canonization trial. We then saw Brother Joseph, so joyful, start to dance to the sound of our music. But this was not the only time that the saint displayed such overflowing joy. While passing through Naples, one saw him in the church of St. Gregory, tracing a rapid circle while dancing on his knees and singing at full voice, a Blessed Virgin. Elsewhere, they were innumerable, so much so that his biographer could say, without exaggeration, that Joseph, that half his life spent between heaven and earth. And this is all the more accurate because most of the time when he celebrated Mass, the saint would rise a few inches off the floor after the consecration and only put his feet back down and at the last Gospel, Blessed Virgin. Later in Osimo, on Christmas morning, he was building a nativity scene in his cell and invited the fathers and novices to dance and sing with him before the child Jesus. Forgetting that David danced before the ark, the religious were scandalized, as the Levites had been around the psalmist king and refused to associate themselves with these pious capers. The splendor of Paradise's appearances, which filled his imagination, put him entirely outside himself to the point that he lost control of his actions. But he paid no heed to their scowling faces and gave himself over without false shame to the joy that overwhelmed him. These dances, these flights, like the ecstasies and ravishments of the Holy One, show how deeply his sense of God's presence set him free from earthly bonds. The inner sun flame with such intensity penetrated him with such heat and radiation that he became like a sylph flitting through the magnificence of a beautiful summer day. Even if he had tried to restrain himself, he would not have succeeded. But he barely thought of it. It is reported that a priest, Dom Antonio Cianello, walking with him in a garden, showed him the cloudless sky and said, "Brother Joseph, what a beautiful sky God has made." At these words, as if Dom Antoine had invited him to climb into heaven, the saint let out a great cry, soared into the air, and with a single flight landed on his knees at the top of an olive tree. As spontaneous a child, he obeyed the supernatural action with even less scruples, as it always led him to manifest the permanent miracle of which he was the subject. For it was not only in church that he left the earth, it was everywhere his steps took him. The branch swayed as if under the weight of a bird. He stayed there, wrapped in God, for about half an hour. Then, returning to himself, he asked Dom Antonio, in an embarrassed manner, how he would get down. The clergyman went to fetch a ladder, and Joseph descended. A sentence from the saint reveals the violence of the impulse he suffered each time he was launched into space. During a stay in Rome, Bishop Claver of Potenza took him to the famous sanctuaries and wanted to show him the paintings and statues that adorned them. When Cardinal Loria asked him why he made a great claimer, when leaving the earth, he replied, "The gunpowder, when it ignites in the musket, explodes with a loud noise. So does my heart ignited with divine love. It is also understood that, favored with an immediate, almost continuous direct view of the Holy Trinity, the Virgin and the saints, he could not pay attention to human works." But this prelate recounts, He walked with his eyes lowered to the point of not seeing the pavement he was treading on. "Brother Joseph," I said to him, "look at all the wonders around us." He kept his eyelids lowered and answered me, "I believe. I want nothing more than my faith." No, the saint was neither an aesthetic nor an art lover. He was better than that, a great living poet of sublime odes, rather than writing them. Possessing paradise within his soul, what use would he have for paintings, even those most accomplished, or sculptures, even most flawlessly carved, in comparison to the dazzling images succeeding in his mind? The radiance of Michelangelo's or Leonardo da Vinci's inventions could only be the volutes of an annoying fog. He gazed without blinking at this absolute star, the face of our Lord Jesus Christ. Thus, he needed no imperfect effigies to suggest to him its incomparable beauty. In either case, he warned, without reserve, the guilty parties and demanded that they purify themselves. 1,000 stories bore witness to this terrible clairvoyance. Here is a summary of some of them. The gift of reading souls manifested in Joseph in two ways, either by a single glance at the faces of his interlocutors. He discovered what was happening in their consciousness. The most secret thoughts, they were ashamed of themselves as the best hidden flaws, the habitual sins, or perceiving in a second the state of mortal sin in which these souls wallowed. He felt a stench emanating from them, so virulent that it suffocated him. At dinner, this character with explained that he was order itself, and boasted of his great skill in organizing things. One day, while traveling, Joseph unexpectedly encountered in an inn a gentleman very satisfied with himself, leading a fairly regular life according to worldly ideas, and claiming not to need to confess except at Easter. Joseph stood up, walked around the table, sat down again right next to the vain one, and, giving him a piercing look into his eyes, said, "My friend, your affairs are not well organized." The other exclaimed. Another time Joseph met on a road a young man in his 20s, known for being a womanizer. The saint had never seen him before. But the saint shook his head. "Believe me, put order in your suitcase." He added nothing more. But the gentleman felt exposed. He suddenly realized that his proud tranquility was unjustified and rushed to the nearest confessional. Nevertheless, he stopped, grabbed the mischievous fellow by the arm, and whispered, "Brother, you have a very dirty face. Go wash it." Immediately, as in a mirror, the young sensualist discovered the repulsive dirtiness of his soul. He grasped the symbol, made penance, and thereafter led a regular life. The saint did not always show such restraint. Often he denounced the sin of impurity in a loud and intelligible voice. When someone asked him what exactly he meant by this comparison of a dirty face, he replied, "It's not an image. I really see the faces of the sensualists black as coal. Their dirtiness causes me pain, and I have such a strong desire to see them clean before the Lord that I am compelled to warn them." In a similar case, he cleansed a servant of Cardinal Facchinetti, who had come to him with a letter from his master. "At the right time," said the saint, "you are clean now. Don't start again." When he discovered sin by smell, he'd even less the disgust that rose in his heart. Looking at him, he gave him a light slap while crying out, "Shame on you, attached as you are to an excellent cardinal, for having such a dirty face. Hurry up. Scrub yourself clean." The messenger went to confess and returned. A dignitary who, under appearances of great rectitude, indulged in a contrary vice, entered one day into Joseph's cell to discuss ecclesiastical interests. As soon as he passed the threshold, Joseph sprang up and cried with a terrible voicing, "You stink! To the bath!" To the bath, and he opened the window wide, signaling the other to leave and plugging his nostrils. The accused, who had precisely been in the habit of observing exquisite cleanliness on his body, was offended. He began to protest. But Joseph, chasing him away with a gesture, "How can I speak? You are poisoning me." Outraged with anger, the sodomite retired. He first considered complaining to his superior and having punishment inflicted on the humble monk who had shown him disrespect. But reflection came. Grace operated. He felt filled with terror and contrition and reformed his ways. As we have seen, the only tribulation that the saint tried to avoid was profane curiosity. He already found it disturbing enough to have, without seeking it, pious witnesses of his flights and ravings. He resigned himself to this because he had been told that the public revelation of these wonders often brought glory to God, but he did not tolerate being visited like a curious beast or an odd phenomenon. When such an incident occurred, he knew very clearly to rebuke those in their vanity who disturbed his solitude and invaded his retreat as they would enter a fairground stall to gaze at a six-legged calf or admire an expert charlatan's magic tricks. Among them there was only talk of fashionable frills or the languid merits of their Sigispes. But somehow one afternoon the name of Brother Joseph was mentioned. Then they all started quacking as geese do when pecking at grain. This is how during his stay at the monastery of Assisi he gave a lesson to some patrician women as frivolous as they were dazzling. The Marchioness of Medici had formed a society of several particulate doves. Usually these evaporated ladies chattered like rain on the roofs. "My dear," said one, "it seems we can't have more fun watching the suspension of this monk." "If we played the part of going to see him," suggested the Marchioness. Yes, that's it." "Aren't you ashamed to come here through frivolity?" Out, and may God forgive you." "It will be charming. Only, in order to be sure we don't disturb him for nothing, we'll try to provoke his delight. They say it's easy. One only has to mention Jesus or Mary, and instantly the brother flies off. "Oh, how funny. Quick, let's go there." And he announced to me, according to the most exact truth, many things that happened to me subsequently. As soon as she said that, he replied, but barely had the mad company crossed the threshold of the church where the saint was in prayer, when he suddenly turned around and, with a glance, perceived the idle nonsense of these light-hearted souls. Raising his voice, he addressed in a severe tone, "Do you think I am a frog that can be made to jump by holding out a red cloth? I can add that one of my penitents confided to me outside of confession that being friends with Brother Joseph, he felt a strong confusion in his presence. Sensing that this brother must know a sin from his youth about which he had confessed long ago. This man, however, had confided his secret to no one. One day Brother Joseph said to him, 'If you want to be sincere, I will tell you something.' The other having given him leave to speak, the brother related the fault of which he was guilty, told him that he had omitted to confess it first, that he had declared it afterward, and that it was because of this recollection that he felt ashamed in his presence. Moreover, some of his colleagues do not forgive him for correcting them for their neglect in office or for their skill in turning over more or less subtly the rule. Others envy him because of his irresistible effect on crowds. He assured Joseph that all this was true. A man who addresses everyone by their first names, who rebukes great ladies, who exposes the murky depths of certain souls, who shows no regard for self-esteem, inevitably arouses hatred and resentment. The Marchioness of Medici, having finished her report, added that this justified prank had converted her, and she ended her tale with these words: "I was as confused as a wet hen, and I concluded from the incident that Brother Joseph penetrated the secrets of hearts. He penetrated so deeply that sometimes, when the other religious left the office, which, as has been seen, his exuberant love for God drove him into exile, he would stop one or another, telling this one, 'You have slept for more than a quarter of an hour.' To that one, 'You thought all these recitations were insipid.' To another, 'Why did you allow yourself to flip through the antiphonary while yawning instead of praising the Lord?' The records state he was never mistaken. Finally, to emphasize the depth of his insight into the inner life of those who came to consult him, let us cite one final incident. Father Francisco of the Observant Friars reports, "The first time I went to confer with Brother Joseph, although he had never seen me, he described to me point by point all the acts or events of my existence, and in particular matters of conscience that could only be known by God alone. Some scholars of the inn folio saw with ill humor his power to bring back in a single gesture to the fold of the church straying sheep that the arguments of renowned theologians had been unable to convince. Finally, he offends some by his frankness, shocks others with his rusticity, and disturbs regular souls with the excesses of his zeal. For the fire of divine love which consumes him makes him dance for joy before the Holy Sacrament, and the Pharisees were outraged. Sharp-witted spirits who would readily contest God's right to interfere in worldly affairs complain about his flights and regard them as diabolical tricks. It was an Episcopal vicar whom Joseph had the chance to sniff out. He found him foul smelling and could not hide the painful impression he felt. The furious vicar drafted a denunciation where insult alternated with calumny. The facts and deeds of the saint were presented under the most unfavorable light. The libel concluded with these words. In summary, one sees circulating in the province a shrieker of 30, 3 years old. As we have already said, judge the whole. This is what any gathering of men forgives least readily to great souls, especially those in which the Holy Spirit dwells. All these malice, all these grudges, all these blindings, all these raw vanities coalesced and ultimately found a voice. He pretends to be another Messiah, drags populations after him and charms them with so-called miracles that this ignorant populace welcomes as genuine. I thought it necessary to prevent the evil from becoming incurable. The vicar sealed his letter and sent it to the Inquisitions of Naples. Or, as soon as the missive was sent, its purpose was lost at the same time he fell seriously ill. For several days he wandered so far from reality that he was considered completely deranged. God was avenging his servant. At the point of death, through a grace of mercy, the slanderer regained his sanity. He confessed his sins, expressed his remorse, admitted his lies about the saint, and did not pass from life to death until after receiving the last sacraments. For quite some time, the Inquisition had kept Joseph under surveillance. So many contradictory stories circulated about the saint, his doctrine, his deeds, and the wonders for which he was the instrument, that the official guardians of the faith began to suspect him of heresy and even demonic possession. The Vicar's diatribe provided them with a reason to examine such a puzzling character. They issued a summons ordering him to appear before their court. While he was being examined, he would be held at the convent of Naples for minor rites. The superior of the Grotella monastery showed great affliction at this measure. Having had the opportunity to test the wholeness of the brother, he had always closed his ears to the insinuations of the envious and admired the absolute purity of this soul that especially grazed above human contingencies. After hesitating, he communicated the decision of the inquisitors to Joseph, telling him to temporize. We will write to the Holy Office, he concluded, and perhaps I will obtain a counterorder. But Joseph, whose submission to the church never admitted any reservations, refused any delay. He left Cupertino, which he would never see again, on October 21, 1638. The whole town and the surrounding countryside were shocked. People approached in tears and crying, "What a loss we are suffering." Yeah. He received the order of the tribunal with respect. His biographer said, saddened that its justice was being contested, he sought as much as he could to make up for the hesitation of the superior with his eagerness to set off. The murmurs of those who claimed that the offense against his person harmed the entire congregation found him indifferent. Yet Joseph remained as calm as if he were going to a triumph. In Naples, the conventual friars did not receive him well. First, the fact that the Inquisition was involved with him made them suspicious of him, and he spent hours shedding silent tears in a corner of his cell. Then his strangeness displeased them as a sign of independence and almost as a blame for the narrow practices in which their devotion was confined. Joseph, being extremely sensitive, suffered from their rebuffs. He neither complained nor reproached, but he had an awfully squeezed heart and felt an extreme sense of solitude that bordered on distress, especially as the inner sun seemed to have sunk into irresistible darkness. No longer feeling Jesus' presence within him was his greatest misfortune. He believed himself abandoned by God. But at the same time, they ordered him to leave the area and be kept as far away from the world as possible. But as he tried to murmur a formula of resignation, Saint Anthony of Padua appeared in glory and said, "Brother Joseph, God will help you. The Mother of God will help you. Our Holy Father Francis will also help you." From that moment on, he regained his usual cheerfulness. Is reassured by this apparition, he boldly presented himself before the tribunal. He had to undergo 3 interrogations whose secrets were not revealed. All that is known is that they were meticulous and prolonged, and the judges were witnesses to a rapture and flight that left them convinced in their minds that the accused, under their scrutiny, had nothing in common with the evil spirit. They therefore proclaim, without restriction, Joseph's innocence. This sentence suggests that the police of the Holy Office did not greatly wish to encourage the clarity of the saint regarding the state of souls if it continued to manifest itself towards lay people. They may not have found too many objections, but since it spared neither clergy, they likely thought that hierarchy, discipline, and decorum would suffer. God had chosen Joseph as the exposer of sins hidden in darkened consciences. The inquisitors did not contest his mission. Sure of God's love for him and his love for God, he joyfully accepted his imprisonment. A few privileged individuals, having obtained permission to visit him, they complained and marveled at his submission. However, through a perhaps too human prudence and also by esprit de corps, they did everything possible to hinder its exercitio, keep the light under a bushel. They sent the saint to Rome. He would present himself to Father Larina, general of the order, and hand over a letter that likely contained instructions lacking in mercy. "I obey," he replied. "All is well since God guides me through obedience as a blind man is led by his dog." Nevertheless, the rumor of his virtues spread ever more throughout Rome. Indeed, Father Larina received the saint in a very dry manner, spoke to him severely, and, treating him like a guilty party, assigned him strict solitary confinement, pending further dispositions. The saint, who relished humiliations, seeing them as a remedy for self-love, did not utter a word in his defense. It was in vain that walls were built between souls and him. God played with these futile precautions and allowed the supernatural light to filter through the stones placed in his way. Thus, a prelate from the papal court, Nicholas Albergati, had the opportunity to verify, among other extraordinary gifts, that the saint possessed the gift of prophecy. How does a cardinal come to visit a poor, useless monk? The humility of my interlocutor led me to suppose that it could be Brother Joseph. Indeed. I warned him that I was not a cardinal, but he replied with a laugh, "That's fine." Here is his testimony. Having arrived at the saints, apostles, with the intention of visiting Brother Joseph, I found no one to guide me to him, but I learned that he was lodging near the belfry. I mounted a staircase and found myself face to face with a religious person who, having never seen me before, greeted me in these words, which I quote verbatim. "Hey, that's fine." We conversed for about half an hour, and then I retired, much edified. The same day after dinner, I was at home. A conventual was admitted and introduced himself as the companion of Brother Joseph. He told me that the latter had said to him, "A prelate with whom I spoke this morning seemed to take some words about the cardinalate as a joke. We will soon see if I was mistaken or not." I dismissed the religious in the manner that any sensible man would have done. The prediction, however, came true. Indeed, a few months later, Albergati was promoted to cardinal by Pope Innocent X. He in no way expected it. Such occurrences are numerous in the history of the saint. However much care was taken to keep it secret, Rome began to take notice of him. The 5 or 6 ecclesiastics who reached him and conversed with him did not hide their astonishment and admiration. Others had seen him rise from the ground at church. He enjoyed drawing up plans for fortifications, establishing arms factories, founding artillery, accumulating ammunition, and recruiting soldiers. It was talked about in every corner of the city. These rumors and the comments they generated reached the Pope's ears, who wanted to meet him. At that time, it was Urban V, a very busy pontiff with an interest in politics and things military. As a side note, when over the ages we encounter these warrior popes whose concern for expanding the domain of the Holy See or militarizing it has reached such a point, we cannot help but feel some surprise. Instead, he has the sword sheathed, and he declares, "He who draws the sword shall perish by the sword." Why have some of his vicars acted as if this gospel word were no more than a dead letter? I know there was the temporal power and, consequently, a domain to be preserved. But precisely these territories had to be administered, defended against the ambitions of emperors, kings, and republics. Some popes even ceded to the ambition of enlarging them at the expense of neighbors, for finally to inspect troops, conduct sieges, wage battles, hold gunpowder dry and swords well. Sharpened, is this a role suitable for the representative of him who said, "I leave my peace with you. I give you my peace." If our Lord had approved weapons and combat after Saint Peter cut off Malchus' right ear, he might have prescribed to the apostle to also chop his left ear. If one recapitulates the history of the church, one will immediately realize that it relates a series of disasters and humiliations, almost all stemming from the fact that the sovereign pontiff assumed a double task. On the one hand, to lead souls of good will to eternal salvation, according to the apostolic tradition. On the other hand, to wage war and engage in politics as if the kingdom of Jesus Christ were of this world. I may be wrong, but it seems to me that the disasters incessantly inflicted upon temporal power and ultimately the seizure of the Roman states by the House of Savoy demonstrate that God did not approve this duality. Temporal power no longer exists. Has the papacy been diminished as a result? Not at all. Being freed from the concern of acting as a prince of earth viz. Other princes of the earth. The successor of the apostles can now dedicate himself entirely to his supernatural mission. There was Julius I, who donned armor, took cities by storm, excommunicated in turn the King of France and the Venetians, depending on whether he was disputing provinces with one or the other. And there was Pope Pius X, the Holy Father, whom we faithfully venerate. Returning to Urban V, one must recognize that while paying attention to strategy, he did not entirely neglect the ministry of souls. The reform of monastic orders occupied him, scornful of diplomatic subtleties, striking down heresy, devoid of worldly goods, rich in the Holy Spirit. He spread wide influence over the spiritual universe that since his death, we still mourn his loss. That is why, when he learned that Joseph was considered by some as a source of discord within the Franciscan family, by others as a model of holiness that his brothers would do well to imitate, he wanted to examine for himself the man who elicited these conflicting opinions. He therefore commanded Father Larena to bring him. The general had indeed overcome his mistrust of the saint, for a pure mind could not spend some time with him. With without rendering justice to the incomparable virtues that God manifested in this soul. Excellent religious. The Father rejoiced that such a flame of divine love was burning beside him. The appointed day for the audience arrived. The Pope, surrounded by two prelates, sat down in one of the rooms of the Vatican where Joseph and the general were introduced as soon as they entered. As the saint prostrated himself to kiss the feet of the Holy Father, one of these impetuous ecstasies that he was accustomed to seized him. He let out a great cry, leapt from the floor, and stood with his arms stretched, his eyes gazing up at the capital of the columns supporting the vault. The Pope, still deeply moved, dismissed him without asking any questions. But soon after, he ordered that the saint be held in solitary confinement in a convent of the Observance, not in Rome. Filled with religious terror, the records state, the sovereign pontiff turned to the general and said, "If Brother Joseph dies under my reign, I will make a prodigy of which I am witness." Joseph did not return to the floor until Father Lorena had commanded it in the name of holy obedience. I will not elaborate on the incidents that marked his confinement, first in Assisi, then in Petra Rubia, Fossombrone, and finally Osimomo, where he spent the last years of his life. Although greatly saddened by losing the brother, the general quickly obeyed, giving instructions for his seclusion to be very strict, and sent him to a monastery in Assisi. I hope, in the previous lines, to have sketched out the main features of the saint's physiognomy. His ravings, his flights persisted, whether in the presence of witnesses or when alone in his cell. He continued to perform miracles, to read souls. We must only note that everywhere he was kept under lock and key, and everywhere, despite the precautions taken to shield him from the devote of the faithful, both the greats and the multitude came to him, drawn by a mysterious magnetism, and broke through all barriers. He secured conversions of heretics, for example, that of a Duke of Brunswick, an obstinate Lutheran who had confounded the dialectic of the most authorized theologians and was conquered by the true faith through the fairy eloquence of the prisoner. So many wonders that God performed through the humble monk should have convinced his guards that they were not dealing with a possessed person, and made them determine to allow him to freely carry out his mission. Out of courtesy, he uses vague terms to avoid offending anyone. But now they readily acknowledged the divine imprint on his miracles. They praised the orthodoxy of his words. They rendered justice without restrictions to his virtues. And yet they redoubled their efforts to extinguish this irrepressible luminary. The biographer of Joseph struggles to explain such peculiar obstinacy. He writes, the Inquisition court, which had recognized Joseph's sanctity in Naples, and Pope Urban Vidadimi had it fit in necessary to keep such a rich treasure for God, who would manifest the works of his servant. Very well. Only when 1,000 facts had demonstrated this sanctity to the point of evidence, why not give it its due? Why prolong for 25 years a trial whose rigor seems legitimate? Regardless of how carefully one examines contemporary documents, one always arrives the same conjecture, Joseph's terrifying ability to read hearts disturbed, many dignitaries in the clergy, perhaps because they knew their own depths would reveal nothing edifying to the saints' clairvoyance. Consequently, unable to hide from God the state of their consciences, they made an effort, at least to keep it from men. Unassailable cardinals and prelates who loved him tenderly revered him and answered for his doctrine, intervened to have his freedom restored. But the then reigning Pope, Innocent X, did not deem it necessary to listen to them. This hypothesis is supported by history. Indeed, chronicles tell us that during Joseph's time, the salt of the earth in Italy, and especially Rome, had greatly diminished. The confinement Joseph endured in Osimo was even stricter than previous ones. He ordered that the saint have a separate chapel and garden, be placed under the supervision of a specially chosen companion, and only be allowed to see certain religious from the monastery who were known for their proven discretion and wisdom, according to the Acts. This unusual regime left him profoundly peaceful. As he had always done, he submitted without complaining or seeking the reason for his captivity. Every morning he confessed, prepared for the holy sacrifice with a long meditation, then celebrated Mass with an incomparable level of reverence. Since his stomach no longer tolerated meat, he would eat, standing, a little thin soup, 3 bites of bread, and some unseasoned cooked vegetables. Due to his weak state, the superior had prescribed wine for him. It lasted approximately an hour, excluding time to ecstasies. The rest of the day was spent entirely in prayer, whether he stood in his cell or walked in the enclosure assigned to him. His food was brought to him after the brother's meal. Out of obedience, he drank it, but he could not bring himself to drink it pure, and cut it generously with water. In his condition, he considered himself utterly happy. His guardian seemed not to have worried much about him, as it was noted that on several occasions, over 2 days in a row, he forgot to bring him food. The saint made no comment to him. Very likely, he had not even noticed this negligence. He welcomed his visitors with a friendly smile, but did not speak much to them. Some days he would content himself with inviting them to sing with him simple little hymns that he had composed. He then had a voice marvelously clear and soft. Those who heard it say it evoked the ringing of a crystal bell. They add, his singing made one weep, stirred up the love of God, and revealed in a mysterious way the infinite purity of his heart. Affable with all, the saint yet had a favorite. It was a goldfinch that was given to him as a gift. He refrained from putting it in a cage. "Go," he said, "enjoy the freedom God has given you." To a cleric who asked him if he was not bored, he replied, "Live in a city, but I feel as if I am at the bottom of a forest, or rather, I am in paradise." To another who interrogated him about his use of time, he said, "Stand with God." This brief indication sufficed. He stood with God, that is to say, merged in anticipation into the splendors and fervors of beatitude. He no longer perceived worldly things as anything but a mass of confused clouds forming a misty circle around the lake of light, where his soul was submerged. "I ask of you only one thing when I call you, come and we will praise the Lord together." So it came to pass, the bird flew at will in the garden, landed on a bush or window of his cell. Joseph accepted them meekly, but he had a certain smile that signified he didn't have high hopes for their effectiveness. As soon as Joseph, called the goldfinch, would go to perch on his shoulder and accompany the saints' hymns with its tricks, it was in this extreme stillness, this detachment from all things, that the saint spent the last 6 years of his life. In the month of August 1663, he fell ill with a fever that was first intermittent, then continuous, which quickly gets toll on his body, as the insatiable flame of love burning within him had weakened it. A doctor was called, who tormented him with bloodletting and absurd remedies. The community gathered in his cell, and thus the acts report his end. He wished to receive the Holy Viaticum, which he did with angelic piety and transports of love. He then asked for extreme unction. When the holy oil touched his members, he exclaimed, with a strong and resonant voice, "Despite his weakness, my God, what music, what perfumes in your paradise! I am happy." They then read him the profession of faith, and he asked forgiveness from his brothers for his faults towards them. But all wept, for no one had anything to reproach him. When asked how he felt at the beginning of his illness, he replied, "The little donkey is starting to climb the mountain." Later, as the illness worsened, the little donkey has climbed halfway up the mountain. The night before his death, in a cheerful tone, he said, "The little donkey has reached the summit of the mountain. He can no longer drag himself. This is where he will leave his poor body." On September 18th, he entered into agony. It was a few minutes before midnight. When asked if these were effects of God's love, he answered yes, and smiled with such an expression of ecstasy that his joy communicated itself to the bystanders. Then a dazzling splendor illuminated his face, and at that same moment he returned his great soul to his Creator. Joseph was 63 months old. One day, preaching about the Trinity, the saint pronounced these words, "Just as fire, a single substance, continually produces light and heat, so the divine nature of the Father continually produces the light which is the sun, and at the same time the heat which is the Spirit." This phrase sums up his entire existence, because this heat and light reigned within him, radiated around him, enveloping the souls that were wrapped in the ice of sin and darkness. They did not recognize him and persecuted him. As agony progressed, the desire to leave this world grew within the saint, as he repeated several times the words of St. Paul. He desired to be dissolved and to be with Christ. Afterward, they recited in the common tongue, Hail Mary, full of grace. The sick man, who had always loved the Madonna so much, seemed to find contentment in it, and he sang softly one of the canticles, had composed it, "Hail, my Queen, my thornless rose, pray for me, daughter of love, that I do not die in sin." He then gave himself over to very animated movements and transports. Human prudence interposed screens between this fire of love and the crowd that rushed to warm themselves at his touch. Joseph suffered everything without a complaint, without a reproach. He possessed God. What did the rest matter to him? Moreover, as soon as he left the earth, as often happens in the history of saints, suspicions, rancors, and prejudices melted away like snow in the sun. Only a few years had passed before the Church placed him on its altars. One would be remiss not to report this. From the time Brother Joseph lived at Grotella, he was often called to the Poor Claris monastery in Cupertino for the spiritual needs of the house. And among those who instructed the process of canonization, some of his former most fierce opponents are found. Note, there is in the legend of the saint a graceful episode that seems a page torn from the Golden Legend or the Retté. He would perch on the frame of a painting or a prayer desk and allow himself to be petted. One day he said with a smile to the sisters that he would send the little bird to stir up their zeal. And indeed the next day they saw an unknown sparrow perch on the choir window. It appeared every evening and morning. It never missed any office, and it accompanied the singing of the nuns with a melody that instilled in them fervor and competition. When the office was finished, the bird disappeared. It returned thus every day at the same hours for 5 years. An insult hurled at him by a nun drove him away. The sisters complained. The bird had every right to leave, said Joseph. Why threaten it? Yet the saint promised that the fugitive would return. And indeed, the bird appeared again. Not only did he appear at the choir, but he made it his abode. The saint replied, he gave you this bird as a musician. You shouldn't have turned it into a bell ringer. Now it has gone to watch by the tomb of our Lord. One of the sisters has attached a bell to his leg, and he stayed in the convent for another 2 months. But on Holy Thursday he disappeared and was not seen again on Friday or Saturday. New complaints were made to Brother Joseph. I will bring it back, but no more bell. Is that not so? As he had promised, the little bird returned on Easter Day and left the monastery only when the saint himself left Cupertino. Note here is a description of the saint according to his biographer. Joseph was tall and of regular build. His skeletal structure was very strong and his muscles robust. His face, with strongly accentuated features, usually expressed a joy almost childlike. He had black, piercing, and bright eyes. His hair and beard, of a dark hue in his youth, turned white early on. Note, the feast of Saint Joseph of Cupertino, celebrated on September 18. The Mass is that of non-pontifical confessors with a proper introit, prayer, offertory, and communion. There is no authentic portrait of him known, but given this robust and virile appearance, one hopes that religious imagery of the 20th century will refrain from inflicting upon Joseph one of those anemic and sweet-faced cretinous physiognomies which it has unhappily made a habit of insulting the saints. The prayer alludes to the flights of the saint and begins thus, O God, who after your only Son had been raised from the dead, willed to draw all things to him. The offering refers to his prisons. Behold, for me, while they tormented me, I was covered with a cilice. I humbled my soul through fasting and poured out my prayer within me. Saint Joseph of Cupertino is invoked for success in exams. The Holy One summarizes in a few striking points the life of this hermitess, then adets. I saw her in the form of a glorious body, surrounded by several angels. She told me not to tire of founding monasteries and to continue my work. Catherine de Carden, some years ago, I was drawn to Catherine de Carden by Saint Therese, who in the 28th chapter of the Book of Foundations speaks of her with great praise and relates that she appeared to her in an intellectual vision at a time when the Carmelite reformer was suffering severe restrictions on her mission. I felt filled with joy and the desire to work for God. What had particularly struck me in this narrative was Catherine's flight to the desert, and also the fact that, dressed as a man, she had played a leading role in founding a community of barefoot Carmelites. I wanted to know more. But first, despite inquiring and questioning various experts in ecclesiastical history, no one could provide me with the information I craved. In such cases, it seems that documents take on a sort of malaise and evade investigation. I was beginning to lose heart and had almost forgotten about it when, quite by chance, they came into my hands. At that time, I was staying in an abbey of mixed Cistercians with its pointed spire, surrounded by pines and cypresses, in the center of St. Honorat Island, which marks the entrance to the Gulf of Cannes. There was a very well-stocked library where, thanks to the kindness of the good monks, I had received permission to make searches, taking pleasure in books consoles won for having to frequent. So I spent mornings scurrying rows upon rows. If the contents interested me, I would stay perched for hours like a thrush on a branch. Sometimes I would get on all fours to decipher the titles of the massive in folio volumes that lined the gloom near the floor. More often, climbed atop a rolling ladder. I would reach for a volume on a high shelf. The ladder creaked and swayed, but I didn't realize it would be much more comfortable to climb down, carrying my find, and sit in one of the 4 chairs reflecting in the polished waxed floor of the long hall. At that time, the pen, wielding convict that I was, having gained some leisure, was not troubled by the concerned notes of taking nor of offering snippets of my thoughts to the voracious presses. I read without a method for my pleasure, snatching 6 lines here, a chapter there, opening a book, scanning it with a glance, replacing it to move on to another, then a third, according to the whims of the moment or the chance encounters. How tranquil I was! Life, this leaden cap that weighs on us with such a harsh burden, lightened. The father librarian, occupied by frequent duties, made rare appearances. He attended to arrangements, mouth closed, and only spoke to me if he found me with my nose in the air, hands dangling, daydreaming into nothingness. As recommended by imitation, I stood in a corner with a little book, happy to forget the vain agitations of the century and its ridiculous noises. Then he would indicate in a few words such an enchanting collection of legends where he believed I would discover what to perfume my soul. Beyond these brief appearances, I remained the sole inhabitant of the city of books. The beneficial silence enveloped me in a velvet atmosphere, barely interrupted by deep bell tolls calling the community to Sir Sext, or by a larger fly that, furious at having gotten lost there, buzzed through the room and crashed into the windows, searching for an exit. 3 wide windows overlooked the sea, but I often did lean against them, because I don't much enjoy this Mediterranean whose inertia and unwavering azure seem quite monotonous to one who has known the grand tides and the ever-changing nuances of the ocean. One day I noticed in a corner a full-panel armoire that I had not yet explored. I opened and found a hodgepodge of loose books, piled together for binding. A grey in quarto, dusty and frayed, stuck out above the pile. It was not wasted time that I spent in this dear library through browsing its books. I formed a small museum within myself where were aligned, etched with aqueduct, austere faces of saints, fine miniatures in watercolor on gold background, and images of the blessed, and those paintings from old ages where the blood of martyrs flows in glorious purple. I opened one at random, and on the first page, I found this book, containing the life of Catherine de Cardin and the foundation of the convent of La Rhoda. I pulled it out, wiped off the powder that dishonored it, and read the title General History of the Carmelites and Carmelite Nuns of the Reform by Saint Teresa, composed by R.P. France ois di Sainti, Marie, a disrobed Carmelite. There were 5 volumes, all more ruined than each other. It was a stroke of luck, as I had been beating the bushes for details about this extraordinary woman for a long time. Delighting in my discovery, I took the volumes to my cell and began reading them without delay, not just the one that dealt with the solitary, but the others too, because they spoke at length of Saint Teresa. For I have such a penchant for the brilliant Virgin of Avila. I owe so much to her works that I assimilate with joy everything related to her life and actions. Moreover, the writing of Father Franz Ois di Sainti, Marie, is very engaging reading. This makes his narration resemble somewhat an eulogist whose pages are naively framed by nymphs and muses according to the ancient style. Here is an example of his manner. This Spaniard tells with exquisite benevolence admirable things, and moreover, as he is imbued with humanism, he intersperses his sentences with allusions to Greek and Latin poets and comparisons borrowed from fable that give them a very special flavor. It would require a devotion well nigh repulsive not to agree. Such as he was, the pious, learned, and innocent biographer charmed me in every way. She was the illegitimate daughter of a lord, Raymond, Marquis of Padley, and a young woman whose name the Chronicle believed it necessary to keep silent, while mentioning that she was a close relative of the Princess of Salerno. It is therefore from my notes on his account, on some other documents, and also from my musings around that time, that I offer you an outline in charcoal of this somewhat fierce lover of our Lord, Catherine de Cardin. Catherine de Cardin was born in Naples in 1519, referring to Mother Anne of St. Augustine, an eminent nun from the Carmelite convent of Villeneuve de la Zara. He exclaims, if Theocritus could write that Laconia after giving birth to Helen, who nevertheless was the cause of Troy's ruin, no longer needed any other glory, is it not permitted for us to say of one who built Spain so marvelously? I ask you this, does not Theocritus, called as a witness, the holiness of a nun indeed provide a decisive argument? The child lost her mother very early, her father not caring to recognize her. She was taken in by the princess, who provided her with a governess and raised her in a corner of her palace. Contemplative and already gifted with oration, she avoided gatherings and feasts and often spent her nights sitting by the sea. She admired the reflection of the stars on the water. Gradually, as she immersed herself in this whispering shadow where silver lights trembled, her soul detached from the earth to ascend and get lost lovingly in God. Francis de Sainte-Marie, after quoting Euripide and Plato, whom one would not expect to encounter in this story, reports that from a young age she displayed the taste for solitude that she later manifested so widely. In the flow of existence, she was a very silent little girl, noted for her great devotion to the Virgin, a marked attraction to church ceremonies, and extreme charity towards the poor. She was so scared at first that she wanted to run away. But then an inner voice told her there was no disturbance of her imagination or diabolic influence, and that the vision was real. She was 8 years old when God gave her a first sign of the graces he had reserved for her. She was praying in her oratory. Suddenly, her father, who had died recently, appeared to her wrapped in the flames of purgatory and suffering greatly. The child recognized him instantly. Reassured, she knelt down and asked, "My father, what do you want me to do for you?" The soul, raising a lamentable voice, answered, "My daughter, I am enduring a cruel torment and will bear it until you have atoned for my sins." Catherine herself, burning with compassion, promised to do so. And indeed, having secretly obtained the key to the attic, she hid there for several days in succession, subjecting herself to such harsh disciplines that her body was covered in blood. The pain sometimes tore cries from her lips, but, as she had calculated, the place was too remote for anyone to come and oppose her penance. So, corroborating her martyrdom with fervent prayers, she obtained the release of her father. Following this work of redemption, Catherine felt that her love for God was increasing constantly. She gave herself so generously to it that her detachment from the world and her ability for mental prayer were enhanced. Towards others, she was so considerate and gentle that everyone loved her. One evening in the following week, he appeared to her again, all resplendent with light, and said, "Do nothing more for me, my daughter. God accepts your sufferings, and I am now going to heaven to enjoy his glory." He then foretold that she would be engaged but not married, and that she would dedicate herself entirely to the service of Jesus Christ, who felt a particular affection for her. She was only criticized for her love of retirement, taciturn habits, and disregard for grooming. As she approached her 13th year, she was proposed to in marriage. Her external attributes played no role, as she had a frail and unattractive figure, awkward gait. Additionally, she presented a tanned complexion, small eyes like apple pips, a long nose resembling a flute's beak, discolored and poorly aligned teeth, and thin arms that looked like spindles of a spinning wheel. By her order, those around her, especially the palace governess, harassed the young girl with excessive entreaties. But the gentleman who sought her hand, seeing her in favor with the princess, believed that this union would push him towards the court of the viceroy and secure him some lucrative position. Catherine initially refused her consent. The princess was outraged. They painted her aversion for marriage as ingratitude towards her benefactor. They used the argument that, being a bastard ugly and poor, she should consider herself very fortunate to have a strong, unforeseen husband offered to her. Briefly, they obsessed her so tenaciously that, worn out by war, she finally gave in. She later said that, according to the assurance given to her by her father in the vision mentioned above, she had hoped the marriage would not take place. The fiancé, Father Franz always said, was not satisfied. His joy was short-lived, and even if she were to go through with it, she thought she could convince her husband to live together as Saint Cecilia did with her spouse. She added, laughing, It wouldn't have been a great sacrifice for him, because look at my face. But things didn't go that far. She did not wish to take the veil, for at that time religious vocation and did not solicit her. And she already distant from reformist communities that later, as we will see, made her not a Carmelite but a Carmine. At the Capucines, her spiritual life became even more active. Her days and often her nights were all devotion. Soon after, God sent him a side pain. Enlightened from above, he understood that his illness was grave, resigned himself Christianly, and made a holy death that the merits and prayers of his virtuous fiancée did not contribute little to secure for him. Following this death, Catherine, fearing new marital solicitations and sensing her aversion for the world increasing, obtained permission from her protectress to enter a Capuchin convent as a lay resident. She was so absorbed in God that when circumstances compelled her to give any attention to external affairs, it was with a painful effort that she could fix her thoughts upon them. And soon a miracle showed how highly heaven favored her. As she prayed, such a transport of love came over her that it seemed as if she would fail. One Christmas Eve, the nuns were singing matins in the choir at the top of their church. Following her habits of independence, Catherine withdrew during this service into the lower choir and knelt before an altar on which stood a statue of the Virgin with child. But the nuns did not listen, and they quickly spread the news throughout the city. When they caught a sight of the child on the altar and his mother in adoration, they joined Catherine's voice in praising and blessing the holy place. Catherine had wished for the secret to be kept regarding this miracle. Suddenly, said her biographer, the Holy Mother detached her son from her virgin breast and, having placed him upon the altar table, joined her hands in a gesture of adoration, then bowed her royal head to express the same sentiment. At this sight, forbidden and filled with astonishment, Catherine let out such powerful cries that the nuns interrupted their morning prayers and rushed down in a hurry. At that time, the kingdom of Naples was under a Spanish domination. The most influential man in the country was the Prince of Salerno. From that moment on, the Neapolitans saw the young girl as their intermediary with God, convinced that her presence brought them good fortune. Perhaps Catherine would have remained in the monastery until her death if politics had not altered the course of her life. Believing he had cause to complain of the court of Madrid's proceedings against him, he involved some members of the nobility in a conspiracy to liberate his homeland. In order to increase his chances of success, he sought aid from the King of France in troops and money, assuring him that in return Naples and its territories would readily accept his suzerainty. The plot was discovered almost as soon as formed. The Prince of Salerno, warned of his imminent arrest, fled and sought refuge in France. His domains were confiscated and a death sentence pronounced against him. The harshness did not stop there. As the Princess of Salerno, a woman of much intelligence and rare beauty, gathered around her a numerous and select society, it was insinuated to the King of Spain that she would undoubtedly form the design of continuing her husband's intrigues. The suggestion was unfounded, for the princess had no concern for politics. But Philip I was of a too suspicious nature to ignore these suspicions. So he ordered her to go to Valladolid, making it clear that Naples would never see her again. Resisting the royal will was out of the question. Madam, the way of life I need is the solitude of a hermit far from the world. Yet the exile seemed all the harder for the princess, since, among the numerous gentlemen, ladies in waiting, and servants who made up her household, she did not recognize anyone with sufficient wisdom to guide her in the new environment where many traps awaited her. Then she had the idea of taking Catherine along, having observed her protected sound judgment and decisiveness, which were her main qualities. She did not hesitate to propose that she follow her to Spain, but Catherine flatly refused. "It is not appropriate," she said, "for me to leave this holy house where I live retired, as it is my vocation to go to court. It would be, for me, falling sadly from heaven to earth. Among the tumults of courtiers, I would be rather an embarrassment than a support. For there, it is the art of lying that is favored, and do not know how to conceal my impressions. Already we can foresee that she will stop at nothing to ensure her solitude in God." The princess did not consider herself defeated. "So allow me to stay here. I have insisted on quoting Catherine's own words in this instance, because they open a significant window into her personality. We sense a willful soul, fond of independence, defiant of social conventions." She returned with the strongest urgings. "Consider," she said, "my youth, the dangers of the court, the licentiousness of courtiers, the malice of tongues. Your company will be a support to me in my sorrows and a safeguard for my honor. Your reputation for virtue will put the king's mind at ease. Seeing someone like you by my side, he will understand that I am not plotting against his power." Such pressing reasons did not shake Catherine. Moreover, good priests and pious ladies from her and her urge joined their pleas to those of the princess, and eventually the recluse admitted that she had a duty of conscience to fulfill. Without further argument, she accepted the difficult role of chaperone to a young woman facing all sorts of desires and jealousies. The journey began immediately, and the two eggs arrived in Valladolid in the current year of 1557. Catherine was then 38 years old. If upon settling at court the princess displayed the greatest luxury, the richness of her furnishings, the abundance, her table, her profusions, made considered as some sort of arbiter of elegancies. It was, said Father France, the cult of gold and purple, as she was also endowed with a piquant beauty and showed much brilliance in conversation. Many gallants from the nobility and even princes of the royal house flocked around her. But the princess, hampered by the flattery of her adulators, took quite poorly the reprimand. From then on it was nothing but receptions, feasts, walk gambols, serenades, and coozings. Catherine blamed this dissipated existence and spared no reproaches to her relative, reminding her that she was the wife of a banished man and that her situation demanded reserve. "I take care to always keep you by my side," she said, "and you accompany me every time I go out. Isn't that enough for you? Would you have me confined to a corner of my palace without seeing anyone? Kindly keep your observations to yourself in future." This was how Catherine had envisioned their stay in Valladolid. "I would die of boredom if I had to share your austerities. Besides, I do nothing wrong, and I refuse to be ridiculed by those who find me acceptable and tell me so politely. She had never intended to transform the princess into one of those zealous devotees who cling to confessionals like glue and believe they are on the brink of damnation if they stop reciting paters for even a moment. But she thought her young, beautiful, and inconsistent cousin's reputation, and perhaps even her virtue, were at risk among the braggarts who chattered and maneuvered in her salons. Rebuffed, she did not insist. And always, Catherine delivered to the suitors one of those cutting phrases she was known for. As a result, the lords referred to her among themselves as that croaking crone. However, she redoubled her vigilance, for desperate to instill in the princess the appropriateness of a more reclusive life, she feared some misstep that would lose her before the king. So she vowed to intervene whenever the madrigals raised their voices to excessive levels. This happened frequently. But they dared not tell her, for there was something imposing about that little woman, and they found themselves lowering their gaze whenever she looked at them straight in the eye. Among those eagerly circling around Mrs. de Salon was a young priest named Augustin Cazalla. He was well built and had a great reputation as a preacher. On the other hand, well-informed people accused him of immoral behavior, and theologians, not without reason, suspected the orthodoxy of his doctrine. The fact is that he had secretly embraced the principles of Lutheran heresy and was cautiously attempting to propagate them. He often developed Luther's proposition in his sermons: faith saves us without works, and its corollary: sin dominates us. Whatever we do, we cannot refrain from committing it, but the moral law, the cause of our fall, because we cannot observe it, Christ has accomplished for us. Therefore, believing in him is enough to be saved. One can immediately see to what corruption this sophism could lead. This was indeed what Cazalla had in mind, as his ultimate goal was to depravate his admirers and make them toys of his sensuality. Of course, in his sermons as well as in his private interviews, he avoided crudely expressing his opinions. He hid them under pompous phrases or diluted them with sweet metaphors. For example, Father Francois said, he exaggerated God's mercy, the happiness and benefits of faith that does not reason with passions. Constantly, he exalted the merits of Jesus Christ and the satisfactions he offered for us. He exaggerated the fruits of redemption and claimed it freed us from all our sins and all the penalties due to them. To him, Christianity was nothing more than freedom and license. Furthermore, he never mentioned the obligation to do penance, the necessity of confession, or submission to God's commandments and his church's laws. All his doctrine was nothing but a poison presented in a golden cup. And with this bait, he seduced all those who claim to broaden the narrow path and are always seeking complacent leaders in vice. As Cazalla was very much in fashion among the court ladies, many of whom swore by him, the princess, less versed in religious facts than in worldly practices, fell for the clever heretic. He quickly realized the influence he was gaining over this light-headed mind. He multiplied his visits, and under the guise of high spirituality, adorn the young woman with cute remarks praising her outer charms as symbols of her soul's perfection. The princess, delighted by this erotic theological flirtation did not perceive its dangers. But Catherine watched. Initially, her sense of right and, above all, the lights that God gave her, allowed her to discern the fundamental impiety and malice of Kazala's doctrine. But she remained even more on her guard when she had unraveled to what base desires so many flowery speeches led. So every time the hypocrite came to the palace, she sat beside the princess, never leaving her side for a moment, refuted in a few dry and scornful words the ambiguous aphorisms, and cast such a sharp look on the orator that he was complete disconcerted. The poor princess, who was not very perceptive, saw in Catherine's behavior only a lack of social conventions. Piqued by her own refined politeness, she once took her cousin aside and sharply reproached her for her bad manners towards an eminent doctor. But Catherine did not back down. "Madame," she said to the princess, "a wolf is hidden under this sheep's skin. Be careful, they recommend, and the love of God without fear, it leads to the abyss. Remember that if once our Lord revealed his glory, all of his life was only self-denial, cross, penance, poverty. When you are sought to persuade the contrary, you are deceived by an ignoble calculation. This unhappy one claims to flatter your Excellence's body, and I wish for the good of your soul. Since you have torn me from my retirement for this office, allow me to work on it. I will not remain silent, for an inner feeling warns me that this man bears the mark of Satan. But Kazala held a terrible grudge against this dominant woman who had seen through him. He resolved to take vengeance. Whether willingly or unwillingly, I must cry it out, and may I assure you of his designs. The princess, who did not believe herself in danger, branded Catherine's distrust as intolerant bigotry. Then, without further persistence, she shrugged her shoulders and ended the conversation. To this end, the next day in church, he took as his text St. Paul's words, "Let women keep silence in the church," and developed it not according to traditional teaching, but to scold the impudent ones who dared to interfere with religious instruction. He dwelt on this point for a long time, and as he went through his periods, he did not take his eyes off Catherine, so no one doubted his intention of giving her an humiliating lesson. Throughout the sermon, Catherine remained impassive. Catherine considered him for a good while with an expression of physiognomy that marked as much horror as pity. But when, that same evening, Kazala presented herself at the palace, she had such a repulsive movement that the heretic, who thought he had silenced her, asked her in a mocking tone if she was afraid of him. And then, as he repeated his question, she answered, detaching her words, "You are lost." While you spoke, God showed me whirlwinds of fire coming from your mouth, and I smelled the smell of hell. The heretic, taking this terrible warning as an expression of malice sprung from a wounded pride, mockingly replied, "Bah! If you really saw flames coming from my mouth, they must have been the Holy Spirit." This blasphemy did not silence Catherine. She joined her hands, and with fixed eyes as if reflecting a tremendous vision in her pupils, she spoke in a low but distinct voice. It was the fire of hell. You are lost. At that moment, Kazala felt an insurmountable terror seize him, and even the servants blamed her behind her back. But the seer was not moved. He stood up and exclaimed, "Madam, be quiet." But as soon as he uttered these words, he paled, stumbled, and suddenly took flight as if the evil one had already stretched his claw upon him. Instantly, the princess and the ladies present rained 100 reproaches upon Catherine. The following Saturday, Kazala announced that he would preach. The church where the sermon was to be given was filled with his admirers. During the Mass, Mrs., despite being told that she was presumptuous to criticize a doctor praised by society, she shook her head and repeated, "He will no longer preach. He burns and will continue to burn." All these women, wrote Father Francois, were displeased in their simplicity. They cried scandal. Nevertheless, the event soon confirmed Catherine's prediction. For some time the Inquisition had secretly investigated Kazala. Not only was evidence of his immoral behavior obtained, but it was also discovered that he had formed a plot with 2 of his brothers and 30 others to introduce Lutheran heresy into Spain. Measures were taken accordingly. Salerno and her friends ridiculed Catherine among themselves, giving her to understand through winks and sharp, sweet little words that they didn't consider her far from being an illusionist. Catherine's reputation grew even stronger. The feared tribunal subsequently gave great publicity to the doctrinal and social reasons behind the arrest. As a result, Kazala's supporters realized with horror that out of ignorance or carelessness, they had almost compromised themselves by supporting an enemy of the Church. They quickly renounced him in unison. Catherine, without losing her composure, simply replied, "I've seen it, and you will too." Just when one thought Cazzola was about to emerge from the sacristy to ascend the pulpit, a familiar figure of the Inquisition arrived in his place, loudly announcing that it was unnecessary to wait for the preacher, as the Holy Office had just arrested him. "Let us only thank God. He made me see what was going to happen," replied Catherine. "Let us pray for this unhappy one." The trial of Cazzola and his accomplices lasted over a year. The palace people, said the biographer, were a little confused. They learned to recognize the favor God had done them by placing among them a person with a prophetic spirit. As for the princess, understanding finally the danger she had just escaped, she ceased to thank Catherine and begged her to forgive her for having despised her warnings. But roasting him was preparing a subject for declamation for the sectaries of the goddess Reason, who will guillotine their opponents indignant when they are put on the grill themselves. In the end, they were sentenced, delivered into secular hands, and burned alive on the grand square of Valladolid on May 21, 1558. Thus was fulfilled point by point Catherine's prediction. He burns already from the fire of hell, and he will burn soon on the pyre. At that time, heresy was taken very seriously. Nevertheless, one considered the methods of the Inquisition to be atrocious and repugnant. She would have locked up Cazzola, whose mistakes proved to be generators of anarchy and corruption, and this would have been quite acceptable. The obtuse barbarism of the roasters, as well as that of the beheader, appear, I imagine, equally abhorrent in the eyes of our Lord Jesus Christ. The prolonged enthusiasm of the Princess of Salerno for the loquacity of the heretic had served her poorly with Philip I. Moreover, the spirit of suspicion that characterized this king led him to view with a bad eye the haste of lords around a young woman whose beauty, charm, and zest seemed to him means of intrigue against the privileges of his crown. But for Philip I, to suspect an act was all important. So one day, when she came to pay him homage, he declared in a sly tone that she must leave Valladolid immediately and go to Toledo, never to leave again. He added that he would himself take care of her interests and ensure it was explained that this exile did not in any way stain her honor. Moreover, she believed herself aggrieved by the confiscation of her husband's property and would not remain silent. So he feared she might align herself with rebellious Neapolitans and mutinous Castilians who would soon plot something. Most likely, being whimsical and changeable, the princess did not think along those lines. Desiring to attack someone so deeply in divine favor, he ordered to leave Toledo and placed her as overseer with his favorite minister, Don Ruy Gomez de Silva. Philip provided suitably for the fate of the subordinates. As for Catherine de Cardon, he had long held her in high esteem, and had not forgotten her supernatural foresight regarding Cazalla. Not only would she have high authority over the household, but she would also direct the education of the two infants, Don Juan of Austria, Philip's natural brother, and future victor of Lepanto, and the heir apparent, Don Carlos. This sentence, said the biographer, despite the golden coat it wore, dealt a fatal blow to the princess, who in a short time was led to her grave. The tongue of a king is a sharp sword, and his breath kills those who place their happiness in what they would call their misfortune. Before her death, the princess made a will in which she recommended to the people of her household. Catherine had hoped the death of the princess would free her from obligations she had reluctantly undertaken, and that she could retire to a monastery. But she dared not disobey the king's orders. The minister agreed to all of these terms. It was not worth complaining, as his fortune flourished. Ruy Gomez, a strong and pious man who admired Catherine's extreme devotion, soon realized that her religious practices did not prevent her from administering with firm good sense the fortune placed in her care. He therefore asked her to oversee all palace expenses and attend to the revenues. Catherine agreed under 3 conditions. She would be provided with accommodation where she, from court, so she'd create a retreat. The minister would allow her to use funds under her management for charity, to help the sick, marry destitute orphans, and feed the poor, and she would be free to arrange her own existence as she saw fit, without any objections. She slept on a sparse mat and wore only ruddy burlap shirts. Below, harsh sillis like a grater or a chain of iron tied around her loins. He used to say that since Catherine took charge of her household, her wealth increased every day. Free from obligations and while fulfilling her duties with perfect accuracy, Catherine organized a life of asceticism and penance guided by her love for God. Her food consisted of almost nothing. She never ate meat, fasted 4 times a week, contenting herself on those days with cooked cabbage leaves and a pinch of salt. Often she would take nothing at all. Sometimes she would need some flour that she would cook under the ashes. Every day she recited the psalms of penance, the office for the dead, that of the Holy Virgin, and that of the Holy Spirit. She had made herself a discipline with hooks from which she tore her shoulders. One evening she flagellated herself so violently that Ruy Gomez, hearing the sound of the straps, thought she would tear herself apart. He went to her room to ask her to be more gentle. But as he had his hand on the door handle, he remembered the promise he had made never to hinder the penitent in the exercise of her zeal. He returned home filled with awe and reverence. This example, wrote Father François, made a salutary impression on him, such that from that moment he attached himself to imitate his governess for discipline and virtue. This led Catherine to foster a great friendship towards him. What she loved most about him was his inexhaustible charity. She often said that the minister's alms served as a shield against the snares of those whose envy fueled by his great elevation, and that these acts of charity would later shorten his sufferings in purgatory, which indeed came to pass. It was a rather difficult task for Catherine to shape the character of the young princes. Don Juan exhibited excessive turbulence. As for Don Carlos, his mental weakness bordered on imbecility. Through meticulous care and a skillful blend of gentleness and firmness, she managed to instill religious habits in them. Her main challenge was to combat their sense of rank pride, which the flattery of their entourage constantly sought to exaggerate. In this regard, she achieved some successes through her straightforward yet somewhat blunt rebukes. A story will reveal her method. She kept in a closet dried pastries and jams which she gave them for their snack. One day, driven by greed and taking advantage of her absence, the princes conspired to raid the hiding place. Finding it locked, they forced the door with such violence that they broke the jars and plates. There followed a mess of jams and syrups in which the biscuits and waffles were entangled. They gazed aghast at the damage when Catherine arrived. They called her Mama, said the biographer with affability. With a single glance, she understood what had happened. Then, without raising a voice, but with a severe tone that made the children tremble and blush, she said, "Am surprised that your highnesses, who one day will command men, behaved like sneaky servants. I hope this serves as a lesson for you, and that in the future, concern for your dignity prevents you from reducing yourselves to such behavior." Since, when they behaved well, the princes found her filled with tenderness and care, they grew fond of her. Certainly, some will judge her ungraceful, perhaps a bit too much virago, but one must not demand from a wild apple tree that it bear peaches from an espalier. From all the above, we can now envision Catherine's moral character in its essential traits: a voluntary person free from the weaknesses usually associated with her sex, a sound intelligence in which common sense was allied to that supernatural gift of spiritual discernment. Yet she had a too acute sense of reality to be taken in by appearances. Beneath the politeness of courtly folk, she saw subtle calculations and bottomless wells of villainy. And soon we shall see that, being predestined to provide an example of asceticism. She would never have fulfilled what God expected from energy if she had allowed the world's contact to break the welt stimp of her soul doll. highly regarded by the sovereign, trusted by the prime minister, governor of the infants, she was envied and admired, filled with scorn which did not go without some pity. She assessed the glittering society, buzzing around her by its true value. Here, she would tell herself, under the veneer of sweetness, words hide the gall of hatred. Those who claim to be friends are nothing but traitors, plotting against one another. We grasp each other's hands and want to suck out each other's blood. An insult is received as a favor, with the hope of repaying it in kind. Anyone who does not conceal their thoughts must expect the worst iniquities. There is no fool on wobbly pedestals who can match these courtiers in the art of feigning feelings they do not possess, and their religion. A mask of hypocrisy on faces consumed by a leprosy of vices. And the king himself, with all the power vested in him, his elevation becomes a chain that makes him a slave to his flatterers. He feasts on smoke and wind, but deep down, he knows no one loves him. The horrible existence of all these wretched oneness, a few years fluttering in illusion, then the coffin and putrefaction. They are already rotting. And what souls will they bring to judge, Lord? However, the great divine Son, within his soul, constantly offered him new lights to detach himself from the world. More and more he opened his eyes, more and more he set his heart on fire, illuminated it, and turned it towards life in seclusion. Often he showed him, surrounded by a dazzling glory, Jesus in the desert. Even though she felt violently compelled to flee the court, Catherine experienced a sense of withdrawal as she contemplated taking refuge in a women's monastery. In an indescribable way, she realized that God wanted her elsewhere. But where? She couldn't tell. And from a purely human perspective, what barriers she would have to overcome to escape the labyrinth in which she was still groping. Securing the approval of Prince Rai Gomez was out of the question, as discussing it with the king filled her with dread. Consulting friends. She didn't know any who were sufficiently sincere to give her disinterested advice. Among her acquaintances, each would be afraid of displeasing their master by encouraging her departure. Thus, in her own words, the light shining within her became a source of uncertainty and darkness. In this despair, one day, when she felt even more sad than usual, she prostrated herself before God in a torrent of tears and prayer, and pleaded with him so vehemently for guidance that divine charity was moved. Our Lord answered her through the lips of a crucifix she carried with her. Go, I will help you. Leave the court. Seek refuge in a cave where you will freely engage in prayer and penance. These clear words first filled her soul with comfort, but the who demon hates all heroism then intervened, using his imagination as a magnifying glass to enlarge obstacles and push her towards despair according to his usual tactic. Under his influence, she wavered. To live as an hermit, she thought to herself, I never will have the strength for that. And anyway, being a woman, I am exposed to all sorts of dangers if I withdraw into a secluded countryside. Then where would I hear Mass? To whom should I confess? Taking such an extraordinary step without consulting would be imprudent. But if I do consult, they will refuse to allow me to reside alone in the desert. If I don't consult, they might justifiably accuse me of recklessness. After much deliberation, she finally decided to tell everything to her regular confessor. He was a secular priest, routine-bound, incapable of guiding generous souls, and any high-minded aspiration offended his common sense. He declared there was a diabolical illusion at play. Other priests to whom Catherine submitted her project came to the same conclusion. None admitted that she preferred solitude over the brilliant position she held. Blamed thus, Catherine almost gave up on her project. At that time, the biographer wrote, the secular clergy had become so timid, they had completely forgotten the great graces with which God had blessed the saints and saintly individuals who led an eremitic life, that such a design seemed madness to the confessor. Neither Catherine's purity of heart, nor her high virtues, nor the rectitude of her intentions, nor the miracles God had performed in her favor, nor even the response she had received from the mouth of Jesus Christ made any impression on him. But she found no peace. Her soul remained troubled as God's calls became increasingly pressing. She then had the inspiration to consult Father Francis de Tours of the Order of Minor Friars, renowned for his fervor and wisdom. Then Catherine no longer hesitated. When she had made a decision, she was not the kind of woman to hesitate in its execution. She first decided to cut her hair and wear men's clothing. They do not come from my flesh, which has everything to lose in this venture, nor from the world, from which these impulses drive me to flee frivolity. Assured of divine will through prolonged conversations with Catherine, he approved her design, leaving it to her discretion and the circumstances that time would bring to find a way to execute it. At the same time, she had the good fortune to meet Saint Peter of Alcantara, who, penetrating into the immensities of the Lord's light, scorned the flickering clarities of fragile human reason. Not only did the saint share vision, but he also encouraged her to carry out her project without delay and promised to help through his prayers. Saint Eugenia and Saint Euphrosyne did so. She told herself, if through this disguise they were able to live safely among men, why shouldn't I be guaranteed the same protection in the mountains? And when doubts would arise in her mind about the kind of life God was calling her to, she would add, these strong, continuous, pressing inspirations I feel cannot come from the devil. They are too contrary to his interests. Catherine asked him to accompany her for some rest, as she was greatly fatigued by the care of her infants. My God, since it is you who speak to me, and since I am doing my best to obey you, take hold of my hand and lead me into seclusion where it shall please you that I serve you. She was granted her wish, and thus Don Ruy Gomez had just purchased a town called Estreaira and was required to go there to oversee its administration. The minister, who greatly enjoyed her company, did not hesitate to agree, especially as he knew her to be of a judicious mind and expected her to offer practical advice on the organization of his new domain. During this stay in Estreaira, Don Ruy was visited by Father Pina, a priest of great virtue, who, after making the pilgrimage to Rome, led a secluded life in the mountains above the village. He was considered very enlightened in matters of extraordinary ways. Catherine knew him slightly, having once given him alms in Valladolid. His arrival at this moment convinced her that God had sent him to help her achieve her desires. She immediately asked for a private meeting. As soon as he was with her, she felt entirely confident in him. She told him her life story and described her prayer. Then she exposed her plan to him, forgetting neither to mention that Father Francis Torres and Saint Peter of Alcantara approved it. She concluded, "The difficulties remaining for me to overcome are not insurmountable. All I need is the support of a man of God who will consent to accompany in finding a secluded place, because I do not know the country. And an inner voice tells me that you must be my guide in this enterprise. To do so, I need a robe like yours and a hood similar to those worn by monks. My thin, brown, and rather unattractive face will help me conceal my gender. I have a strong voice, a masculine gait, clear ideas, and energy. All of these are not feminine, and they will certainly contribute to my disguise. Besides, God himself, who is urging me so strongly, will smooth our way. 3, most often, here as elsewhere, I reproduce Catherine's own expressions in the account she later gave of her vocation. What sets her apart is her unfavorable opinion of women. This will have been noticed, and we shall have further occasion to observe it. Father Pia, though experienced in the effects of grace upon souls of good will, was amazed at this courage coupled with so much confidence in God. However, to give no hasty decision, he made some objections which Catherine refuted without difficulty. Then, more than half convinced, he asked for 3 days to reflect and pray. Barely having elapsed, he returned and told Catherine that he was at her complete disposal. By his advice, an old chaplain of Ruy Gomez named Martin Alonso was initiated into the secret. This one, a native of Roda in the Diocese of Cuenca, indicated in his homeland certain places that would suit an anchorite, and joyfully promised his help to ensure Catherine's escape. On the evening of the day set for her departure, Catherine wrote a long letter to Prince Ruy Gomez. It was decided that the 2 priests, after accompanying her, would leave her disguised as a man in solitude and return home, keeping perfect silence about the expedition. Later, Martin Alonso would visit her from time to time and bring her some provisions. The letter was placed in a spot where it was easily visible. She explained the reasons that compelled her to leave the court. She made every effort to make him understand that it was not caprice dictating her resolve, but that she was obeying the call of God. She finished by imploring him, in the name of their friendship and the services she had rendered him, not to search for her, warning him that even if her hiding place was discovered, she would never agree to return and would hide elsewhere. Then, as night fell and everyone in the palace slept, she prepared to join her 2 confidants who were huddled together under a porch in a nearby street when an obstacle arose that the fugitive had not foreseen. The house doors were locked tight, and she didn't have the keys. She decided to try one of the windows on the ground floor, but lo and behold, iron bars garnished them. As she stood perplexed, she suddenly saw the crucifix she wore hanging before her eyes, and heard it say, "Follow me." And at the same time, without realizing how the miracle was happening, she found herself outside, overwhelmed with admiration and gratitude. She ran towards her 2 companions who had been waiting for her divided between fear and hope. As good-natured men who were inexperienced in abductions, they had spent 2 hours trembling at every sound. The crunch of a passerby's shoes, the meows of a cat on its escapade, the rustling of a falling leaf, all set their nerves on edge. In the dawn's light, they cut her hair and helped her dress like an hermit. They only breathed easily when they saw Catherine emerging from the shadows. As soon as she caught her breath, she told them about the wonder that had just befallen her. They exclaimed in joy, saying that it must surely be a new sign that God approved of her escape. From there, they went to Cuenca and asked the bishop to authorize the hermitist to settle in his diocese. The prelate, who took Catherine for a bald man, quite unprepossessing in appearance, gave his consent without difficulty. Thus properly settled, the travellers resumed their way to La Rhoda. Then, sharing the meagre baggage of Catherine, they hastened on their way to solitude. Although they escaped, one murmured this prayer: Lord, since my retreat is the work of your right hand, since you have exempted me from the weaknesses of woman, keep me a virile soul so that I may remain entirely yours forever. After a few hours' walk, they reached the chapel of Our Lady of Altamira, served by a priest whom Catherine, having confessed herself, received communion. They were beginning to climb the slope of a mountain when Catherine suddenly stopped and said, "This is where God orders me to establish my dwelling. Let's not go any further." Martin Alonso's put up some resistance, arguing that they hadn't reached the location he had in mind. But Catherine refused to continue, and Father Pia supported her. She must follow her inspiration, he affirmed. Alonso agreed and ended his objections. They searched for a cave where the solitary woman could take shelter from the weather. Yet she declared that this burrow suited her in every way. The priests then wove a mat from flexible alder branches and placed it against the opening to obscure it from passers-by. Then, having prepared this kind of tomb in such a way, they took their leave from Catherine, blessing her and leaving her 3 loaves. 3 loaves, exclaimed Father François, is all the provision for one who had known the fare at the king's table. However, they only found a hollow nestled deep within a thicket of prickly pears, holly, and green oaks, which more suitable for a fox's den than a hermit's dwelling. The entrance was very low, and the interior so narrow in height and width that there was barely enough room for a person. Even one as small as Catherine, well, she found more satisfaction in eating them with wild fruits than in the refined dishes of old. The den was located on the territory of Valle de Rey, 2 leagues from Rhoda, a short distance from the Juga River, and a half league from the monastery of Fuensanta, built a few years earlier by the Trinitarian monks. In this solitude for the location of these various places and Catherine Den can be found on the map included in the book of Foundations, volume of St. Thurx's Complete Works, edited by the Carmelites of Paris, 1909. It was in the year 1562 that Catherine thus settled in the desert. Once alone at the midpoint of this deserted mountain, Catherine felt entirely filled with joy. Her soul was bathed in the warm inner light that made her feel God's presence. Farewell, men all the more hardened to harm me as you live closer together. it seemed to her that nature was transfigured around her, and because our Lord allowed her to suffer in his example for the redemption of sins that deform poor humanity, her gratitude erupted into a vehement hymn whose verses are approximately as follows. O world, I give you a divorce document. You will teach me to seek divine love as you seek the sea, your source and center. You trees that bendly tremble, the fresh embrace of breezes, you will teach me to bow to the breath of the Holy Spirit. Harmonious, it is Acornius birds, it is according to your rhythms, I will sing our Creator. River, you will be my friend and teacher. I will lose myself in God as you lose yourselves in the ocean to die and find a new life. The earth, always trodden underfoot, nonetheless continues to bestow its gifts upon us, as I will return good for the evil they have done me. You, sun, just as you shed your light upon all mortals without distinction, you will see me pray for the good and the wicked. Farewell, selfishness, greed, envy, and lust, whose stench choked me while I withered among you. With the help of the Virgin, angels, and saints, I will perform such penance that God may accept it in compensation for your wanderings, and if Jesus grants me the crown of thorns, the whips of his flagellation, the redeeming nails, I will cease to offer them to him for the salvation of the flock of souls who rush towards the fire of hell like sheep to their watering place. This passionate outburst shows that it was not a rancorous misanthropy that drove Catherine to the desert, but rather the most ardent charity. She fled men to love them better, applying this great law of compensation, which, as the inspired mystics teach, governs all things in this world. She suffered for those who rebel against suffering. Lord, make me obedient to thy unchanging laws, that I may serve thee with as much innocence as these creatures of feigned kindness, the glorious sun, the sparkling river, the birds diaphanous like a rainbow, the trees full of transparent shadows and moving gold. Jesus, I am thine, I am with thee, I am in thee as thou art in me, with me. In me! The spirit that fueled her penance is evident from the fact that, according to her own testimony, her prayer usually focused on the 40-day retreat that our Lord made in the desert and his abandonment in the Garden of Olives. I saw him so alone, she later said, so afflicted under the veil of blood that covered his face, that I clung to his feet, wept, and asked him to make me suffer as he had suffered, so that atone for the cowardly sleep of the disciples. Pitiful madness in the eyes of practical people. A heroics without equal, and which leads to holiness in the sight of the Redeemer. And as for the holy quarantine, I was glad to be hungry because he was hungry, and I threw stones at Satan who dared to torment my beloved master. It is clear that she possessed a precise understanding of ascetic life. For the ascetic, time is but a fiction. The passion of Jesus Christ endures forever, and human wickedness never ceases to renew its tortures. To identify with him to the point of constantly sharing in his sacrifice, such is the desire that created the Carmelites and the Trappists. The installation of the solitary in her den did not demand much care from her, and it is for having acquired, through their courage, the complete science of self-denial that the saints are like white flames in the black night of life, as Pierre van der Meer de Walcheren, so rightly says 5. 5, see his beautiful book journaled unconverti, page 106. Her furniture consisted of nothing but the crucifix she carried with her and a bag containing some books of devotion, disciplines, spare, silices, and an iron belt studded with spikes inside, which she sometimes bound around her waist. When she wanted to sleep, she lay down uncovered directly on the rough floor and used a large rock brought from outside as a pillow. Her sleep never lasted more than 3 or 4 hours. From the entrance of her cottage at the top of the mountain, she planted 14 crudely carved box crosses that served as her stations on the way to Calvary. The question of meals was settled in the simplest way. One day, when her director, seeing her exhausted, wanted to force her to eat a sardine, she became so ill that they refrained from trying again. Since she had forbidden herself from lighting a fire, she never cooked anything. She had become so accustomed to this basic diet that later she struggled to tolerate another. Her stomach only easily digested black bread mixed with a lot of salt. After consuming the 3 loaves left by her companions, she ate the plants she found around her dwelling. Depending on the season, she ate blackberries, alder trees, wild sorrel, and young fern shoots. Sometimes she would also get down on all fours and graze on the grass. On holidays and Sundays, she would go to Mass and receive the sacraments at the Santa Fune, and often walked the half league that separated the hill from the monastery on her knees. She chose a monk from the convent as her confessor, to whom she did not reveal her identity. When speaking to him, even though her voice was naturally strong, she would exaggerate it further to better disguise her gender. At church, she would retreat to a dark corner so as not to be noticed. On leaving, some wanted to question her, but she did not respond. As she returned to her solitude, others tried to follow her in order to discover where she retired. However, her devotion was so profound that even if she didn't interact with anyone, she eventually drew attention. The peasants and all those who attended the services observed the hermit, said Father Francois, and since they had never seen or even heard of anyone like her, she piqued their curiosity. Yet if Catherine avoided men, she still did not lack companionship. The animals that inhabited the thickets around her retreat grew accustomed to visiting her. Their instinct told them she would never harm or shed their blood. Then she would start running, make 1,000 detours, and take a path so opposite that they were soon forced to give up their attempt. But it was not without great suffering that she evaded them in this way, because walking barefoot, she would bleed from the thorns and other spiky plants she would traverse. She also welcomed the snakes that, during cold times, slithered into her den and wrapped themselves around her to warm up. The singing sparrows perched on neighboring branches and gave her concerts. Her virtue of innocence drew them like a mysterious magnet. Soon, wild rabbits and partridges came in droves to amuse her. They formed circles or tumbled playfully, with many comical attitudes. She watched them smiling, only intervening gently to reprimand them. When they quarreled, they obeyed her perfectly. An exquisite fragrancio, which more later emerged from her, causing bees to take her for a large flower, alighting on her face but abstaining from stinging her. She also had a familiar fox that visited her at set times, adhering to the rules she imposed upon him of inflicting no harm upon harmless creatures in her vicinity. All these beings became symbols of life in God and provided themes for perpetual prayer in which her soul remained absorbed. As with trees, bushes, the sparkling river, and the entire landscape each took on an allegorical value corresponding to her inner states and a mystical sense. She lived a grand poem glorifying God, an essential hymn of which she felt herself one of the stanzas. However, it was especially during the beautiful summer nights that her soul expanded beyond human limits and reached ecstasy. Often, as soon as the fiery red of twilight had fully faded, the solitary would climb to sit atop the hill, there breathing in the sense rising from the earth, scorched by a whole day of scorching sun, and the resinous aroma of the pines. She listened to the whispering sounds of the sleeping foliage, the dull crackling of the burnt heather, and these scattered murmurs made her more aware of the infinite silence of the night spaces. Then she would raise her eyes to the zenith and shiver with admiration at the consideration of the countless twinkling stars. Little by little, they appeared to her like jewels inlaid at the doors, dark sapphires in the palaces of the Most High. Then the stars drew closer to her, tracing fiery trails, their glows of purple and azure mixed, forming whirlpools of nacre, molten silver, and vermeil gold. They became angels with great wings beneath the diamond arches of the Milky Way. Her vision then transformed, becoming intellectual rather than imaginative. She conceived in a flash of lightning the sublime order that governed the motion of all these spheres, tracing their gravity around the radiant Holy Trinity. Then her soul ascended even higher and lost itself in the abyss of uncreated light. Here is the French text translated into English. This is what the biographer writes. She did share with certain people for whom she had nothing to hide. Words failed to express what she felt at this peak of her ecstasy. At other times, night would pass for Catherine in colloquy with God and the saints. Sadly, we have few details of these conversations, which she kept secret out of humility. He attests to having heard her tell that she had often been visited by our Lord, his very Holy Mother, and other saints, particularly the prophet Elijah. Among these rare confidants was Father Barthélemy of the Holy Sacrament, a fervent religious whom Mother Catherine revered as a great servant of God and loved like a brother. The presence of God manifestly present in all her being. It was through him, in him, and by him that her will, understanding, and imagination fulfilled their functions. But so that she would not fall into pride, the Lord allowed Satan to inflict upon her physical trials. Often at night, when she got a little sleep or stood in prayer, he filled the hall with shrill whistles and blasphemies that seemed shouted by drunk men's voices. Other times he grunted like a herd of pigs or brayed for hours like a mad ass. The evil spirit harbored a formidable hatred for this penitent, who, through the virtue of her prayer, formed a shield between his attacks and the souls entrusted to her. When he saw that all his malice could not induce her to evil, he resolved to defeat her by terror. However, when questioned, he could no longer recall the details of all these different visions. which led him to be able to describe them only in general terms. Fixi, Catherine's soul was so purified from all earthly stains that her body, having been reduced to such a state of servitude, no longer had any hold over her. The solitary had indeed attained that supreme degree of unity known as spiritual marriage, that is to say, being totally permeated by the rays of the inner sun. She remained impervious to the dark clouds laden with sins that the demon hurled against her. One night, as she returned to her lair after a long contemplation at the top of the mountain, he stood before her in the form of a giant spectre that fixed her with a gaze full of sulphurous lights. Despite this unusual size, Catherine thought she was dealing with a true frog, because animals of this species were abundant on the hill. She took the broom she used to sweep her home and threw the amphibian outside. Catherine, without stirring, presented her crucifix and uttered the name of Jesus in a calm voice. Instantly, the ghost dissipated into the shadows, like mist driven away by the wind. On another occasion, Satan appeared to her in the guise of a monstrous frog, but as it flipped over itself, it hit her with such force that she rolled down the slope with it and tore her body among the sharp rocks and thorns. Without uttering a complaint, she rose and traced the sign of the cross in the air. Immediately, the frog burst like a bomb and disappeared, spreading an unpleasant odor. Sometimes, too, the demon surrounded her with fierce beasts whose multitude seemed to fill the land till the horizon. There were tigers, lions, hyenas roaring and chattering their teeth and extending their claws as if to tear her apart. But Catherine, sensing that it was the hellish militia attacking her in such a manner, she presented them with the crucifix and said, "Cowardly servants, do you think your number terrifies me? Dare you attack him who has already defeated you? Through him alone I will remain the same today as yesterday, and if he deigns to preserve his grace, I shall be so tomorrow, under his protection. Oh, absurd beasts, I scorn you." The contempt shown for her prestige being the defense that the prince of pride fears most, Satan and his minions hastened to disappear. Having thus failed in his attempt to intimidate the solitary with fear, the demon resorted to harsh treatment. But God did not delay in giving me new strength to brave hell. She still bore, however, for a long time the marks of his fury, where her heroism had confronted the curse. Some nights he beat her mercilessly from dusk until dawn. These assaults, Catherine later recounted, happened mostly before my retreat was discovered. At that time, the devil was beating me so fiercely that I was bruised and sometimes lay in bed all day long, thinking I would die. Apollonie de Tobar and her sisters, pious women from the area, testified that when they tended to Catherine, they discovered purple tumours on her shoulders about the size of an orange and painful to the touch. They asked her what caused them. The recluse replied with a laugh, "It's nothing. It's the demon who pinched me so I'd leave here." But he was caught well, because I offered these bruises to my Jesus in memory of the wound that the cross had left on his shoulder during his ascent up Calvary. In return, he gave me the strength to confront the stench without budging an inch. And she added, nodding, if it had been only me, I would have been quickly overcome. But there was my beloved master. I took refuge in him and feared nothing. Commenting on these words, Saint Teresa writes in the Book of Foundations, in the account of her struggles, Catherine displayed an admirable simplicity and humility. Realizing she could do nothing by herself, she stayed far from any vainglory. She only sought to manifest the graces she had received from God in order to praise and bless his holy name. It was 3 years and a few months since Catherine had lived in solitude when her retreat was discovered and her true identity revealed to the locals. A shepherd named Benitez, a very simple man of naive piety, was one day strolling on the hill. Suddenly, at a bend in the path, he found himself face to face with Catherine, gathering acorns under the oaks. God, having made her a masterpiece of asceticism, wished now that she be offered to those of her contemporaries who aspired to the perfection of religious life as a model. It would be beneficial for them to imitate. Here is the incident that brought her back into contact with society. The encounter was so sudden that, at first, the solitary, disconcerted woman did not think to flee. As soon as she regained her composure, she made a movement to step aside. But Benitez, laying his hand on her arm, spoke to her thus, "Brother hermit, I recognize you well. In my village and throughout the mountain, there is great desire know you better too, because seeing you at Church Santa, so collected and so hidden under your cowl, we have taken a liking to you. But you never let yourself be reached. Now that I have you, let me tell you that we would all be happy to be of service to you. Tell me where you live, because I want to share with you what is given to me for food." Catherine felt disturbed and grieved by this encounter, and certainly, if I speak to my master, as he is very devoted and has a great desire to help you, he will agree that I should assist you. To start with, leave these acorns to the animals. Here is a piece of bread. Tomorrow I will bring you more. Having said this, she fled in a direction opposite to her den. When she was out of sight, she began to eat the bread she had a great need, for as she had been fasting for several days. Considering Benitez's good intentions, she made an effort and replied gently that she accepted the bread, but having decided not to have any dealings with the world, she refused to tell him where her retreat was or a place where he could approach her again. It was not without effort that she managed to chew it, having sustained herself on herbs and fruit for so long. Her gums were soft and delicate, and the hard, rough crust made her mouth bleed. Relating this struggle, she was gladded to impose this penance on my body, while giving it its rest. She then reflected. She suspected that Benitez would not fail to search the hill for her. This possibility led her to lock herself away for a while in the den, hoping he would not discover its location. Immediately, she took cover inside, and bringing the wattle against the opening, she secured it on both sides with bundles of woven reed that had been prepared earlier in anticipation of such an eventuality. However, Benitez judged that Catherine's retirement could not be very far from the glade where the meeting had taken place. Having marked the spot, he returned there the next day, and, taking it as a starting point, began to beat the bushes all around. This search led him to a slope where he discovered that the trampled grass drew a narrow trail leading to a mound. He followed it and arrived at the clay pit. Sure of not being mistaken, he shook this fragile fence. As the improvised locks offered a little resistance, being a peaceful man, he did not want to use force to reach the solitary. But raising his voice, he begged her to open it. Catherine at first refused, but the shepherd insisted and declared that he would not move until he had seen her. Weary of war, she finally gave in. When Benitez discovered her crouched in the darkness of this cave, he witnessed great joy, saying that his master and the villagers would be most pleased to learn that he had finally found the refuge of the hermit that all revered. But Catherine, desolate, I beg you, in grace, she cried, "Keep this secret. I cannot Benitez. I have promised my master to inform him if I manage to reach her." To avoid more pressing requests, he slipped away, promising Catherine he would return with bread. Once alone, the solitary one burst into tears. Her heart broke at the thought of having to break off her communion with God, and above all, she feared the praise that her way of life would bring her. She prostrated herself, forehead on the pebbles, and begged Jesus to spare her this bitterness. But immediately our Lord replied, "Take courage. The time has come when I want people to know what I have done with you, and thus for my glory you will bring good to many souls." As soon as she received this light, she felt strengthened, and she waited calmly and resignedly for the good master to indicate the new mode of existence he dedicated her to. The patron of Benitez did not keep silent. Through him, the news spread quickly throughout the surrounding area that the hermit's retreat had finally been discovered. There was no longer talk of anything else in all the villages. Even some who had watched her publicly declared that Catherine might well be a woman disguised as a man. A few priests from the neighboring parishes were alarmed by these words. They feared they might be dealing with an adventurer who, under the pretext of a hermit's life, was perhaps involved in unedifying things. The poor Catherine, despite citing the examples of Eugenia and Saint Euphrosyne, would likely have failed to convince them. Don Juan had promised and kept it. He only needed reassurance about the fate of his governess. To put an end to the scandal, they went to the convent one morning when the solitary was at Mass, and they discovered papers that dispelled their doubts about her gender. These were letters from Don Juan of Austria, brought by Martin Alonso, who had kept his promise to visit Catherine twice or thrice. With her approval, he had confided to the prince the reasons for his flight, his disguise and his penance requesting absolute secrecy. However, as he felt great affection for her and remembered the care she had given him so vividly, without asking where she had retired, he wrote these very tender letters to her, calling her mother. The priests, having read them, were amazed. On one hand, they realized they were dealing with a good woman, not a harlot. On the other hand, interpreting the text literally, they thought Catherine was indeed Don Juan's mother and wondered how to behave towards someone they believed to be of royal blood. Perplexed, they went to seek advice from the religious at Fuensanta. Catherine's confessor declared that whether man or woman, noble or commoner, she was a marvel of holiness, and advised leaving her alone, adding that her presence was a blessing for the country. Everyone agreed with his opinion. Their conversation focused solely on the penitent's prayer. While talking, the monk casually flipped through Catherine's Howard's book, which was lying on the floor next to him. However, Father Vega, a dignitary of the convent, resolved to continue the inquiry. To this end, he went to the cottage, where Catherine welcomed him with deference. She appeared very humble. Buitenbenonst to her there was something so commanding about her that the Trinitarian dared not question her. Not wanting to distress the recluse by immediately informing her that her disguise had been uncovered, he said nothing. But upon returning to the monastery, he told his discovery to anyone who would listen. At one point, he glanced at it and read these words written in ink on the cover. The Princess of Eboli presented these ores to Dona Catherine de Cardon. Moreover, Father Vega had preached several times in Madrid during the time of Catherine's escape. He was aware of her position at court and the mystery surrounding her disappearance. Catherine would know no more solitude for several years. She will be the beacon on the mountain towards which crowds of eager people will orient themselves. Then, agreeing with the confessor, he concluded that it was best to leave it at rest and even allow her to keep her male habit. This suits, he said, the brave spirit she showed in withdrawing into this desert. But the spark was ignited. Xai, the fame that Catherine's extraordinary penance brought her, did not remain limited to the diocese of Cuenca, but extended to a great part of Spain, so that true pilgrimages were organized with the intention of obtaining miracles through her intercession. Among these visitors, there were none who had not come out of curiosity rather than devotion. It also became a habit to have her ascend to a high place where she could overlook the crowd and offer her blessing. As we will see later, this unusual gesture brought great troubles to Catherine. There were days, wrote when the biographer, were covered with men and women, pack animals, and carts. Eyewitnesses claim that he was in need at the time, as very robust men stood around her to protect her from the press and prevent her from being suffocated. She treated the sick, who were quickly brought to her on the hill. It is said that she achieved many healings, but the love of God, of which this frail body was the center, radiated around the solitary in such an intense way that upon approaching her, they felt transformed, shed tears, and began to pray for forgiveness for their past life's faults. Moreover, it was not only that Catherine delivered long speeches to them. She simply made the sign of the cross and told everyone, "May Jesus Christ give you faith." After that, she sent them to confess and receive communion at the Holy Fountain. And they returned to their homes converted. According to Father Francis, these facts have not been legally verified, but they are no less certain, having been attested under oath by credible people. The villagers of the surrounding area certainly redoubled their zeal to show their reverence for the one they simply called the good woman. If she had allowed them, they would have showered her with various foods. Her confessor having ordered her to give up herbs and wild fruit, she obeyed but only accepted bread. She insisted it be black and stale. On great feast days and Sundays, she soaked it in a little olive oil, buena muja. She was also called La Madre Cardona, Mother Cardan. but Catherine herself always took the name of Muja Pecadora, the sinning woman, and this is how she signed her letters. See Liverdes Foundations, page 115, note 2. At the Sanctum, an Axantine caused her to change her residence. One evening, while in her burrow, she realized that the walls, soaked by long rains, were collapsing and crumbling around her. She fled in a hurry to avoid being buried under the debris. However much diligence she exerted, she could not completely escape danger. Struck by the mass of wet earth, she was knocked over and remained trapped up to her waist in the mud. She made efforts to free herself, but was unable to succeed because her strength was exhausted. They put in a stronger door, then a screen, and laid down a plank for her bed. She spent the entire night in that position, offering to God the sacrifice of her life, and had no other desire than for her holy will to be accomplished on her in the manner he pleased. In the morning, some shepherds passing by lifted her from this mire, and having afterward dug into the earth, they found the silices and disciplines which she used. To make amends for the accident, the villagers dug a more spacious and better protected cave for her, sheltered from winds and storm. Or perhaps it is simply a woman with an unbalanced mind and full of pride, seeking to win praise by appearing to lead an extraordinary life. This religious came to her filled with distrust. It is probably, he thought, Bohemia, who, through tricks and juggling, has deceived the good faith of the people of this country. In this dwelling, wrote Father Francois, who loved pompous images, she was less to be pitied than Queen Semiramis in her magnificent palaces. Doxiv Catherine had only recently taken up residence in the cave due to the pious industry of the peasants when she received a visit from Father Augustine, who had diverged from his route to inquire into what this solitary of whom everyone spoke might truly be. Whatever the case, I will uncover her. As soon as he was alone with Catherine, he declared to her, in a harsh tone, that she did not impress him, that he considered her presumptuous, obsessed with vain glory, and that she would be better off retiring to a village where she wouldn't cause any more talk. Catherine replied with such sweetness and showed such humility that Augustine's prejudices immediately weakened. He then began to question her about her prayer. Catherine concluded her discourse with these words, "It seems to me, Father, that our Lord desired this retirement. I did nothing to attract the influx of pilgrims toward me. Far from rejoicing in it, I suffer greatly and would be happy to avoid it." She described to him in such precise detail the various stages, and in doing so revealed such love for God that soon the monk, filled with admiration, was convinced he was in the presence of an exceptional soul whose mode of existence corresponded to graces of a completely superior order. If I endure it, as I have just confided to you, it is because my beloved master imposed it upon me. At least I believe so. However, this conversation left marks in Catherine's mind, even more so as it coincided with certain ideas that God had been persistently sending her for some time. It was I who was wrong. I withdraw everything I said that might have been hurtful, and I commend myself to your prayers. Then he blessed her and withdrew, and he proclaimed everywhere the virtues of the penitent. If, enlightened more than me, you judge otherwise, I am ready to disappear, for I would rather die than risk the salvation of my soul through vanity." "No, no," replied the Augustine. God has visibly guided you into this solitude. I now understand that it would be reckless to hinder his plans. Stay here, as the neighborhood of Fountain Santa provides you with ease in receiving the sacraments. She thought to herself, "Now feel that if I continue living in isolation, I will cease to deserve divine favor. Someone is telling me interiorly that I must become a religious, that I must take the path of obedience from now on and submit my will to others. If it is Jesus speaking to me, I am ready to enter a monastery. But then why does he inspire such a sense of distance from women's communities? Every time my thoughts turn in this direction, I find myself, against my will, attributing 1,000 weaknesses inherent to my sex, irregular periods or excessive moderation, and the female society, which never pleased me much, appears even more incompatible with what God expects of me. I would willingly enter a community of men, but it is no longer possible since I have lost the benefit of an anonymity." In this uncertainty, a middle ground occurred to her that could reconcile everything. Remaining in her cave and founding alongside a monastery of religious women, she would take her vows in their hands, recognize them as her superiors, and place herself under their direction. Thus, without abandoning the eremitic life, she would follow a rule and combine the merit of obedience with a guarantee against the illusions of personal sense. With the decisive spirit that characterized her, she immediately took up the realization of her project. She first proposed it to Franciscan fathers who had come to see her. They approved strongly and spoke of it to their superiors. After much reflection, her thoughts did not settle on any known order. But when it came to execution, all sorts of difficulties arose, and the matter dragged on. Catherine then understood that God reserved for others, not the sons of Saint Francis, the accomplishment of the work she was contemplating. But to whom? Believing that he wanted her to wear it immediately, she reached out to take it, but at the same moment her strength left her. Overwhelmed by superhuman joy at the presence of Jesus, she fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Not knowing how to resolve it, one day, when she felt even more pressed to follow divine will, she prostrated herself and exclaimed, "Lord, I beseech you, show me what is most pleasing to your good pleasure." At once she had a vision. Our Lord appeared to her all resplendent with light and beauty, and presented to her the habit of the barefoot calms. When she came to herself again, the vision was gone. Catherine nevertheless retained a very clear memory of the garment that had been shown to her. But of what congregation was it? She did not know, because at the time she left the court, since the reform of Karma had not yet begun. The Carmelites of the moderate order dressed in much less austere fashion. In her doubt, she redoubled her prayers and supplications. "His Divine Majesty," said Father Francis, guided her as follows. She felt an extreme joy. This happiness did not last. Our Lord, to protect her from self-love when he sent her back into the world to attend to the foundation for which he had inspired the thought, took away the sense of his presence. The inner sun darkened. Prayer appeared to her as a sandy expanse where the living waters of grace would disappear. all acts of piety became painful, almost tedious. By his order, our Holy Father Elijah appeared to her clad in a habit similar to that which she had discerned in the hands of our Lord. The prophet's vision, which she recognized as having experienced in previous visions, was clearer, a manifestation of divine will, and confirmed her assurance that there were religious persons wearing this habit within the church. She felt her soul terribly empty and sank into that dark night which constitutes the harshest trial of the unitive life. At the same time, nature, no longer transfigured by the supernatural light she had grown accustomed to, seemed dull and desolate. And it was then that pious village women came to tend to her and discovered on her shoulders the marks of the diabolic assaults mentioned earlier. She spent days repeating, "My God, why have you abandoned me?" In this state of despair, she came to believe that all the favors Jesus had once bestowed upon her were illusions, that the demon had made her his plaything and taken pleasure in leading her astray by showing her false visions of a task she could never accomplish. Roaming thus in absolute darkness, she lost the will to live. She touched the borders of despair. Her emaciated body, no longer supported by her weakened soul, in turn bent under the weight. She fell seriously ill. The news spread throughout the region, but neither care nor remedies could do anything against the evil from which Catherine suffered, nor even the encouragements of her confessor, whose words seemed to her a buzzing devoid of meaning. When he saw her at the point of degradation that he wanted, the good master ended the trial. One day at dawn, Catherine felt so weak that she thought the agony would begin. Such was the operation that our Lord performed on the solitary to permanently embed in her mind the conviction that she was nothing but impotence and misery by herself. Thus she acquired this total humility that amazed everyone when she found herself among the lakes. She joined her hands, made an act of abandonment, and whispered these words, "Lord, I am going to die without knowing if it is you who inspired me with the desire to glorify you as a religious subject to obedience." She barely finished the sentence when our Lord appeared to her, accompanied by 2 barefoot Carmelites. He smiled at Catherine. Immediately the darkness dissipated, the life-giving star ignited within her soul. Health returned suddenly. But being sure that she was on God's path, she had a foreboding that he would not delay in assisting her. They had bare feet. Everything about them breathed reverence and union with God. I am unable to guess what it means. She stood up, all happy. She gave thanks and felt a new strength to carry out her project of building a monastery for men near her cave. However, she still didn't know where to turn to find the monks she had seen in her visions. It was a source of great consolation for her to think that she would be part of it, since Villoria's vision corresponded so perfectly with her own. But I have seen, and it is the truth that I say, these words, wrote the biographer, convinced Catherine that it must be a unknown order that God was preparing with special care to institute in the world, if it did not already exist. And indeed, a few days later, she received a visit from one of her recent friends, Jean de Villoria, a man of very high prayer who did not know what she had decided to accomplish. Without further preamble, he told her, Mother Kadan, I have often seen, whether it be with the eyes of the body or of the soul, I do not know a procession of religious climbing this mountain, holding candles in their hands and dressed in a thick brown habit with white cloaks, both short and austere. From that moment on, she began to inquire of everyone who came to see her if they knew of a place where religious figures dressed in red tunics with white mantles could be found. Everyone replied that they did not know. XV here is a brief account of the origin of the Pastrana monastery. He told her, Good woman, my Mother Kadan, I have just seen at Pastrana religious figures just like those you described to me. Prince Rui Gomez is building them a convent outside the city on Mount St. Peter, and they are living in the meantime in caves similar to yours. Catherine was filled with joy, at the thought that it was her friend Rui Gomez who was making this foundation. She decided, without losing any time, to contact him. But she, certain of her quest, would say, Theosan, and you do not know it, or there will be, for this cave must belong to them. And they will establish a monastery here where God will be served very faithfully. A few days later, a peasant who frequented the fairs in the province and whom she had tasked with investigating arrived. A certain Father Ambrose Mariano, in collaboration with the city, gathered some companions who, like him, were captivated by solitude and prayer, and thus embarked on an eremitic life within the caverns of the aforementioned Mount St. Peter. After a few months, fearing that this small group of anchors, not belonging to any regular congregation, might be dissolved by church authorities, Mariano decided to travel to Rome to seek papal approval and a rule. To this, and he first went to Madrid to obtain a passport. There he met Saint Teresa, who, after several discussions, believing these well-intentioned men would make excellent Carmelite friars, proposed that they join the Reformation of the Carmelite order with her brothers. Mariano, influenced by the power of the Holy Spirit, abandoned his initial plan and enthusiastically agreed. Rui Gomez, informed about this, approved everything, as he was a great admirer of Teresa and had been her friend for a long time. The construction work for the convent buildings began without delay. They were almost completed when Catherine de Carden had her visions regarding the barefoot Carmelites. It is a delightful account, typical of everything written by Saint Teresa. The community functioned under the Carmelite rule and was led by Father Antoine de Jesus, one of the first to embrace the Reformation, whom Saint Teresa designated as Superior Seven. For more details on the community of Pastrana, see the Book of Foundations, Chapter XV. Mariano held an important place in the new life that Catherine was about to embrace. It is relevant to provide a glimpse into the circumstances that led to his vocation and a sketch of his character. Still young, he was entrusted with a mission in Poland by the Fathers of the Council of Trent. The Queen of this country distinguished him and kept him as an intake of her palace. Mariano performed his duties very well. Ambrose Mariano de Azaro was born in the kingdom of Naples from a very wealthy family belonging to the nobility. From his childhood, he showed a taste for sciences, studying jurisprudence and mathematics in several universities, and became an expert geometer and skilled engineer at a young age. However, there was an intellectual restlessness within him that prevented him from staying in the same place for long. He thus soon left Warsaw to join the order of St. John of Jerusalem. Provided with a commandery, he developed bellicose tastes. He followed Philip's generals to war against France and took a brilliant part in the Battle of St. Quentin. Following this campaign, he believed himself destined for a military career. But God had other plans. He was falsely accused, said Saint Teresa, of having been involved in a murder. He spent 2 years in prison without wanting to hire a lawyer or allow anyone to defend his cause, trusting in God's justice. 2 false witnesses claimed they had been commissioned by him to commit the crime. In the end, they confessed their deception. Father Mariano assured me that it had cost him a great deal of money to spare them from the punishment they deserved. But they met with a similar fate to that of the elders who accused Susanna. They were separately asked where Mariano was at that time. One replied he was sitting on a bed. The other said he was at a window. Furthermore, the very person who had plotted this scheme against him, having fallen into his hands in a situation where he could make an accusation against him, he had spared and forgiven. Then he went to Spain, where Philip charged him with a canal building project to make the Guadalquivir navigable. The enterprise failed. Disgusted by this failure, Mariano lost interest in the world. This generosity and other virtues as well, for he is a chaste man, enemy of all commerce with women, undoubtedly merited from our Lord the grace of seeing the nothingness of the world and seeking to escape it. Book of Foundations, pages 226 and 227. Mariano, having been freed, returned to Italy, where he remained for a time in idleness. He had just made the acquaintance of a Father Matthew, who governed a society of hermit monks in the desert of Tardan, near Seville. After completing the exercise of Saint Ignatius in Cordoba, he decided to join them. He thus resolvedly embarked on a path of penance and prayer. But in 1568, an order from Philippi called him to Aranjuez to correct as an engineer the course of the Tagus. Having completed this mission, he returned to the hermits and established them in Pastrana under the conditions mentioned above. Upon his return to Mount St. Peter, after a meeting with St. Therese, he took the habit of the barefoot Carmelite as a converse brother under the name Ambrose of St. Benedict. As for the forms of his piety, the Neapolitan man expressed them with the exuberance of people from his country. In character, he was impulsive, abrupt, overly imaginative, prone to despondency, followed by sudden bursts of energy that drove him headlong into obstacles and sometimes beyond his goal. His soldierly manners and excesses often caused quite a stir with Saint Therese. Moreover, great qualities compensated for the defects due to the heat of his blood, extreme kindness, complete frankness, a joyful taste for penance, and, above all, a love for God that manifested itself in an unlimited zeal for the service of religion. He probably resembled these Sicilian pilgrims I saw at Lourdes pressing themselves against the stone of the grotto, kissing it frantically, rubbing their hands and cheeks on it, perhaps even licking it. Then they broke into sobs, roared and gesticulated, possessed by contrition, to the homilies of their priests. At least this is what Saint Teresa alludes to in several passages of her writings. This does not prevent her from appreciating the merits of the excellent Mariano and forgiving him with a smile of maternal indulgence his original ways of glorifying our Lord. Or, in between their exercises, they leaped at the bishops walking across the esplanade and assailed them with wild cries to kiss their rings. Brother Ambrose no doubt did not display quite such agitation. However, I believe that in his external manifestations of faith, he did not observe much measure. And moreover, one can admit that God prefers Marianists who overflow with generous enthusiasm to cold and soft souls that drag themselves through the practices of a languishing devotion as slugs do in these fatal vegetable gardens where feeble and thin cabbage wilts. Zwei back to Catherine, she therefore wrote to Ruy Gomez a long letter where she indicated the location of her retreat, the kind of life she led and the plan she had formed. In conclusion, she asked him to send religious immediately to take possession of her cave. The prince, delighted to have found his dear friend, did not hesitate to serve her as she desired. He went to the monastery and had the monks gather in the chapter hall, where he read the message from the solitary to them. Then, finding them willing to carry out a plan so consistent with the interests of the Reformed Carmelite order, he added, I am obliged to go to court, but I rely on your reverences to send someone to Rhoda. He will bring us Dona Catherine, and when she comes here all will be well. The prior agreed and appointed Mariano as his delegate. Without losing a moment, Brother Ambrose, already filled with reverence for such an admirable penitent, set off on his journey. Not long after meeting Catherine, she exclaimed, There is the dress I saw. Mariano introduced himself as the envoy of Ruy Gomez and the religious from Pastrana. As he approached Rhoda, he heard praise of the good woman everywhere and noticed her popularity. He rejoiced in the impressions he gathered in this way, but he restrained himself from expressing his satisfaction, as had been advised to him to keep the purpose of his journey secret. Then she recounted to him in detail her entire existence and how the desire had come upon her to build a monastery of which she would be the superior near her cave. The recluse made him sit down, and as soon as they began conversing, they realized possibly from his accent that they were countrymen, which brought them considerable pleasure. The conversation continued in the Neapolitan dialect. Mariano asked her what the phrase she had uttered upon seeing him meant. She also revealed to him the visions that God had sent her, designating the barefoot Carmelites as founders, of whom she was previously unaware. Mariano admired how Providence had guided all things. He then described the reform work undertaken by Ster. Therese, and concluded these words, blurted, Certainly you are called to contribute to it. If it is God's will. Catherine responded, I will do it happily, but how can we first establish our foundation here? You must accompany me to Pastrana, Mariano insisted. It is the prince's desire, and I have received instructions from my superior to make the decision. But Catherine initially showed strong reluctance. I do not want to leave my dear solitude, she said, for I have made a firm resolution never to return to the world again. What would I do in Pastrana would be more of an embarrassment than a help to you, and you are better equipped than I am to complete the project, the project inspired me with. During this retreat, Mariano, whose patience was never very long, became animated. How can you declare that you intend to submit yourself to obedience? And in the first minute it needs to be done. You rebel. Prince Rai Gomez provided the money for Pastrana. Asking him again would be indiscreet. Besides, he is currently in a very tight spot. We Carmelites have no money. Through your connections at court, you will secure alms that will remedy our shortage. But to that end, one must see you, and even you will probably have to go to Madrid. This is a peculiar way of understanding your duty. Catherine, realizing her mistake through an abuse of the literal sense, acknowledged her fault and promised to submit. Mariano continued, this move is all the more necessary because only you can raise the funds to build the monastery. From La Roda to Pastrana, they covered about 20 leagues in 3 stages. From the first, Mariano sent a messenger to his prior to warn him of the day they would arrive at the monastery. The solitary left her hill while tears streamed down her face. She had lived there for 8 years or more, 3 years, and a few months, completely unknown 5 years, since Benitez had discovered her retreat. But at last she made her sacrifice and followed Mariano without further objection. Very well, answered Catherine with a sigh. He will do whatever they tell me, and leave for a time my beloved desert. With things thus agreed upon, both waited for nightfall, as they feared. If they took the path to Pastrana by day, they might stir up trouble among the peasants who would not look kindly upon the departure of the good woman, whom they considered their protector in God's sight. They were received by Rai Gomez, who had returned from Madrid, along with his wife, children, and the entire community coming to greet them. It was, wrote Father Francois on May 3rd, the feast of the invention of the Holy Cross, considered an auspicious sign. She only spent one night there. After a short prayer at church, Catherine spoke with the princes and religious, but with such simplicity and a different manner of expression from that of old, that she seemed to belong to another world. It was not just the etiquette and polite terms used among the nobility that she had forgotten, but even the names of the most common things eluded her. As everything about her was extraordinary, they did not tire of looking at her. Most observed that, despite the roughness of her clothes, and though austerity had consumed her so much that her body appeared to be a fabric of tree roots, around her one saw something divine blossoming, which gave her an infinite grace. They were also struck by the extreme melody of her voice, which sounded like music with notes of fine crystal. Rai Gomez had prepared a room for Catherine in his palace. This one, after the death of Rai Gomez, turned everything upside down in the community. The poor nuns, on the order of the Holy One, had to seek refuge at the monastery of Segovia. The next day, Princess of Eboli, wife of the minister, led her to the Carmelite convent in reform established in Pastrana at the same time that the foundation of the monastery of Barefoot Calms was made and sent, as they were, by Saint Teresa. Later, the Carmelites had to abandon this monastery due to the bad behavior towards them by Princess of Eboli. See the account of this tribulation in the excellent history of Saint Teresa said, to be, according to the Bollandists, by a Carmelite from Caen, 1905. The religious made a celebration for the solitary of whom they had heard so many good things. At first, her masculine habit and her somewhat strange demeanour intimidated them. But as she showed herself very affable and told them willingly about incidents from her life in the desert, they gradually became bolder. Some wanted to know more and asked her questions about the interior graces God had favoured her with. At that point, Catherine withdrew into herself and made it quite clear to them that this was a reserved subject which should not be questioned. The nuns fell silent, all confused, and no longer considered pressing the issue. However, the prioress solicited her to join the community, arguing that since she desired to be part of the order, this was the simplest way to affiliate with it. Catherine did not see it that way. Upon her arrival, she had stated that she would take the Carmelite habit and not enter cloister among monks. She thus replied to the prioress that she considered herself unworthy to submit to her obedience. They clothed her in the order's bear with the scapular and tanned capuce, completed the costume with the white mantle that one felt compelled to grant her, because this is how the prophet Elijah had appeared to her. This was a polite defeat, for according to Father Franz Urs, her true reason was that her great soul could not accommodate the idea of living with women. 3 days later, the habit was taken in a ceremony attended by the prince and princess, their family, and the elite of local nobility. This stay was prolonged, as it is reported that the following year she made the 3 vows in this monastery. She also kept her feet bare, head uncovered, and hair shaved as she had desired. Dressed thus, she remained with the Carmelites until the time when she went to Madrid with the intention of seeking the money needed for her foundation in La Roda. The biographer notes that these were not solemn vows, but simple vows, the only ones she could make, as she did not want to live in seclusion. In short, she became an oblate of Carmel, temporarily housed with the nuns, but not following their rule, since she retained the freedom to come and go with her director's permission. The Carmelites admired her courage, but what most surprised them was the delicious odor that their new companion gave off around her, emanating from her clothes and all her body. At first, one could not believe that this fragrance had a supernatural origin. Some suspected that she possessed an aromatic essence which she rubbed in secret. To dispel this doubt, they made her change tunics. During her stay in Pastrana, Catherine divided her time between the prince's palace, the Carmelite church, and the monastery of the nuns as much as possible. She maintained her mode of life, bread and water for sustenance, sleeping on the ground without a covering, perpetual silice, and frequent disciplines, and simply touching the hand the holy woman would carry the fragrance away with you. Related to the facts, good Father Francois is seized by a scholarly crisis. Despite being completely drenched in sweat and dirt, the habit continued to emit a fragrant smell, or if it had been sprayed with some subtle essence, once that evaporated, it would no longer have carried the scent of old perspiration. Not satisfied with this observation, the Carmelites, under various pretexts, made Catherine strip off all her clothes to see if she was hiding any packets. They found nothing. Thus they had to admit, though no natural cause could explain this mysterious fragrance. Many priests, religious, and laypeople noted this miraculous odor. After Catherine's death, they testified to it in writing and under oath. They say, scent reminiscent of violets and roses, but more intense, it did not linger on the head. Rather, it soothed and strengthened. He cites Plutarch, Theophrast, Silius Rediginus to demonstrate that if some organisms smell good by nature, this could not be the case for the solitary. His conclusion appears very judicious. He says, sweet, strong, penetrating odor, different from all earthly perfumes, exhaling from a weary body, weakened blood, old sweat, unwashed clothes, is something contrary to all laws of nature. Moreover, if these exhalations were not natural in Dona Catherine, it suffices to convince oneself to refer to the time preceding her retirement to the desert. No one ever smelled them before that period, from which one must admit that this fragrance came from God, who by favor gratified a body sanctified by penance and virginity. In addition, there are countless examples of individuals living in God and spreading the scent of sanctity. There is Saint Catherine, Siena, Saint Lyda, and many others. Nonetheless, it cost her to reappear in society because she knew she would face more curious than pious speculations. This thought was unbearable to her. Vi, although on excellent terms with the Carmelites, Catherine grew bored in their monastery because, as regular as they were, after all, they were women. She also missed her dear solitude and eagerly awaited the start of her quests to return there as soon as possible. Therefore, she showed great reluctance to obey when the king and the infants, having learned of her presence in Pastrana, commanded that they wanted to see her. The prior of the Carmelites had a difficult time convincing her to make the trip. She couldn't succeed unless she insisted on representing to them that this was the fastest way to obtain significant alms for her foundation. Resigned, but still deeply troubled, she set off for Madrid. Mariano and 2 other religious accompanied her, as she had feared her arrival in the capital, where she stayed at Ruy Gomez's, caused a great stir. In the streets, people rushed to see this woman dressed as a monk, this lady of high nobility reduced by her own choice to the condition of a beggar. As a result, she had no time left for prayer or spiritual exercises. To escape this torture, she sought refuge with a friend, Sei or Piernino, and tried to confine herself in her room. But the commotion followed her and broke through all barriers. At the minister's palace, 100 titled personalities flocked to her, bombarding Catherine with inappropriate or silly questions. Some stood before her. Josagep then uttered pointless remarks about her emaciated frame and the fatigue in her face. Others pestered her with superstitious balderdash. It was thus a deliverance for her when she received an order to come to El Escuro, where the court resided at that time. She went there without delay. The princes, particularly Dona Jane d'Autriche, sister of the king, welcomed her with deference and showed her great affection. The princess took her into her apartment to shield her from the obsessions of the courtiers, who, seeing her in favor, were eager to seek endorsement from the powers. Jean d'Autriche had long conversations with Catherine, where she opened her heart without restriction, and she received the most precious advice for her salvation. However, the ladies in waiting envied Catherine. Despite their displeasure, they pretended to be scandalized because, having become quite rustic in solitude, she had forgotten the sombre court etiquette and stiff language. Some of their malicious remarks reached Catherine, who immediately resolved to explain herself to the princess. "If you cannot bear my village manners or find me boring, send me back and let me return to my cave. I get along very well with my neighbors." This frank declaration pleased the princess. "You see, my daughter," she said, "I must not be blamed if I forget, most of the time, to call you Her Royal Highness. The ceremony has slipped my mind up here, and moreover, consider this for years, I have only spoken with loggers and shepherds. Less foolish than her maids of honor, she embraced the hermit, saying she was very willing to forgive all titles, provided she was compensated with a redoubled friendship. She added, 'Treat me as one of your neighbors. Nothing can give me more pleasure.' Shortly after, the court returned to Madrid, where Catherine followed. The king's sister kept her close by and often accompanied her when she went out in a carriage. The crowd rushed around her and offered acclamations to the good woman. They went to find her and reported that a barefoot Carmelite was seen in the streets with ladies, giving blessings as if he were a bishop. Ormetano, also from Naples, had known Mariano for a long time. Naively, she distributed blessings, as she had become accustomed to doing in the desert. Indeed, this gesture had become almost mechanical for her. The Pope's nonce Ormetano, who had recently arrived from Rome, was unaware of the story of the solitary. Some envious people used this opportunity to displease her. Mariano relayed the order to Catherine, but wanting to see how she would face the nonce's anger, he refrained from telling her that the prelate was very angry with her. He sent it at once and ordered him, in an irritated tone, to bring this peculiar religious who was allowing such irregularities. Mariano tried to clarify things, but the nunce cut him off by repeating, "I order you to have her appear before me immediately and without any excuses." Orma, too, of a very irritable temperament, believed she wanted to challenge him. "How," he said to Mariano, "did you have the audacity to bring this mad monk's habit here dressed in a monk's hat?" In the meantime, Ormetano had learned that it was a woman dressed as a religious. Of course, the malicious people had presented it in a way to make him even angrier. As soon as Catherine saw him, she didn't hesitate to give him her blessing. This sign of submission surprised the prelate, as he had been told that Catherine was proud and did not tolerate any criticism. Softening a little, he had her rise and ordered her to explain herself. Then, turning to Catherine, "And you, shameless woman, tell me then by what right do you permit yourself to give blessings like a bishop?" On this remark, Catherine knelt before the legate and answered with great humility that if she had sinned through ignorance, she was ready to repent and endure punishment. God will perform miracles through this means. Since then, without thinking, I bless everyone I meet so that they may all share in the merits of the Holy Cross. From that I understood it was God's will for me to take them. Then the solitary, preserving the simplicity of language she was accustomed to, even in the presence of the great, are my son, she said. When I was in my hermitage, after I had been discovered, some people came to find me and asked me to pray for God to deliver them from their illnesses or sorrows. I did it out of charity, and knowing the power of the cross, I blessed them so that they would not attribute their healing to me. If it is a bad habit, and if you forbid me from continuing, I will pray our Lord to give me the strength to obey you, and I will do so with all my heart, for I swear to you, I consider you his representative on earth. As for my habit, allow me to share this, as I desired to found a monastery of monks near my cave. Jesus Christ appeared to me with these clothes in his hands, and our Father Saint Elijah visited me wearing the same attire. So he concluded the conversation with these words, "Is not appropriate to introduce novelties into the church. Yet, if you command me to leave them, I will obey without hesitation." At that moment, the nunce was touched. "Consider it as blessings," he said. "But Mariano, you should have had her dressed as a woman before introducing her to me." "Hey, Your Excellency," Mariano responded, "if you had given me time to speak, I would have explained everything to you, and then you could have given your orders. Perhaps I was hasty," Ormitano admitted. They then began to chat amicably in the Neapolitan dialect. From this conversation emerged that the nunce removed his reservations about Catherine. He sensed her holiness, admired her zeal for the service of God, and took her entirely to his satisfaction. He did not give her any official authorization, but imposed silence on the enemies of the solitaire when they renewed their insinuations. "However, good woman, since you do not intend any malice, I temporarily authorize the blessings, and even permit you to keep your habit." After dismissing them, he gathered more information. The good that he learned from Catherine made him resolve to let her act as she pleased. Moreover, she could not stop sighing for solitude, so she set to work, and with such a sense of urgency that soon all the formalities for acquiring the land surrounding her cave were completed. The king himself, who appreciated her greatly, took care to smooth over any difficulties. "Mother Cardon is a holy woman," he said. "She promised me to pray for me, and I am very content." 6. This incident made Catherine realize that it was urgent to begin the procedures for the foundation, as she realized that if she lingered at court, the malevolent would come back with renewed vigor and might perhaps manage to thwart her plans. As soon as she held the property titles of the land between Valle di Re and Roda, she took it upon herself to raise funds for the monastery's construction. Everyone hurried to supply them, wrote the biographer. The royal family, princes, lords, and ladies, the court brought her money, as well as valuable pearls, rich fabrics for church decorations, and magnificent chasubles and silver chalices. Such gifts sparked jealousy among the clergy in Madrid. "How dare you!" she exclaimed, casting a lightning gaze at the envious priest. "You little worm, eating from silverware and wanting lead for the service of the King of Kings." The other, disconcerted, retreated. A senior vicar at the cathedral could not conceal his displeasure. "It seems to me," he said, "that for disrobed monks who claim extreme poverty, brass chalices and woolen chasubles would be quite sufficient." But Catherine knew how to dismiss this absurd remark. All being settled according to the laws of the kingdom and ecclesiastical ordinances, Catherine, always accompanied by Mariano, took the path to solitude. The journey passed without notable incidents. It was in April 1572 that she rediscovered her cave. This cavern was located 400 steps from the church. To express my joy in finding my former abode, and the hill where I had won so many victories over the enemy, is something no human word can do, wrote Father François. The religious who came to meet her could well see the outward manifestation, but not the inner feeling. As for them, when they arrived at the humble abode, they found it so cramped and austere that their hearts were filled with dread. They exclaimed that never before had they imagined anything similar. The work commenced immediately, and Catherine decided that the monastery church would be built on the site of her hermitage. As the engineer, Mariano oversaw the construction, having gathered a large number of workers, perhaps even more than necessary, while the trench for the foundations was being dug. He assigned a team to excavate a new cave where Catherine would isolate herself and resume her practices. It measured 4 feet in width and 12 feet in length, and at the request of the solitarian, 8 feet were allocated for a plaster group depicting Jesus in the tomb surrounded by the Virgin Mary, Saint Madeleine, and the Apostles. The remaining space served as a cell. Despite Catherine's observations, who would have preferred to stick to the very necessary, Mariano had the floor, and walls lined with wood to prevent moisture. It was on this floor, wrapped in her white cloak, that Catherine fell asleep. For a pillow she had a small plaster step that separated the cell from the oratory where the tomb stood. But Mariano, who loved passionately to dig mountains and live underground, did not stop there. He carved a corridor with ventilators at regular intervals and had sculptures placed there depicting scenes from the Passion. This, he said, was so that the mother could travel from her cave to the church without suffering from the elements. The work cost a great deal. But Mariano didn't care. He continued to spend money recklessly, and moreover, he presented plans so gigantic and luxurious for the churchery that Catherine finally felt compelled to set limits on the excessive imagination of the fervent religious. She was supported in this by the other Carmelites, who had no intention of living in a palace. But Mariano did not easily accept these restrictions on his exuberance. He poured out a torrent of bitter words and maintained that curbing his zeal was an insult to God. Yet Catherine stood firm against his accusations. Firstly, she took control of the treasury, which had been greatly depleted by Mariano's extravagances and whims. From then on, she herself regulated the workers' salaries, established contact with contractors, and prevented any waste in the purchase or use of materials. Thanks to its economy and sense of order, thanks also to the alms that came in abundance, as soon as one saw the mother substitute her authority for the caprices of Brother Ambroise, the buildings retained the modest proportions appropriate and were completed without too much delay. On the contrary, completely detached from human interests, making self-abnegation, he sees all things in God and thus escapes from the errors of judgment that our passions and the illusions of our self-love lead us into. Here, a reflection is required. Superficial people often assume that a mystic is an individual with an imbalance, suffering from morbid exaltation, and lacking any practical sense. However, the true mystic bears no resemblance to these neuroses of faith which ignorant people have habitually equated him with. He possesses the highest good sense, and through this acts always in the most judicious manner when the necessities of his mission bring him into contact with the sensible realities. It is this gift that made all the saints, struggling against the morals and prejudices of their time, excellent diplomats and incomparable organizers. See Saint Teresa, who, for the establishment of her reform, joined perfect prudence to the most deliberate initiative spirit. And in the more humble sphere we are concerned with, see Catherine de Carden, who, noticing that her architect was lapsing into extravagance, substituted herself, rectified his deviations, and carried out with measure the work that mad dreams would have led to ruin. They helped each other while calling on heaven for aid, and human prudence was only seemingly banished from their counsel. In preaching the sublime, these great minds had horror of the absurd. The dilemma of Mark Sangnier, page 10. 9. Charles Morris, though an atheist, has very well defined the practical order qualities that characterize the true mystic. He has written, Teresa, Saint Francis of Assisi, Saint Dominic, Saint Ignatius, these superior mystics were not only by instinct, but also deliberately and consciously certain positivists. Finally, with the monastery built, the discalced Carmelites took possession of it and observed with accuracy the rule of the reform as established by Saint Teresa. Catherine retired to her cave. With great infirmities coming upon her, she had to temper somewhat the rigor of her penances. But in return, she gave all her time to prayer. She spoke only at the order of her superiors, when they sent some religious to visit her, in order that she instruct them regarding the practices of asceticism. She did so out of obedience, as from the day her role as founder came to an end, she carefully refrained from interfering in the governance of the community. I, a sinful woman, she would reply to those who sought her advice on some point of administration. I pray for the community. I ask for her prayers. Beyond that, I am but dust and have nothing to say. She left her retirement only twice. In the spring of 1573, she made a short trip to Madrid to request the king's mercy for a gentleman sentenced to death. She obtained it. In October of the same year, upon the death of Ruy Gomez, she travelled to Pastrana to offer condolences to his widow, Princess of Eboli. Apart from those 2 brief absences, she left her cave only to go to church through the passageway that Mariano had carved to spare her from rain and wind. She used this route reluctantly, considering it an indulgence for her body. To alleviate her scruples, the Pro pointed out that Mariano had built the structure against her will. Since she remained unconvinced by this argument and insisted that it was luxury, he ordered her to use the underground passage out of obedience. Reassured, she no longer raised objections. 5 years passed in this manner. In May 1577, Catherine, worn down by austerity, fell seriously ill. From the start, realizing that this was the end of her earthly existence, she predicted that she would die within the octave of Ascension. The prior had her transported to a small servant's house near the monastery. I managed to get near her, and two of her female friends tended to her, providing their care. They set up an altar in her room where Mass was celebrated, and she received communion every day. Finally, on May 11th, sensing her death drawing near, she asked the community to gather round her bed. Everyone rushed to her side. They wept and sobbed, asking for her blessing. At first she refused, saying it was they who should bless her because they were saints, and she a miserable sinner. Eventually she overcame their resistance, and when everyone had given her their blessing, she gladly gave them hers. Then she experienced a vision and spoke of God in terms such burning love that everyone felt themselves lifted above themselves as they listened. As soon as the news spread to Rhoda and the surrounding villages that the good woman was dead, laypeople and priests rushed in such great numbers that the countryside was filled with people. She then entered a deep state of contemplation, and as night fell, without any agony or signs of suffering, she took her last breath. Two witnesses affirmed that, as she was exhaling, they saw a cross formed of brilliant stars appear above her head. Thus lived and died Catherine de Cardon. The funeral was celebrated with great pomp, and the coffin buried in a chapel dedicated to Our Lady of Mount Carmel. In 1603, the bones were placed in two coffins and transported to the monastery of the Barefoot Carmelites in Villeneuve de la Jarre. It is an opinion, but it is permissible not to share it. A Carmelite, under the terror eye, there are several ways of looking at the revolution. To enumerate them all would be tedious, and indeed that is not the purpose I have set myself in this chapter. Concluding his account, Father Fran always exclaims, "Her life will be the rigorous condemnation of our cowardice." In our time, many Catholics, comfortable with their circumstances, will undoubtedly object that God does not demand so much, and they will consider that Catherine exaggerated. Let us merely remember that from a religious standpoint, the revolution aimed and continues to aim to replace the reign of man with the reign of God. Hence, the satanic character that Joseph de Maistre denounced in it. From there also comes the rage that pushes the Democrat, consistent with his principles, to hunt down, silence, and suppress anyone who prefers the tiara of the Pope to the red bonnet of Marat, to love the crucifix, the cult of the guillotine. With astonishing ignorance, they strive to sue the tattered cloak that Samson used to wipe the national razor onto the coat of the church. In doing so, they imagine they are proving their liberalism and deserve a seat on the council of these demagogues who, under the guise of republic, lead us quickly into the quagmire of integral socialism. Some minds, whose naivety is disconcerting, attempt to find a compromise between these incompatible parties and establish distinctions. They venerate the deluded talkers of the Constituent Assembly, but reproach the murderers of September. Yet these latter came from those like a chick from an egg. However, for as little as one studies, in the clarity of revelation, the period beginning in 1789 and still continuing, one very quickly realizes that the promoters of the humanitarian delusion from which we continue to suffer episodes were simply possessed. Among these last is a Carmelite, Mother Camille de l'Enfant Jesus, born in Soycourt, whose figure I will attempt to evoke. I will not give her entire life. Or, at one of the times when this scorching fever turned into a killing frenzy, that is, during the terror, there was a certain number of devoted souls who took upon themselves the wounds which a theistic revolution scarred the mystical body of Jesus Christ. Some joyfully confessed their faith on the guillotine. Others, wandering among the bloody mud that choked the cobblestones of the streets, maintained, through prayer and sacrifice, a little uncreated light in the darkness that covered France's face in madness. Her story is told in a volume of a somewhat staccato style, written by a Carmelite, annotated by Abbe Lessieur, and published in 1897. All that matters to us is knowing the circumstances in which Mother Camille's religious vocation developed. One can suppose that having become a Carmelite, Misty Soiko made little account of her scrolls and repeated the words of Saint Teresa. To argue about the nobility of one's origins is to debate whether one kind of soil better than another, making bricks or mud brick. We will quickly pass over the early years of this existence. As a child, she was initially quite proud of her large black eyes that illuminated her entire face. Moreover, according to her own testimony, she had an authoritative personality and a strong will that could have led to obstinacy if her parents, who were well known in high society, yet deeply pious, hadn't taken care to correct her without weakness. According to this book and subsequent writings, I will only attempt to profile Mother Camille as she appeared, peacefully energetic through the capers, grimaces, and snarling of sanguine anthropoids escaped from their cage, which Michel de Montaigne, Victor Hugo, and other romantic dreamers call the giants of 93. Marie Torres Franfois Camille de Soiko was born in Paris on June 25, 1757, into a very old family whose biographer, with complacency, traces the genealogy back to the time of the Crusades. She was 8 years old when she became a boarder at the Visitation. This entry into the convent displeased the little girl greatly. With an independent spirit strongly developed within her, it happened that from the very first minute when she was entrusted to the care of the nuns by her mother, she became angry. Then she began to enjoy the acts of piety that she had initially considered tedious obligations. A small flame of love for God began to burn in her heart. Jumping up and down, sobbing, screaming loudly, she demanded to leave, refused to sleep in the dormitory, and declined to wear the uniform dress. It took all the diplomacy of her superior to obtain from her a semblance of resignation. Even when she appeared submissive, deep down she remained outraged against the discipline and only dreamt of scaling the monastery wall to return to her family. Slowly, under the influence of her class teacher, Mrs. de Nollant, who knew how to combine sweet with firmness, she became more docile. From then on, the change in Camille was so notable that 3 years after her entry into the Visitation, she was deemed worthy to be prepared for confirmation, which at that time often preceded First Communion. She was therefore 11 years old on the date of the ceremony. When the Holy Spirit descended upon her, she felt a flood of light inundating her soul and a mysterious voice urging her to detach herself from the world to be entirely devoted to God. Overwhelmed with joy under the ardent breath that penetrated her, she mentally exclaimed, "Lord, I give myself to you. Here I am ready to fulfill your entire will. As the moment came to leave the chapel, the child remained motionless. She was so elated beyond herself that two nuns, thinking her indisposed, carried her away in their arms. This touch of sanctifying grace left an indelible mark. From that day forward, Camille understood she would be a religious. She would never stray from her path. She sought opportunities to break her self-esteem, to extinguish any inclinations toward rebellion against the rules that came in intervals. If setbacks occur, they will be brief. If struggles multiply, she will count them as victories. With her future plans thus established, she set about clearing away anything that could distract her from her vocation. The singing teacher complained. Thinking of the vow of poverty she intended to make as soon as possible, she gave her companions small jewels contained in a box that she had brought to the monastery. She refused dance lessons, and although she had a very beautiful voice naturally, she managed to avoid being cultivated. Camille was very happy at the visitation when her father, the Count of Soyecourt, whom she favored, took her away to keep her with him for a while. But she replied, "I do not want to learn to sing ballads." In short, during these boarding school years, as she later said, she did her best to avoid weakening the radiance of the Holy Spirit that she felt permanently residing at the center of her soul. But in the 18th century, it was not customary for young girls to complete their education at home. There's the time for her first communion approached. They took her, along with her sisters, to the Benedictine nuns of Tresnel. A most painful trial awaited her in that house. Not only did the community follow a very austere rule, but had been contaminated by Jansenism, and the nuns showed fierce zeal in shaping their students' minds according to this gloomy doctrine. Under their influence, Camille felt like a cold ash gradually extinguishing the flame of divine love she nurtured within her soul. As she was constantly told that Jesus Christ is an implacable master who predestines most men to damnation and saves only a few arbitrarily chosen elect, she lived in trembling and fear. I would like to believe it, so be born in my poor heart and finish forming yourself within it. However, no help came to her from those around her. She wrote, for example, "Lord, speak to your little servant who is crushed and desolate. Lift up her courage. Bring peace to her troubled heart. Tell my soul that a Saviour has been born to her. But were you born for me, God of justice?" She wondered at every moment if, despite her ardent desire for effective grace and her firm resolve to do everything to merit her salvation, she was not a reprobate. She tortured herself with scruples that echo in the notes where she tried to explain to herself her states of soul. Curved they also under the crushing yoke of the implacable divinity that heresy imposed on them. The Benedictines insisted on the doctrine of the aberrant priests who led them. To reassure the children in their care would have seemed a guilty weakness to them. God, however, restored her health in a way so unexpected that it was thought to be a miracle. But she continued to ignore the peace of her soul, for barely had she been restored than the demon took her through the temptation of despair. Barely an atom of hope in an ocean of fear. Such was the substance of their teaching. Camille, being of fairly delicate health, eventually succumbed under the ice block they crushed her with. She fell so seriously ill that doctors judged she would not recover. A morose silence took hold of her, and with difficulty she managed to conceal her sadness. It was in this state that she made her first communion. According to Jansenist principles, the ceremony had been delayed as much as possible. To the hellish suggestion, said the biographer, was added the influence of chance readings containing teachings as false as they were terrifying on the preparation for sacraments. In the grip of deadly anxieties, seeing only desolating prospects for the future, and cut off from all but complete isolation, she lost her strength little by little and gave the seducer a chance for success. I only hoped, she said later, that this communion would sanctify me and keep me from sin. She then returned to her family, where new trials awaited her. Camille was 15 and a half when she approached the holy table for the first time. Still dominated by the feeling that she was unworthy to receive her God, she communed without joy but with a firm will to serve him entirely and unfailing. The impact of Jansenism on her soul was so profound that it persisted even when Camille found herself in an environment where the dark impressions from the monastery could have dissipated. This was her vocation persisting despite the schemes employed by evil to keep her on the path of despair. This is how she retained the fear of communion that characterizes the sect, and she waited many days before daring to receive the sacrament again. She suffered all the more from this self-imposed constraint because her soul longed to expand beyond the darkness where it languished. Nevertheless, no matter how thick the shadow in which she lay prostrated, she always saw a small spark of the divine love's fire that she had received at her confirmation. And she sometimes heard a mysterious voice whisper to her that she would take the veil, despite judging herself unworthy. She therefore lived in this constant state of anxiety and uncertainty, only slightly alleviated by a glimmer of inner light when an event occurred that forced her to make a decisive choice, providing proof that her inclination towards religious life was her purpose before God. In the 18th century, it was not tolerated that a minor oppose a marriage desired by her father and mother. Camille could not even conceive that she might refuse the proposed match. Although she was only 17, her parents decided to marry her to an old gentleman, quite aged, violently asthmatic, wrinkled, and toothless, but whose substantial bags of ecus, according to practical people, compensated for his decrepitude. All she dared do was pray ardently and with tears to our Lord to spare her from the matrimonial catastrophe whose mere thought filled her with horror. She was granted her wish as the antiquated suitor died before the betrothal could be announced. Count of Soyercourt, especially despite his deep faith and respect for religious life, could not fathom such a sacrifice. He made it clear to his daughter that he would never give his consent. This news roused the young girl from her lethargy. Not knowing exactly where her resolve would lead her, she told her family that for several years her desire had been to dedicate herself to God, said the biographer. This determination plunged her parents into sorrow, but God had granted her, without her realizing it, the grace that would help her follow the path he had laid out for eternity. She had more than 9 years left. to spend in the world. Camille replied with firmness that she would wait, if necessary, until her 25 years, her age of majority. From then on, she showed as much resolve in her decision as she seemed indecisive at the first proposal. Yet her inner state remained unchanged. We will see how strong her vocation was when we remember that nothing, neither within nor without, came to encourage her anymore. The struggle presented itself in all forms. In her soul there was astonishment, constant fear, and the darkest night. And thus she acquired that endurance and vigor of soul which she was to need to weather the revolutionary storm. The young girl had kept an apartment at the Abbey of Tresnel for long retreats. Around her, the affection of her loved ones, who did everything they could to distract her from the cloister by introducing her to worldly pleasures. To break her heart and offer it to God seemed like a small thing if trust and love had helped her in her sacrifice. But this double struggle, aggravated by such prolonged waiting, made the subsequent period one of continuous martyrdom. It was a preparation for the career of sacrifice and generosity that God called her to perform within the order of Carmel. It was also a school of energy. Her will develop there. But her parents, having insisted that she spend several months each year in their hotel on Verneuil Street, she found herself obliged to attend glittering receptions and parties which disturbed her meditation. Still so young, she could not always resist the allure of the frivolous and dazzling society buzzing around her. She wrote in notes that have been preserved. Yeah, I often had to struggle against myself to resist the pull. With a desire to leave the world, I began to display its signs. I liked everything I wore to be elegant, and I was not indifferent to the flattering whispers that my presence provoked. Yet, amidst these trivialities, the sound of a convent bell struck my ears, and an involuntary grasp seized all my being. I did not like the world because I had understood its vanity. I had succumbed to its fascination because everything within me needed life and affection. And further, amidst so many relationships that I was forced to maintain, even with court people, I gradually adopted their habits and allowed myself to indulge in such a great search for comfort that, avoiding the slightest inconvenience, I had reached the point of having my chambermaid get up at night when the slightest fold offended my delicacy. On the one hand, her imagination and sensitivity constantly try to escape from the supernatural voice's invitations that press them to obey. Raising my eyes to heaven, I implored the Lord to have mercy on me. When God calls a soul to religious life and she does not immediately yield to the vocation, there occurs in her a doubling. On the other hand, despite her attempts to feign otherwise, her understanding and will are willy-nilly brought back, as soon as she reflects within herself, to the persuasion that she will make the sacrifice that the Master demands. Such was the case with Miss de Soyecourt. But once the retreat period ended, with the abbess's approvals, she sent her mother a letter asking for permission to enter the novitiate. Upon receiving this letter, Mrs. de Soyecourt was not master of an indignation movement. She got into the car immediately, without even taking the time to remedy her neglected appearance, and rushed to the monastery. Finally, there came a moment when all resistance became impossible. She then decided to conquer her family by presenting them with the fait accompli. She went under the pretext of making a retreat to the Benedictines of Saint Sepulchre, without showing the abbess the evidence of her deeply troubled heart. She scolded her daughter severely for such a lack of submission. The daughter tried to protest, claiming that she would delay her vows until adulthood. Despite her pleas and entreaties, the countess remained unyielding and forced her to leave the convent, forbidding her from speaking of her vocation in the future. This was an impossible request, for the late Camille had left in the world no matter what objections were raised. She responded with a firm yet gentle assurance that she was certain of her vocation, and nothing would change her mind. Eventually, the parents yielded. Their grief was immense. As they were pious people, they eventually understood that by persisting, they would go against God's plans for their daughter's soul. They therefore gave their consent with the promise that Camille could choose the order in which she would take her vows. Camille had the Benedictines in mind, but before making a decision, she consulted Father Rufin, her director, who had assisted her zealously and clairvoyantly during the crisis she had just gone through. During the interview where Mr. Soycourt presented her project to enter the Saint Benoit order, she said, "Nevertheless, I feel a great repugnance towards one of the customs of this congregation." "And which one?" asked the religious. "Please, Father," she exclaimed with fervor, "go right away and propose me to the Carmel." The director agreed. The relations with the world are frequent there. My father, especially with boarding ladies, and I would like to totally break away from the world. You will find this inconvenience everywhere. Father Rufin resumed, except among the Carmelites. At these words, Camille felt a sudden enlightenment, as if a long anticipated existence for which her whole being was been repaired had just been revealed to her. Yeah. He went to see the prioress of the Carmelites on Rue de Grenelle, recounting in detail the story of his penitent and expressing the opinion that the Carmelite convent perfectly suited the aspirations of this soul thirsting for sacrifice. The prioress recognized in all these traits the signs of a genuine vocation, but she refused to leave the young girl without giving her a glimpse of some of the mortifications practiced at Carmel. The prioress, favorably disposed by this introduction, wanted to meet Camille, who came to see her immediately, and during a lengthy conversation, she described without hesitation the graces she had received, her fears, her struggles, and finally her desire to dedicate herself to God in the strictest seclusion. "Do you know anything about our way of life?" she said. "Can your health adjust to it?" "I rely on God," replied the postulant. "Do you like fish?" "Hate it. And eggs. I detest them." "I fast on Fridays, but often get migraines on Saturdays." "How then can you become a Carmelite?" "I will do penance, that's all my desire." Conceding to such determination, the prioress declared she would admit Camille as a postulant. It was October 1783. The entrance date was set for February Sind of the following year, the feast, the purification of the Holy Virgin. The biographer adds, the preparations for departure and the announcement to the family were now made. So the news was broken by Miss de Soyecourt to her parents. The alarm was great, and despite the certainty of separation, the choice of the order added to the general pain. For the mother especially, Carmel was the last word of terror. That beloved daughter, so frail in health, was about to enter an institute where everything is done to crucify nature. She could not get used to this thought. They were at the entrance to winter. Rigors were already being announced, and the mother exaggerated the sufferings that her daughter would have to endure from the start. It's insane. She said to her husband, I truly believe we have a right to prevent our daughter from committing such madness. But Mr. de Soyecourt did not want to go back on his given word. Furthermore, he had, more than his wife, a sense of the supernatural. You are right, he replied. It is madness, but that madness is called the madness of the cross. Since this order is ancient and highly approved by the Church, I see no reason to prohibit my daughter from entering it. Whatever my sorrow, if God calls her, and it is her vocation, I yield. Mrs. de Soyecourt was slow to resign herself. She made several more attempts to persuade her daughter to choose a less austere order. But Camille's decision was firm. The courage she displayed in the physical trials imposed by a rule that was careful to overcome nature boded well for her perseverance. She rejected all objections with kindness, but with firmness. And she entered the Carmel all happy on the appointed day by the prioress, that is to say, February 2, 1784. Camille's novitiate lasted 3 months, during which her vocation did not cease to strengthen. As in the early days, the prioress had wanted, for sleeping, that she have a mattress on the rough straw that constituted the only layer of her companions. She objected and refused this softening. It was only after a formal order that she accepted it. It is true, she said later, that this poor mattress was so hard that the straw certainly would not have caused me any more suffering. From a spiritual perspective, the young girl felt her inner life's horizon expand. The terrified constraint that had weighed on her soul since the time she underwent a Jansenist education vanished and never returned. She began to open up to the sun of divine love. Thanks to the keen and affectionate guidance of her superiors, she came to feel that our Lord is not a fierce tyrant who cannot be satisfied, but, for those who give themselves to him with generous simplicity, a great friend full of care and indulgence. Soon she was able to write in the notebook where she recorded her daily impressions these significant lines. My God, through you, I now taste how sweet and kind you are. On earth, I see nothing that deserves my love except for you. You love me. I can no longer doubt it. The world does not imagine this kind of happiness, and you have made me a Carmelite only to convince the world. Yes, my God, you replace everything. For me, I would lose everything else. Nothing could separate me from your love. In heaven, I only desire you. With the completion of the postulant quarter, Camille was deemed worthy to continue her probation as a novice. The ceremony, taking the habit, was set for July 24th. But, Lord, I also love you and rest in peace within your love. This outpouring, where the spirit of Saint Teresa is evident, shows well that the heresy had only ravaged Camille's soul on the surface, without drying it up in its depths since. As soon as she re-established contact with the unique truth. All her powers blossomed in love, like the splendid flowers of a reconquered Eden. Madame de Soyecourt was the only member of the family to attend as the father, despite his sacrifice, could not bring himself to support with his presence an act he viewed almost as the burial of his child. In contrast, a large audience filled the Carmelite chapel. The greatest families of France were represented there. The high nobility of the Saint Germain neighborhood had not forgotten the young girl often admired at their parties, and seemed eager to verify for herself if the joy of sacrifice truly resided in her heart. One has a rather unexpected testimony regarding the feelings of this frivolous assembly, that of King Louis Philippe. Duke of Chartres at the time, he had been taken with his sister Ada, Mrs. de Genlis, their common governess, to the habit-taking of sister of Soyecourt. There was an assembly there, he said. Very well. Born people, but no less solemn. Opera glasses were used to examine the heroine. The memory of the ceremony remained so vivid for him that one evening in 1847, at the Neuilly Castle, when the name of the Carmelite was mentioned by chance, he recounted the details with a precision proving his excellent memory. In a grand court dress with baskets, ruffles, hats, lace, and rose pins, she had just knelt down before Emgre de Jugny, the Archbishop of Paris, sitting right in the middle of the audience, surrounded by bishops and canons. The general opinion was that the young girl would not last more than 6 months under the harsh regime of Carmel, and that this taking of vows equated to suicide. In short, it was a worldly event, and it was talked about for several days. Someone asked what had become of the Carmelite. The novice was so moved that she seemed ready to crumble under the weight of her skirts. Father Liguai, a Jesuit, gave the vesting sermon, which could barely be heard due to the flapping of fans, the hum of conversations, and Mrs. de Soyecourt's sobs. "I don't know," replied the king. "She must have succumbed quickly, as she seemed quite frail, unless it was the revolution." With a decisive gesture, he concluded his thought on the conversation, turned to another topic. 10. C.G. Lenotre, Veils, Masons, VX Papiers, 10 series, page 344. The novitiate year allowed Camille to advance smoothly on this path to perfection which Saint Teresa had so admirably marked out. On August 18, 1785, she made her solemn vows. It was not less than the supernatural atmosphere in which her soul bathed that her delicate health could bear the rigors of the rule. And now, in this enclosure from which it seemed assured that she would never leave, she tasted the joy of which worldly people cannot suspect the sweetness, living in self-renunciation, in penance for others' sins, in radiant union with Jesus the Redeemer, in order, she said, to develop her muscles. She asked to be assigned to hard work. This was permitted, and from then on, she took on the tasks of a woman of labor. She went up to the attic for baskets filled with laundry. She split wood, drew water from the well, watered the garden. As for sewing, she had little success. Even the details of daily life demanded a continuous renewed effort from her. But, for example, every morning when it came time to put on the heavy burp robe, she had to hang it on a nail and get underneath to slide into it because her weak physical strength would not have allowed her to lift it. Later, when telling novices about her beginnings in religious life, she said, "Not very skilled, I blamed the stiffness of my fingers. Thus did she live wholly for God, entirely in God, when the storm broke and threw her back into the world in the most painful way. I redoubled my efforts, but I never succeeded in anything except noticing my clumsiness." Meanwhile, following the Carmelite tradition, she composed short hymns that she sang during recreation or meditated on their verses during golden prayer times. In the last stanza of one of these nave poems, she very well summarized the spirit of her order. "No longer listening, Lord, to your tenderness, you come to me, who am but weakness. Since love becomes our food, let us live in love and die in loving." The revolution begins, and one of the first measures taken by the sectarians who unleash the scourge upon France is the destruction of religious communities. On February 13, 1790, the National Assembly decreed that the law would cease to recognize solemn vows. Consequently, the orders in which these vows existed were and remain abolished. Those who were part of these orders were invited to disperse at the earliest opportunity. The poor Carmelites did not understand this destruction frenzy in good faith. They believed that, not harming anyone, they would easily obtain from the assembly permission to stay together and keep the few coins that allowed them to ensure their meager sustenance. In compensation, the assembly promised them a state pension that was, however, almost never paid. The measure was implemented with rigor. Visits and information gatherings in religious houses were replaced by inquiries into personnel charges and revenues. Finally, the warning was given that expulsion would not be delayed. The operation is double first. An inventory of their goods is drawn up to confiscate them. Then, under the guise of this register of folios, the table of human rights, monks and nuns are forbidden to live in community in perpetual renunciation and to dedicate themselves to obedience on the pretext that this self-denial offends the spirit of freedom, which must now govern all souls. The fullest freedom presides over our vows. Perfect equality reigns in our homes. We know neither rich nor nobles here, and we depend on nothing but common law. The priors of the 4 Paris monasteries conferred and drafted an address in which, with a touching simplicity, they express their desire to continue their life of prayer and sacrifice communally. Here are the main passages from this petition. "Deign to inform yourselves about our life. Do not believe the prejudices of the multitude or the fears of humanity. We love to publish in the world that monasteries only hold victims, slowly consumed by regret. The riches of the Carmelites have never tempted greed. Their needs do not disturb charity. Our wealth is this evangelical poverty that, by fulfilling all the duties of society, still finds a way to help the unfortunate, to aid the homeland, and yet makes us happy through our deprivations. But we protest before God if there is true happiness on earth. We enjoy it in the shadow of the sanctuary, and that if we were forced to choose between the world and the cloister, not one of us would ratify your first choice. No, you will not tear us from this retirement where we find the source of all comforts. You may think that women voluntarily engaged in a state that makes their lives happy, claim them the most inviolable right when they beg you to let them die in peace here. The Carmelites were unaware that this was the goal of the so-called fathers of the nation to whom they addressed their request, as they were given a vague promise to let them die in their home on condition that no new vows were made there. They believed themselves safe. We dare say we would regard as the most cruel and unjust oppression that which would disturb asylums that we have always considered inviolable. Indeed, nothing is more pathetic than this humble appeal for justice. But it was indeed about justice. It was about destroying the church in France. On August 10, 1792, the Tuileries Palace was stormed by a band of ruffians, the monarchy overthrown, and the royal family imprisoned at the Temple. Their security went so far as to sing a Te Deum in thanksgiving. The event did not take long to prove to them that they had only experienced the preludes of persecution. Indeed, the revolution continued its devastating march. 82 priests, 3 bishops imprisoned in the Carmelite convent were killed by pikes and swords on the Send of this month. The prisons filled with clerics who, out of horror at the schism, had refused to take the oath of adherence to the civil constitution of the clergy. In the early days of September, the massacres began. She announced to them the upcoming visit of the massacreers. As the house on Grenelle Street was nearby, the nuns were warned almost immediately that they were in danger, as neighbors had heard the slaughterers say, "Tomorrow it will be the turn of the nuns." The prioress gathered all her daughters and taught them the danger they faced. "No," said the prioress in a calm tone, "I prefer to surrender myself into God's hands." She added, "Every permission is given to us to leave our enclosure, not only by new laws that no longer recognize our vows, but also by our superiors who do not want to force us to endure violence and death." Some nuns asked her if she herself planned to flee. "I will wait to leave only if forced by force." On this matter, the Carmelites, as intrepid as their mother, cried out with one voice and one heart, "There we will stay with you." Then all gathered in the chapel to spend the night in prayer before the Holy Sacrament. But the commissioners calmly replied that they could do nothing. Moreover, the entire population of the neighborhood had agreed to invade the house, plunder, and loot it. Around 11 o'clock at night, about 50 desperate men, brandishing blood-soaked arms, presented themselves at the gatehouse and demanded entry under the pretext of apprehending a priest, an escaped Carmelite, who had been seen crossing the monastery garden. They had to be admitted. They searched everywhere but found no one, eventually retreating without having declared they would return, and that this time the nuns would learn to dance under the edge of their swords. Some friends of the community ran to the section and had pleaded for National Guards to be sent to protect the nuns. The laundry women from nearby streets were joined by a crowd of drunkards and scoundrels, shouted over the walls that these aristocrats, whose property they claimed as their equal right, should be driven out. On the day of the Nativity, September 8th, a group of zealots forced their way in and ordered the nuns to leave their monastic habit. They complied. But this immediate submission did not calm them. What they wanted was to expel the Carmelites and seize the treasures attributed to them. They returned on the 11th to announce the expulsion to the community. They gave them 3 days to disperse. But without waiting for the end of this period, they opened all the doors and told the crowd that it could freely enter and take whatever objects it desired. Immediately a flood of men, women, and children swept through the house in disarray. They seized everything they laid their hands on, devoured or wasted the provisions, and broke the furniture. Authority looked on and applauded the feats of the most frenzied. It goes without saying that during this devastation, the nuns were subjected to countless insults. The same orgies continued the next day and the day after. The sisters remained dressed in their lay habits and spent the night sitting on chairs ready for any beheading. The pious image was first thrown to the ground as insignificant while its ornaments were removed. Then one of the commissioners picked her up and returned her to the astonished prioress at a time when they were preparing to expel her with her nuns. Finally, on the 14th, 2 commissioners from the section arrived with a confiscation order. They destroyed the reliquaries, took possession of sacred vessels made of gold or silver. A painting of the Holy Face was kept in a frame adorned with diamonds. After the spoliation, the Carmelites were arranged 2 by 2, paraded before the crowd that jeered, spat at them, and pushed them with loud laughter. There were 30, one of them, including one who was 80 years old. Gentle in the face of insults, they united through prayer to Jesus on the painful way and left in small lay-in groups. Disappearing into the night, the house was locked and soon after demolished. As the other 3 communities in Paris had suffered a similar fate, the demon rejoiced, for it seemed that Carmelite order was abolished forever. Sister Camille was part of the latter community with 6 other nuns. They were required to wear lay clothing, but nevertheless followed their rule as precisely as possible. However, superiors had permitted them to visit one another. Vier having foreseen the dispersion, the prioress of the Carmelites on Rue de Grenelle rented and furnished several apartments in town, distributing her daughters among them. Thus, small communities were formed on Rue du Regard, Rue Cassette, Rue Copieux, Rue de la Harpe, and Rue Malfaiteur. They would have done so often if the watchful surveillance of revolutionary agents had allowed it. Out of necessity, they wrote to each other. A nun, Sister Christian, hid letters at the bottom of a basket, covered them with mothballs for small birds, and ran errands between the various dwellings. One misadventure occurred that put an end to this correspondence. One day, forgetting that for plausibility she should shout her merchandise, she ran, head bowed, towards one of the refuges, when, at a corner, a woman stopped her by gripping her by the shoulder. Disguised, he went from one community to another, and even sometimes he managed to say Mass for them. "Now, look here, my dear," she exclaimed, "you seem to me a rather strange merchant. Don't you want to sell your troubles?" Then, with a punch in the chest, she knocked the sister to the pavement. The troubles and letters scattered everywhere. The other woman picked them up, gave the sister an important look, and walked away, taking the papers with her. Nothing resulted from this alarm, but the Carmelites dared not use that ruse again. Father Launay, their director, then took charge of delivering the missives. To this end, pretending to be a drawing teacher, he wandered around Paris with a model box containing an altar stone under his arm and in his hand a print case holding a disassembled chalice. It dwelt in a small tabernacle, continuing to be their strength and hope. He allowed them to keep the holy sacrament in a cupboard, with specific instructions to consume the holy species at the slightest hint of a home visit. Day and night. Writes the biographer, the divine prisoner was adored in the humble room transformed into a chapel. If it seemed to sleep momentarily, it was to receive the homage of their invincible faith and their boundless trust. Under the aegis of the Saviour, the Carmelites recited the breviary together or separately, kept watch, prayed, mortified themselves, in short, tried to observe the customary practices of the order without too many gaps. This existence of prayer and complete surrender to God effectively completed, so to speak, the formation of Sister Camille. She acquired that unperturbable calm and mental firmness of which she would give so many proofs later on. The small group having no resources, the nuns began to make a embroidery which they sold in the neighborhood. From this industry they obtained a few assignats, which provided them with meager sustenance. For this work Camille offered little help. "I was so unskilled," she said later, "that, while my sisters profited from the last rays of the day to sew, I would retreat near our dear tabernacle and pray." She also set herself the goal of supporting the community's morale. During recesses, she displayed good humor and, with cheerful remarks, knew how to bring into the alarmed hearts the proud energy that overflowed in hers. "What will we do?" one of the sisters asked. "If they lead us before the courts." They were closely watched, and soon the zealous ones in the section became certain that they were receiving priests in disguise. At that time, this was a capital crime. "Whatever God wills," she answered. "Hasn't he said that his Spirit will himself rest on our lips to give us the words that are fitting? We must count on him." However, the relative tranquility of the small gathering did not last long. A Polish man, a president of the section, had sworn to destroy the Carmelites against whom he harbored a democratic hatred. In the name of freedom, one had the right to pay homage to idols representing the goddess reason and hosted on the altars of profaned churches. But remaining faithful to the church, welcoming her banned ministers, meant condemning oneself to the guillotine, prison, or deportation. He denounced them and obtained a search warrant followed by an order to arrest these suspects. On Holy Friday, March 20, 1793, around 10 in the morning, he presented himself at the house on Mofted Street, accompanied by 30 armed sectionaires. The apartment was searched, turned upside down. Every room, every piece of furniture became the subject of meticulous investigation and pressing questions all seasoned with insults and brutalities. Correspondence addressed to Citizeness Sawyer Court was found, its content proving her connection with refractory priests. The letters were unsigned. In this abhorrent environment, they received the comforts of a daring priest, the Abbot de Lalande, who found a way to reach them. Camille and her companion Stu, having managed to escape, were taken away by the sectionaires, and that same evening imprisoned in Saint-Hyacinthe prison. They were thrown among women of ill repute, who greeted them with filthy quips and the most ignoble blasphemy. Here's how he did it every week. Dressed as a wine merchant boy, he would present himself at the prison door with a basket of bottles on his head. They usually took place in the evening and often lasted from 5 hours to midnight. Supported by prayer, she demonstrated great calmness and presence of mind there. Mindful not to compromise anyone, she measured her responses, or, when it would have been dangerous to tell the truth, declared with a firm voice that she would say nothing. In such cases, neither pleas nor threats could extract a word from her. He won over the wardens, poured them drinks, spoke loudly and clearly. Then, interesting them in his trade, he had them tour the entire prison where he sold his liquids, encouraged the detainees, heard their confessions, took letters for the outside world, and returned through the gate while smoking his pipe and taking away the empty bottles. However, Sister Camille, considered the most dangerous of the fanatics arrested en rue Mouffetard, underwent daily prolonged interrogations before the commissioners of the Pantheon section. Sometimes the investigators had some culture. Most of the time they were illiterates who, not understanding the seized correspondence, imagined that every sentence hid conspiracies. The matter became almost comical when they encountered passages referring to spirituality or inner life. Thus one of them, with great effort deciphering a letter of instruction written by Abbot de Florac, believed he had found this phrase: "It is necessary to kill the nation." At that point, he thought he had the clue to a liberticide conspiracy. "What a loathsome aristocrat!" he exclaimed. "Do you admit that one wishes to bring about the destruction of the nation?" Sister Camille asked for the paper, examined the incriminating text, and replied with a rather mischievous smile, "You've misread it. It's not the nation, but nature. My correspondent wrote this to make Odru. One must make nature die, and when she rebels, crush her at all costs. That is directed at my personal entity and has nothing to do with politics." But the other was not convinced. He nodded his head and set the letter aside as highly suspicious. It became clear how dangerous interrogations could become, led by such stubborn fools. One must not forget that in most cases the accused were facing off against ferocious idiots of a similar nature. Also, one shares Taney's indignation when, relating a session of this nature, he exclaims, "The so-called conspirator is delivered to coarse, irritable, and despotic beasts that listen to nothing, understand nothing, do not even hear the usual words, stumble over their quiproquos, and in an attempt to mimic intelligence, wallow in idiocy." During the raid, a number of images of the Sacred Heart were discovered. This emblem, more than any other, had the privilege of inflaming the revolutionaries. They saw in it a symbol of Roman superstition and a sign of rally for the aristos. When questioned about this, Sister Camille exclaimed that the Sacred Heart of Jesus. Here I do not fear to compromise anyone. I can answer with total freedom. You blame me for drawing these images. Well, I take pride in it, and if, because of that, you condemn me, I will be happy to die for my faith. Submitted to revolutionary government, France resembles a human creature forced to walk on its head and think with its feet. Origen's contemporary France. On another occasion, Sister Camille demonstrated that if she exercised prudence or remained silent when her responses could have been used against others, she spared no effort when it came to confessing her faith. "I have made so many and given so much," replied the sister calmly, "that I no longer remember the number." Despite their perseverance, the commissioners managed to gather only presumptions. The Sacred Heart of Jesus is more precious to me than life, and if at the cost of my existence I achieve that it is better known and loved, I would consider myself too fortunate. "How many of these images have you made?" asked one of the judges. It can be believed that they had some scruple of fairness, as their report did not conclude to send the nuns before the revolutionary tribunal. Furthermore, the Soyercourt family had taken numerous steps to save the sister and her companions. It is also reasonable to assume that some of the investigators showed leniency. In short, on May 11th, they declared the evidence insufficient and had the Carmelites released. The prioress, considering that Sister Camille was the most compromised, decided she would temporarily return to her paternal home. The courageous daughter felt great sorrow, but she was too submissive to the superior to raise any objections. She humbly submitted. It will show that the energy and grandeur of soul displayed by Sister Camille were not unique to her, since other nuns equally trained in the spirit of Carmel equaled her in audacity. Vie before following Sister Camille through the turmoil of the revolutionary storm, it may not be amiss to relate how some of her sisters from the small community on Rue Cassette, arrested shortly after, stood firm against the sectarians. This digression will have a double advantage. Moreover, it will provide another document on this horrible era, when merely remaining faithful to the church, denouncing the schism, constituted a crime worthy of the harshest punishment in the eyes of the revolutionaries. By the civil constitution of the clergy, the revolutionary government had broken with Rome, and it was decreed that any priest who refused to take the oath to conform to the new organization of the church would be placed under arrest, tried without delay, imprisoned or deported. Any juror who did not retract within 40 days was suspended, and if he persisted, cut off from the church as asthmatic to none. Priests, religious men and women, the sectaries sought to impose the oath of equality, which involved adherence to the regime. Too many submitted, but others obeyed the Pope, who, by two briefs dated March 10th and April 11th, 1791, had forbidden the oath, declared null and void the lay elections of curates to parishes and the episcopal elections, and sacralized the ordinations. On this point, the Pope's briefs were silent. But the refractory priests, who remained the secret directors of the nuns, considered that such an act of submission to principles proclaimed by atheists would be a grave fault, and had forbidden their flock to commit it. The Carmelites from Rue Cassette, numbering 9, had obeyed, and thus their arrest. They were first taken to the section where they were summoned to take the oath. This plan was adopted, and the small community locked up in the Port Libre, prison 11. It was the former convent of Port Royal, famous at the time for being the Hobbit of Jansenism. Police administrators would come almost every day to visit the prisoners and ask them each time if they were willing to take an oath. Those who answered negatively were loaded with insults and threats. Those who remained silent were confined for 24 hours in a room where insane people had been locked up. None of the Carmelites faltered. Upon their unanimous refusal, there was deliberation to send them to the revolutionary tribunal, in other words, to the guillotine, when someone observed that these girls, having been fanatically influenced by perverted impostors, it might suffice to keep them in the prison, the section, until the effects of the superstitious influence they had fallen victim to dissipated. They also received support through visits from Father de Lalande, who, always disguised as a wine merchant boy and carrying his bottle basket, managed to get close to them once or twice a week. During one of them, the paper was discovered. Great consternation among the zealous members of the section. Sister Victoire appeared immediately before the commissioners. Here is her interrogation. I reproduce it as it is because it shows both the mindset of the inquisitors and the fortitude of their victors. Commissioner, know this writing. Sister Victoire, I'd like to see try. Do you approve it? Yes. The father gave one of them, Sister Victoire, a written notice titled, Notice to the Religious, where an unknown priest explained the reasons for refusing the oath from a spiritual perspective. It was an imprudence because prisoners underwent frequent searches that did not even respect their most intimate clothing. Vipont Trues, I approve it. What approve it? Sipon, what reason can you give us for not taking the oath? Vipont True. It goes against my vows and my conscience refuses it. Sipon True. So you want to be a slave? Yes, not to men, but to God. Sipon True, but God has created you free. To Vipont True, yes, do good or evil. And what you are asking me to do is all evil for me. It's your priests who have puffed you up. See, crew, so you prefer not to obey the laws. Stontu, I have no better wish than to wish to obey as long as the laws do not contradict my conscience. See, crew, so your conscience tells you that you are superior to me, who represents the law. Vipant. No, it is the convention itself that teaches me what I have to do, since it states that freedom, as it understands it, is the suppression of all indissoluble commitments. As my vows are indissoluble, I cannot take an oath that would annihilate them. Est viu. No, at this moment I see you above me, since you are my judge, and as such have the right to question me. Sigai crew. Do you therefore believe that before God there are men greater than others? No, I know we are all equal before God and before the law, but I do not want to take an oath, because God's law, which comes before human law, forbids me from vainly swearing. See, true, it is not vain to swear, since it is for saving your life. Sevi. True, I would rather die. Lisi. True. Well, we will deliver you, and 100,000 like you. Sruvi. I forgive you in advance for my death. You will even do me a real service, because since force made me leave my convent where I was by my own will, I have been leading an unhappy life in the world. We see. True. So make the oath, since you are free. Svi. True. On the contrary, because I am free, I will not do it. Li. Si. True. Very well. Since you insist, you will appear before the revolutionary tribunal, and you will see what will happen to you. Svi. True. Whatever God pleases. Let us give a few more passages from the interrogations suffered by the other Carmelites. They are instructive and even lack none of contemporaneity. Indeed, today, we no longer demand the oath of allegiance to the Republic from religious orders who have been expelled from their monasteries, deprived of their property, and forced into exile to live in community. Yet they are still often told that in the name of freedom they are not free to remain cloistered for prayer. Less bloodthirsty, but more hypercritical. The revolution wraps sophistications around the cord with which it strangles them. When the second nun, Sister Louise Théacy, appeared before the judge, he wanted to engage her in a debate. He first gave her a long exposition on freedom as understood by the revolutionaries in the style of the social contract. Then he asked if she would not now swear obedience to such sublime principles. The sister, who was little moved by these slimy tautologies, replied, "I cannot swear to maintain a freedom so. In any case, if my poverty makes me a burden to the nation, who should be held accountable? My family had resources. I had a dowry, indefinite as that." The commissioner then explained to her that the law required her to take an oath, and added, "So you want a republic without laws?" But the sister had wit. She replied promptly, "Suppose I were among the Turks, could I not live in Constantinople without swearing to uphold the Quran?" The judge, taken aback, lost his temper. "What would you live on?" He exclaimed, "If you become a burden to the nation, I can work." She answered, "Didn't you know who he is since you were Catholic not so long ago? You are a slave to a man, and you blindly submit to his feelings." "I submit to the Pope's feelings because I consider him the head of the Church and the vicar of Jesus Christ. You have taken everything away from me." At this point, the commissioner sought to change the subject. "Where did you read the papal briefs condemning the oath?" "While I was still in my convent," she replied. "But tell me," he pressed, "who is this Pope? What a fanatic!" "Well, they will expel you from the country. Don't you love your homeland? Do you prefer Rome, Italy, or Spain?" "I have always loved my homeland. I have never left it. Therefore, I cannot desire to live in another country. If they force me to, whose fault will it be?" Seeing that Sister Louise Therese was too intelligent to be caught off guard, the judge had her reconfined. Sister Rosalie took her place. Her interrogation was brief. For over 3 hours, she was subjected to the same line of questioning. She gave no names. In any case, this was true for the entire community. United in refusing the oath, the Carmelites were equally determined to keep silent about their directors. When she protested, the judge asked, "So why did you come here?" She replied, "Because I love Carmel, and I do not conceive of any law that prohibits several people from gathering together to pray." Sister Angelique was particularly pronounced the priest to denounce who had given her the notice to the religious. The ecclesiastics came to Rue Cassette. When asked, "Why don't you want to take the oath?" she replied, "It is written in the gospel that one judges a tree by its fruits. As I observe that the fruits of the tree of equality and liberty only serve to destroy the Catholic religion, of which I am a proud practitioner, I do not wish to bind myself by oath to this tree." To Sister Philippine, one sought to make her confess that she had been detained at the monastery against her will. Not expecting anything further from these obstinate individuals, the commissioners of the section issued an arrest warrant for the Revolutionary Tribunal. The religious sisters were transferred to the conciergerie that same evening of the Republic. They turned their home into den of crafty and fanatical priests with whom they conspired against the immortal principles of freedom and equality. There was ample cause to send them to their deaths. They appeared before the tribunal the following day. The interrogation was a repeat of previous instances. All persisted in their refusal to name the priests who had assisted them and take the oath. An unexpected incident occurred during the trial. The indictment, written in the inflated style of the time, was drafted by the usual provider for the guillotine, Fouquier, Tinville. The Carmelites were accused of gathering and conspiring to disturb the state and provoke civil war through fanaticism. Instead of living peacefully under the protection, President Dumas was trying to persuade Sister Christian, a conversant, that she had made confessions during the investigation by mistake. The accused, who had not spoken to another man for 25 years except her confessor, exclaimed, "No, my father, it's not true. I didn't say anything. Is it established that a gathering of 8 women was formed to whom criminal priests inspired superstition through writings, speeches, and practices leading to a fanaticism that misguided their victims?" A general laugh, to which even the nuns and the judges could not help joining, erupted. After the insignificant plea in official defenders and Fouquier's bloated rebuttal, 3 questions were posed to the jurors. It is instructive to reproduce them one. Thousand, the former nuns, convinced they were part of this fanatical gathering and refused to take the oath. Third, did they do so with the intent to disturb the state through a civil war by arming citizens against each other and against legitimate authority? A positive answer on all 3 points carried the death penalty. But the jury, perhaps impressed by the nuns' attitude, perhaps influenced by some conscience scruple, answered yes to the first 2 questions and no to the third, which was the most dangerous. On that, Fouquier, Tinville rose and requested the enforcement of the law. Consequently, they were sentenced to deportation and their property confiscated for the nation. So the court pronounced the penalty of deportation. As a prelude, he qualified the nuns as mad virgins. Then he added that since it was deemed that they lived away from public affairs, they would only face the penalty of house arrest as suspects, but that, having refused to disclose the residence and names of the refractory priests who came to their homes, it was if they had hidden them in their house sick. The 9th Thermidor, which ended the terror, however, did not grant them freedom. They were first transferred to Bitre among the insane, then to the prison of the Englishwomen on Rue des Fosses, St. Victor. And the audience, convinced that by exiling faithful Carmelites from the church, one saved the regime from a great danger, cried, "Long live the Republic." While they waited to be transported to Caen, the Carmelites were imprisoned at La Salpêtrière, a detention house usually reserved for clandestines and thieves. Finally, in 1796, thanks to the pressing requests of an unknown friend, they were exiled to Belgium and found refuge at the Carmelite convent in Termonde. Sister Camille retired with her parents, observed as much as possible the life of seclusion. She was free to carry out her exercises and enjoy deep retirement. She was served lean meals at the same times as at her convent, and Mrs. To resume the story, she briefly considered the idea of walking to Rome and asking for alms. I would have presented myself as a poor stranger to the Carmelites of this city and asked for admission to their solitude. They would certainly have pitied me at their place. I would have found the environment without which it seemed I could no longer live. She had already made her preparations, and the day of departure was set. The Soekot often preferred to deny herself the presence of her daughter rather than disturb her solitude. Despite respecting her vocation, the Carmelites suffered from being separated from her sisters, felt even more isolated because, out of caution, she only rarely visited the prioress and small groups scattered here and there. But her mother, who opposed this plan with all her tenderness, showed her a letter from a cardinal who, after consultation, absolutely condemned such a dangerous exodus. Camille resigned herself. She hoped, at least, to be able to continue living as a nun in the family hotel when on February 12, 1794, her father and mother were arrested by order of the Committee of Public Safety under the charges of conspiracy against the Republican liberty-seeking activities. She expected to follow her parents to prison without much delay. However, the police likely thought that by granting her freedom, monitoring all her movements, they could uncover the hideout of one of the refractory priests who were hiding everywhere in Paris. De Soekot was locked up again at the Carmelites, still stained with the massacres of September, while his wife was imprisoned at Saint-Hyppolite, soon followed by two of their daughters, Mesdames de Hinesdal and de la Tour. Camille's brothers and Buick's Frères had emigrated, leaving her alone. This calculation was incorrect. The sister, suspecting that she was intended as an involuntary informant, avoided seeing her superiors, whose retirement she was aware of. For greater security, she decided to leave the Hotel de Soekot and evade, if possible, the surveillance of the committee's agents. The arrest of her family, wrote the biographer, was a foretelling of what was to come, a manifestation of the path opening before her. It was evident that God was asking more of her than he usually demands even from his wives. Heroism was offered to her, but heroism devoid of glory, everyday heroism that is not some fleeting act whose promptness makes execution easy, but heroism that struggles foot by foot against the obstacles on the path, that sustains with energy daily and renewed battles in the most arduous forms. She had to accept the struggle in the solitude of heart and soul, to live solely from God or without spiritual aid, amidst constantly renewing anxieties and in deprivation. This heroism she accepted, trials multiplied. On March 25, Mrs. de Soekot died in prison from an infectious fever. Shortly after, Mr. de Soekot and Mrs. de Hinesdal, before the Revolutionary Tribunal, were condemned to death almost without debate and guillotined on the same day. Mrs. de la Tour, released, went into hiding in the provinces. There was no news from Camille's other parents. The sister, accompanied by a Carmelite from Pontoise, whom she had taken in off the street, left her paternal home to evade the searches being conducted for her. For several weeks she moved from sordid dwelling to sordid dwelling without any linens or change of clothes. As for her financial resources, at the time of her flight she had 6 francs, Describing this period of her life, she later said, "How many times I have gone a whole day without food. The rigorous fasting of Carmel does not compare to what was imposed on me then, when I was able, through a bit of work or the charity of others, to obtain some food. My lack of skill in preparing it made them almost useless. My stomach," she said, "had a hard time digesting that soup. My companion was not much more adept than I, so usually we only managed to get strange stews. For example, they would sometimes buy pickled herring. Not knowing how to prepare it, they would cook it in hot water and dip some bread into the broth. But that's not all. Once we had set aside the fish for our meal the next day, when an unfortunate cat, indifferent to our misfortunes, added to it by devouring our reserve that very night. It was a disaster, as her ignorance of practical life had led her to hope to spend only a sou a day on her subsistence. That day she ate nothing. On certain days, when some sewing work had earned her a pinch of assignats, she wanted to make provisions. Another time, hearing the cry of a milkman in the street, she immediately descended from her loft with a small cup to procure some. As she passed her arms through the bars of the cart, the milkman, noticing the whiteness and fineness of her hands, suspected an aristocrat. "He there, sacred little former one," he exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "so they forgot to cut off your head." At the same time, the scoundrel pretended to grab her waist. Camille, terrified, fled with her empty cup. She leaves them with a basket filled with provisions that would sustain them for over a week. Suffering from hunger nearly continuously, they believed Camille was their salvation. They embraced her and expressed their gratitude with tears in their eyes. In the face of this explosion of gratitude, the visitor refrains from correcting them. Having bought eggs, some vegetables, and a 1/4 pound of butter, she filled a small basket with them, which she was carrying home when on the way. An idea came to her to visit some of her sisters gathered on Rue du Regard. The nuns were unaware of her distress. She withdraws, delighting in the amusing adventure, and couldn't be happier to have been able to conceal this act of charity. When she suffered too much from hunger, she would slip into the hotel's garden where a servant had been left to over the seals placed by the police. This man kept a few chickens. The sister would inquire if they had laid eggs. If so, she would ask for one, eat it raw on the spot, which would be enough for a day's meal. Sometimes she received alms. This is how, on a morning when her fortune amounted to 3 pence, she offered them to an old apple seller in exchange for half a dozen of the fruits. Camille had to obey. Not wanting to leave her companions too far, she took refuge at Les Moulinacs on a farm that belonged to her parents. Dishonest steward had grown accustomed to considering the domain as his own and appropriating its revenue at the expense of the legitimate owners. The good woman considered her emaciated appearance and drawn features, and immediately placed 1 pound her finest apples into her hands, saying in a friendly voice, "Take these. My dear, stuff them all into your pockets and keep your 3 pence. She was not out of trouble yet, for on April 16, 1794, the convention passed a decree prohibiting former nobles from residing in Paris. He received the fugitive rather coldly, but did not dare refuse her shelter and food. although with bad grace he endured that the sister took charge of selling provisions and derived some resources from it, but in compensation he demanded that she perform the work of a farm girl. Being under police surveillance, she had to present herself at the municipality every day. When she wanted to go to Paris for a few hours, she had to request special permission, which was only granted after 100 malicious formalities. She still followed her rule as exactly as possible. It was her only joy, and she feared only one thing, that of lacking fervour. Jalabert, a former archdeacon of Notre Dame who had found refuge in a house on St. Louis Island, it was great comfort for Camille to visit him every eight days or so. She would confess her sins, carefully receive the consolation of the good priest, and sometimes attend a clandestine mass where she received Holy Communion. One will judge how worthy her faithfulness was by this passage from one of her letters. In the evening, when after a day of labor such as I had never known before, I had to recite matins after 9 o'clock. The violent effort I had to make to overcome my weariness gave me a fever that prevented me from sleeping all night. At the same time, God sent him a director. Mr. She did not like this attire. To traverse the streets of Paris without notice, she would wear the costume that almost all class women lower wore at that time, a white skirt striped with pink or blue, a large scarf tied in the back, a muslin bonnet embroidered with a tricolor cockade and sabots. On her return, she dressed as a peasant at the same spot. What one must retain from this daily existence is the perfect serenity with which Sister Camille bore the sufferings and angst. So, to endure it for as short a time as possible, she would leave Les Moulinox, dressed in her brown burlap robe that she wore at the farm, and with her disguises she called it wrapped in a handkerchief under her arm. Upon arriving in the Grenelle plain, she stopped behind a bush, changed her clothes, and entered the city, blending in with everyone else. All, despite the present darkness and the uncertain future, she remained so united to the cross of the good Master. She kept, according to her vocation, a clear conscience of her role as an expiatory victim for the sins and sacred follies of her contemporaries, that a radiant peace emanated from her. She had to endure a maximum of tribulations. The grief caused by the tragic death of her parents tore at her soul. She lived in poverty amidst insults, suspicions, and harsh treatments. At any moment, she could be arrested, thrown in prison, or guillotined. Finally, the terrible emotions felt since the beginning of the revolution had inflicted a heart disease so grave that a few years later doctors said she would die prematurely from it. For the inner sun did not cease to radiate through the clouds accumulated by the revolutionary storm. Something of this supernatural illumination appeared in her clear gaze. All who approached her were impressed. The influence was so powerful that the mayor of Moulinox, an effervescent sans culotte, marveled at it. "This little Dindy nun," said he, "when she looks at me with her calm air, she would make me do whatever she wants." O bright blood of Jesus, how you purple the soul that devotes itself to revive your passion. Even those who insult you or deny you receive your effluves and the splendors of your inextinguishable charity. Ex-Sister Camille's wandering life was not yet over. It was a ruinous hovel, But Camille considered herself too fortunate to have a roof over her head, as she lacked all resources at that time and could not even afford to pay for renting an attic. In this poverty, a stroke of luck occurred. The Mulinox farm went up for sale, and the poor involuntary vagabond had to find another refuge. The municipal employee in charge of overseeing the former nobles took pity on her and housed her in an abandoned house in the village of Issy. An old sister from Grinnell Street, Catherine of the Resurrection, learned about her distress and came to live with her. The kind girl had 200 francs that she had earned as a servant since the time of dispersion. This small sum was sufficient to sustain the two religious women for more than 3 months. The Carmelites received Holy Communion with some regularity, something they had been deprived of for a long time. And as one might expect, this divine consolation made them forget all their privations. In their humble abode, where they lived in such a frugal manner, they managed to set up a chapel and hide refractory priests in nearby quarries and forests, where they secretly celebrated Mass from time to time. Meanwhile, the reaction of Thermidor arrived. Robespierre and his gang were declared outlaws by the initiative of some of their accomplices, who, breaking with the cowardice inherent to the convention's fanatics, guillotined the terrible Pédeloup to prevent him from guillotining them. The terror regime collapsed in a muddle of blood and gore. Prisons opened, and the proscribed breathed a sigh of relief. As Mr. very aptly put it, Pierre de la Gosse, in his beautiful religious history of the Revolution vol, in fine, there will be more killings. There will still be much violence in political order and many persecutions in religious order. However, for those who do not get lost in details, but see events as a whole, we have reached the bottom of the abyss. Now the ascent begins. It starts with civil society. They were looking for her to bring her before the Revolutionary Tribunal the following week, where her conviction was certain. Just a few months more, despite persistent practices of intolerance and the retention of unjust laws, it will also begin for religious society. It was time for Sister Camille that the terror ended. Indeed, she had just been warned that her case had been referred to Fouquier in Tinville, car, according to her biographer's expression. The half-freedom she had enjoyed resembled that which the wild beast leaves to its prey when, after rendering it powerless to escape, it reserves for the time of its caprice. On October 15, 1794, Sister Camille obtained permission to return to Paris. There followed a communion service of the Holy Sacrament. The priest, Father Baudot, blessed the crowd of Christians with emotion as they knelt in a profound silence broken only by tears and sobs. She took up residence in a small apartment on Rue des Postes, next to the house that, under the old regime, housed a seminary. The chapel had not been profaned, but only stripped of its ornaments. The Carmelite had the idea to restore worship there. To this end, she collaborated with Abbé Baudot, the former superior of the seminary, who joyfully embraced her project. Several dedicated souls joined them. The chapel was cleaned and decorated as best as possible, and one day in late January 1795, Mass was celebrated there for the first time. Sister Camille's joy was so great, and her memory of that moment so vivid, she could only speak of that she could with tenderness. If the feeling I had at that time had lasted just a few more moments, I don't know if I could have resisted. How lucky for me that the joy of seeing my glorified God didn't overcome me then. The trials Sister Camille had endured with such heroic constancy over the past years had developed the qualities of energy and initiative that God had instilled in her. She took up the task without delay and soon discovered on St. Jack Street, a rather spacious house that had long served as an inn under the sign of Le Vachinois. Her first thought was to rebuild, at least partially, the community. With some resources at hand, she obtained permission from her prioress, Mother Nathalie, to take steps towards this goal. Finding a suitable location was the most pressing need. She purchased it on favorable terms and moved in immediately with 9 of her companions who had escaped the guillotine or exile. Mother Nathalie soon joined them, accompanied by 6 other nuns. As early as March 1795, regular practices could be resumed and convent life organized, while the ground floor provided a few rooms for external service and common work. The upper floors formed a community hall, refectory, and improvised cells. The only missing element was the closure that was not dared to be restored because the revolutionary government remained suspicious and would have seen a closed premises as a hot of plots against the Republic. In the center of the house, the Carmelites built a chapel where soon from all parts refractory came to celebrate the offices. They were so numerous that Mass succeeded without pause from 5 in the morning until noon. The abbot of Dampierre, former Grand Vicar to the Archbishop of Paris, was one of the most assiduous. Devotees flocked in crowds from the surrounding area. Their eagerness is explained by the fact that the parish, St. Jacques du Hart, Paz, was occupied by constitutional clergy and the true Catholics. Obeying the instructions of the Pope, were fleeing the intruders. Seeing this influx, Mr. de Dampierre had baptismal fonts placed. Baptisms were administered, marriages were celebrated, and thus the small chapel became a center where every Sunday one sang the Grand Mass and Vespers sermons were preached. In 1796, a decree authorized non-migrating nobles to return to their properties, seized over 3 years prior. Those from the family of Soycourt were considerable. In addition to cash, there were houses in Paris and lands in Picardy. Sister Camille became owner in common with her sister Mrs. de la Tour and her nephew, the young Count de Hinesdal. She rejoiced at this return of fortune that would not only allow her to protect her community from need, but also to assist other houses of the order when a scruple arose. Did her vow of poverty constitute an obstacle to claiming her paternal inheritance? She recalled that when the National Assembly abolished vows, Pope Pius VI declared that no civil power could release consciences for anything. Sister Camille would not have overstepped this decision. She consulted her directors. Elas, she cried out, must I no longer be poor? But it was assured to her that nothing would change regarding her poverty. So she resigned herself to drafting a petition where she laid out to the Pope the reasons for her request and the sorrow her heart felt. They suggested she submit a request to the Pope with the aim of obtaining permission to accept her share in the succession of her parents. The humble Carmelite hesitated. Her Biographer writes, she seemed to see crumple the barrier she had sought to place between herself and the world. Gradually, she's secured the return of nearly all the vast assets belonging to her family. She is described as pale, slender, gentle, never impatient or feverish, despite the challenges of her mission, dressed in a black woolen robe and wearing a white bonnet. She ran between offices, notaries, and legal professionals. At that time, bureaucracy was already prevalent, with its myriad formalities and long-standing tradition of treating the public as personal enemies. The Carmelite sister endured all the frustrations and inconveniences that come with confronting administrative minutiae and rejections. Yet she remained calm and undaunted. Pius Vai immediately responded with a bull that allowed Sister Camille, notwithstanding her vow of poverty, to acquire movable and immovable property and to dispose of them as best serves her own interests, as well as the relief of religious men and women and other ecclesiastical persons in need, further declaring that this permission in no way prejudiced the substance of her solemn vow of poverty. Thus reassured and empowered, Sister Camille embarked on the arduous task of navigating the bureaucratic processes and paperwork necessary to reclaim her family's assets. Through perseverance, Sister Camille achieved victory. Everything at the Carmes was in pitiful condition. The cloister was rented to a wood merchant who had turned it into a storage depot for planks. And it was a stupor to the clerks and round shoulders to hear this poor woman with her small basket under her arm speak of millions, land sales, property purchases, all in a time when the richest lacked their necessities. The battle against the masters of stamped paper and the high guardians of legal grimoires lasted about a year. As soon as she gained possession of her fortune without taking a moment's rest, she set out to acquire the Carmelite convent where, as we remember, her father had been held until the moment he appeared before the revolutionary tribunal, which promptly sent him to the guillotine. In the garden, a public pleasure entrepreneur had set up a tent and an orchestra under the sign, "The Dance of the Plane Trees." One danced there every decade. By a moving thought, the sister chose for her cell the small room where her father had lived for 5 months before going to the gallows. The installation was carried out without too many obstacles. Sister Camille had to conduct long negotiations with this man who demanded an excessive price for the ruins. Finally, an agreement was reached. Sister and her companions took possession on August 29, 1797. Immediately, everything was repaired and the premises were adapted to the requirements of monastic life. However, later on, several revolutionaries who viewed this renaissance of nest of superstition with disfavor attempted to expel the Carmelites. Hostile newspaper articles and pamphlets appeared, heaping insults and slander upon the nuns. From the old monastery, only the stones remained. The snow was swept inside as well as in the street, and except for the wall where the traces of bullets and the splashes of blood from the September massacres were still visible, all the fencing had disappeared. The current owner was a man named Forsen, who, not knowing what to do with these vast buildings, planned to demolish them and sell the materials. Among other diatribes, it was read that an impudent aristocrat, Citizen Soyakot, intended to erect a monument in this place to commemorate the last tyrant. It was also said that she was forming a group of bigots and bloodthirsty pontiffs to prepare assaults against the regime of human rights. One morning, a detachment of gunners entered the Rue de Vaugirard and aimed a cannon at the monastery's door. Sister Camille, informed of the situation, reassured the community. Sometimes, too, the populace of the neighborhood gathered around the house, demonstrating an intention to sack it. Little by little, through gentleness and charity, they managed to dispel the prejudices. There was, however, still an alarm. "I will," she said, "place myself at the door, and if they fire, I'll receive the bullet." And indeed, she sat on a step of the porch, facing the gunners. She said nothing to them, merely watching them with great calm. Here is a brief summary of the facts as related by Mr. Lenotre. The small community lived through troubled days, but the mother Camille was still to suffer personally from persecution. It does not fall within the scope of this study to report in detail her dealings with the imperial police. Disconcerted by her composure, admiring despite themselves the courage of this frail woman, the sectarians withdrew. In 1798, the prioress, Mother Nathalie, died. Camille was unanimously chosen by her sisters to succeed her. Finally came the 18th Brumaire, Bonaparte's dictatorship, the consulate, and the empire. In July 1811, the police learned through an open letter to the Black Cabinet addressed to Emgre de Grégory, one of the cardinals, under surveillance at the emperor's order, that a certain Dame Camilla, residing in the convent of the Carmes, was actively engaged in having copies made and distributed of the bull of excommunication against Napoleon, issued by Pope Pius V after his arrest in Rome and secretly promulgated while he was held in Savona. Police Prefect Baron Pasquier conducted an inquiry and easily discovered that this Dame Camilla was undoubtedly Mother Camille de Soyecourt. 2 agents came to arrest the Carmelite and took her to the police prefecture, where she was placed in solitary confinement. There one will admire the firmness she showed as a Carmelite and how she knew how to tailor her responses to protect others. Justifying documents, pp. She was subjected to lengthy and meticulous interrogations from which it emerged that she indeed played a role in the dissemination of the Bull 12. 12 details of these interrogations and their official texts can be found in an appendix to the life of Mother Camille. The empire was concerned about this woman who, both bold and gentle, the police monitored the Carmelite convent where it was rumored that she would sometimes visit from Gizet under disguise. The fact was true. Mother Camille did not abandon her beloved community, 56 and following. With the inquiry concluded, as the emperor had forbidden any publicity regarding the matter, Camille, for state reasons, was sent into exile in Guise. She stayed with the sisters of the hospital there, and immediately visits and demonstrations of reverence multiplied, which greatly worried the department prefect. On various occasions she made the journey on foot, dressed in a blue checkered Indian skirt, a bisque corsage, and a black bonnet. Moreover, along the way she pretended to be lame. Thanks to this ruse, she managed to pass through the police net unnoticed and stayed for a few days with her daughters. The Restoration ended her exile. Mother Camille, back in Paris, could hope for tranquility. But after enduring so many trials and moves, she had to endure one last exodus. The administration demanded the Carmelite convent to establish an ecclesiastical school. See, as long as Mother Camille had some strength left, she used it for the service of her community. Following the rule, she had laid down her office of prioress in 1814. There, what fun! The mother, not without sorrow, made a sacrifice at request of the archbishop and relocated her community to a house on Vaugirard Street that had belonged to the Bernardines before the Revolution. This is where her existence ends. The nun who succeeded her, having contracted severe infirmities during the Revolution, could not complete her triennium and resigned. Mother Camille was re-elected to her position and governed until 1845. At that time, she had to give up power. Her health had been declining for a long time. Several of her sayings have been preserved, which further paint this exceptional soul. They were amazed in her childhood by her stillness in church, despite her extreme vivacity. In her final years, paralysis of the legs confined her to her straw chair. She spent the day there, filled with serenity, taking interest in every detail of convent life, offering advice, encouraging novices, and sharing the fruits of her long experience with all the sisters. Afflicted with rheumatism, tormented by persistent stomach cramps, she also suffered from a heart condition. When she contracted it during the Revolution, doctors predicted she would not survive more than 2 or 3 years. Human diagnoses are futile despite this prognosis. She reached an advanced old age. I said nothing. The mother recounted in her old age when such a remark was made before her, but I thought to myself, how can I move when God looks at me? Does he always look at us like that? A sister asked, and he knows well all that I want to tell him by that. She loved work so much that, despite her disabilities, she never consented to remaining idle. Until the last day, she wove wool to make pillows for the poor. "Oh, my daughter," the venerable prioress replied. That was then the milk of childhood. Faith gives us his divine gaze even better. Now it happens for me to only say these words, "My God, I believe." But because I believe, I worship deeply. One must always work, she said. It's a habit to cultivate. It overcomes 1,000 imperfections and maintains a spirit of poverty. Moreover, see if poverty does not shorten life. Despite all the times I have gone hungry and lacked everything, here I am at 80 years old. Therefore, poverty in all things, everywhere, for oneself, a burden to oneself, but width for others and magnificence for God. Despite her daughter's pleas, she refused to add or alter anything to the Carmelite community's already frugal diet. The ordinary, she said, nothing more than the small ordinary of the rule. I love our water puriers so much, and this food suits me so well that a broth would be less beneficial. And she employed innocent tricks to observe the great fasts, so that the cook sister exclaimed, "Our mother eats like a little bird." At the very end, however, they managed to get her to accept sometimes a cluster of grapes or a few sips of milk. I would rather see the community destroyed than the rule weakened within it. This austerity did not prevent her from showing joy during leisure hours, but they should not offer them too often, for then she refused with such a clear tone that there was no going back. She had this deep love for rule that makes fervent communities. Rule above all, she said. Rule everywhere, without softening and without truce. At recreation, at the request of the younger among her daughters, she improvised little songs that she sang in a wavering voice, similar to the sound of altar bell dulled. This stanza, for example, old age disturbs me. I am 90 years old. I still sing without pain despite my sharp pains. Or also, in my long career, I have had many troublous. I have seen above the earth good and evil people. Each dies in turn, and I still live. Obviously, this is not great poetry. But as we find in these innocent diversions a sign of a soul at peace with itself, and whom, in reward for her love, God grants the joyful simplicity of childhood. Her union with God was so intimate that she once said, "Jesus is always with me." We live, both of us, in the same house. He often gives himself to me, and I too have given myself entirely to him. I do not ask him what reward he will give me. I am paid in advance. I will taste in heaven greater sweetness and consolation, perhaps. But in truth I shall have nothing more, for he gives himself to me already in this life. In 1848 she grew much weaker and could hardly leave her bed. During the winter of 1849, it became apparent that the end was near. From April onwards, the symptoms of her heart illness worsened. Suffering from almost continuous suffocation and no longer sleeping, she spent her nights reciting psalms. It will be she and Saint Therese who will hand my soul over to God. The last night was turbulent, yet as fervent as the others. She had two images placed before her, one of the Virgin Mary and another of Saint Teresa. "Look," she said, "how the Virgin Mary is looking at me. She seems to be telling me, 'Ask me what you will. I will obtain it from my Son.'" According to her wish, she was buried in the crypt of the Carmelite Church among the victims of the September massacres. She sang the psalm with a strong voice once more. "Sing to the Lord a new song." Then she exclaimed, "Holy Virgin, intercede for me." These were virtually her last words. The following day, she lost consciousness. The chaplain administered extreme unction and absolution without any sign from her that she was participating in the ceremony. At 5 o'clock in the evening, she breathed her last while the community wept around her bed. It was May 9, 1849. Mother Camel was 82 years old. Having endured the trial of overwhelming fear at a time when Jansenist aberration weighed on her soul, this holy religious finally blossomed in the radiance of the sun of La that dwells within the souls of good will. That is why, as her biographer says, she remained brave and peaceful in the face of the most terrifying events. That is why she possessed this strong and generous charity which leads one to give oneself passionately to God for his glory and that of his church. We live in an era of growing Bolshevism where nothing proves that similar catastrophes to those endured by Mother Camille will not recur. The lessons provided by her intrepidity in the fight against evil show how a soul that truly loves its God is preserved in trial. 13, The Apostolate of the Sick Louis, Perot, 1888, 1916 by J. P. Bellilun, 1 vol, at Bloud et Gain. This volume 13 deals with a young man who, suffering from an incurable illness, not only devoted his waning strength to caring for tuberculosis patients in a sanatorium, but also conceived the moving idea of forming a prayer bond under the title of Catholic Union of the Sick, between as many afflicted individuals as possible, willing to offer up their trials through prayer, like a bouquet of red roses on the altar of this Sacred Heart that teaches us love through suffering. The simplest way to grasp the evangelical action of Louis Perrot is to tell his life story and quote excerpts from his diary and correspondence with his friends and some who followed in his painful footsteps and walked in Jesus' steps on the way to the cross. St. Paul said, if we have hope only for this life, we are of all men most wretched. But yes, following the example of Mother Camille, if we place all our hope in the life to come, when tribulation comes and the hairs of revolutionary madness once again with axe in hand turn against the faithful, we'll boldly confess our faith and know the joy of dying for our Lord Jesus Christ, and we will obtain the grace to complete. As St. Paul still says, what is lacking in his passion? The charity of the sick, a small book has reached me that I believe it is good to mention, because it shows how a Christian soul, which opens itself generously to the rays of the inner sun, can make sacrifice of its own sufferings to dedicate itself to the consolation of another's sorrows. Louis Perrot, son of a doctor, was born in Nanaye-les-Bains, a small spa town in Bourbonnais, on January 11, 1888. He studied in Paris, first at the Stanislas College and then at the Beauchute School, where he followed courses at the Louis Le Grand High School. His religious formation had begun within his deeply Catholic family. It developed and strengthened under the influence of the masters who instructed his early youth. Furthermore, he was predisposed to it because God had gifted him with a serious mind, inclined towards meditation, a soul yearning for interior life, and guided by it in his actions. He was among those whom contemporary society, impregnated with materialism and corrupted by the taste for luxury and coarse pleasures, provokes an irreparable disgust. The selfishness and baseness of thought of the so-called ruling classes repulsed him. He himself noted this sentiment in a letter to a friend. It is true, deeply love the poor. I take more pleasure in their company than the world. I assure you that I am not proud to be bourgeois. To prove this, consider a phrase he wrote at the age of 15. It seems to me that life consists in studying with reflection the shadow of the infinite that hangs over us, in guessing it as much as possible, and then in shaping our existence according to this glimpsed ideal. What also characterizes Perrot is, from this period on, his love for the humble. There he mixed without a suit or tie, dressed in a cyclist jersey and wearing a cap. It is also probable that he had numerous opportunities to observe the Catholic bourgeoisie and note that too often in it the religious spirit has become frozen into practices of convenience, into a rogue and glacial pharisaism whose asperities would drive away even the most intrepid apostles hundreds of kilometers away. He felt, his biographer wrote, an impelling need to draw close to the weak, not out of curious study of their plight or to offer remedies for their miseries, but because he suffered directly from their abandonment, because he genuinely felt their brother. It's a title and a rank that I would gladly abandon if God wills it. His affinity for popular miliunks went beyond words. In his leisure moments, he sometimes went to dine in humble restaurants where workers ate. It's curious, he said, and this get up, I feel more at ease on the street. Here is the French text translated into English. Here is his impression on a night when he happened to enter this Montparnasse theatre, where the common folk from the Gata district like to indulge in melodramas with loud noises. They were performing the Paris Ragman, he said, a rather insignificant piece with nothing very compelling about it, but it was the atmosphere that I appreciated. You feel at home. You've come without ceremony, dressed casually. This career appealed to him because of the unlimited possibility of devotion that he saw in it. He believed that after the priesthood, it was the most beautiful choice one could make. As he began his studies for the P.C., the women have their hair down, the men keep theirs covered, in contrast to other places. But everything is cheerful, a frank and unrestricted joy. Shortly after, he passed his bachelor's degree and decided to become a doctor. And the idea grew within him to dedicate a part of his life to the Christian education of the working class. And precisely at that time he discovered Lycillen. For a mind aspiring to give itself for adolescent without experience, and in whom the enthusiasm for sacrifice overflows, socialism, at first glance, offers many appealing aspects through its parades of equality. He wrote to a friend, "One must admit that Lycillen had faults. The equivocation created by our will to engage in educational work while remaining independent of the Church has done all the harm. The error of Lycillen was to attempt conciliation between these destructive theories and the Christian principle. Furthermore, some Silonicists had a less conscious anarchist tendency, hence their condemnation by Pope Pius XX. Lois Peyrot smiled without making any restrictions. But as it is actually a brutal materialist doctrine and sophistic egalitarianism leads its followers to hatred, envy, and a taste for violence, one must conclude that the tree is bad and can only bear hateful fruits. Protestant newspapers do not fail to repeat this sophism. We have only to obey, for the Pope is the sole judge of the general tactics he wishes to employ with his troops. I do not think you are among those who believed that the submission of Sillen proved that Catholics put their respect for authority above their conscience. He was very aware of it. The main thing, he said, is to follow the path where the Lord calls us. He can only want what is best for us. So, in loving God, we are certain to love ourselves. But we believe that the Pope has jurisdiction over matters of faith and morality, enhanced by unique graces from which our confidence in his guidance stems. This straightness in obedience, this respect for papal decisions, this return to discipline which constitutes one of the Church's greatest strengths, brought about redoubled energy for Peyron fulfilling his Christian duty. I mean, by obeying God strictly, we are certain to work for our happiness. Our happiness is to desire what he wants, hate what goes against his plans. Once he had embraced such a noble conviction, he was ready for the apostolate that divine grace had reserved for him. We will see with what courage he responded to it, i.e. benefiting from the old military law. In 1906, Louis Peyrot enrolled at 18 years old in the 121st Line Infantry in Clermont-Ferrand in order to serve only 1 year, thanks to a dispensation from Father C.N. After completing his training as a medical student, He was employed at the regimental infirmary. He soon sought to be assigned to the hospital, where he hoped to work more freely and study interesting cases. But he did not enter as a nurse. In January 1907, he fell ill with the flu, bronchitis followed, and perhaps the seeds of tuberculosis began to develop in his fragile lungs. He was transported to Paris, where he was granted leave, but the illness persisted, and by the end of the year, he had to acknowledge that he was seriously ill and would need to undergo a long course of treatment. The prospect of inaction that faced him was initially devastating. I had never faced such a trial, and this one found me without courage to endure it. But this state of depression did not last. Through prayer and sincere abandonment to divine will, he soon reacted. This long period of inactivity is indeed painful, he wrote. But since it was useful for God's plans concerning me, we must accept it with joy. The saddest thing about a disease like this is that one can no longer form projects with any chance of realization. But it was necessary to learn that God alone disposes between all that man proposes, and I must understand that we do not live for ourselves, that we do not arrange our lives, but rather go where God needs us. And it was then that he received light on how to use the disease for the good of souls. I learned at the same time that one must never exaggerate their own value, believe themselves indispensable. God has enough means to replace us. One admires this courage in resignation, because it was corroborated by a great spirit of faith. Perrault gained an extra fervor of religious devotion. He arrived in Leysen on November 21, 1907. He bravely accepted his situation without overly deluding himself about his chances of recovery. Here are the circumstances after a stay in Nenay-Riz where, despite family care, his condition did not improve. He consulted specialists who advised him to try an air cure at the sanatorium in Leysen-Vaud. Submissive to their opinion, Perrault set off immediately. For, he said, in Leysen, one sees men who were already treated 10 years ago, who thought they were cured and are now forced to return even sicker than before. Finally, by the grace of God, at the sanatorium, he became friends with several young people as afflicted or more afflicted than himself. He set an example of patience. He cheered them up with his gaiety and the discreet outbursts of divine love that continually grew within him. But soon the fever and cough returned even more fierce. He went through periods of despair where he barely found the strength to pray. However, he never stopped pronouncing the comforting fight. Many were affected by this, and under this influence returned to God. Until 1913, his life was divided between stays in Nenay-Riz and Leysen. Sometimes the illness remained stationary. Perrault then devised plans for medical studies and social activity, published articles in various newspapers and journals. This resulted in an inner peace and increased confidence in God, expressed in colloques of great beauty from which a few passages should be quoted. He exclaims, "My God, I do not ask to climb very high. I will be content with the easy paths of the plain where one has companions who laugh. My God, have mercy." And he continues, realizing that through suffering, God draws the peaks of Tor Cherachedi. The hand that pulls me and guides me tightens its grip and drags me along. I hear a voice telling me, "Have courage, be humble, if you knew the radiant peaks to which I lead you, if you knew what sun you will find after these fleeting mists. You complain that you are alone, that you meet only a few friends. But this is what you should be grateful for. I chose you from the midst of the crowd. Listen, sometimes you think of the unclean joys you have left behind, and you murmur against the austerity of the path I guide you on. Sometimes the evil spirit who seeks to take you back and detach you from me whispers disgust for those you have barely surpassed. Thanks to my help, you swing between nostalgia for sensual mud and pride the progress you owe to me. Acknowledge that I was right in enveloping your path in mist. Humbly abandon yourself to me. He who follows me does not walk in darkness. Come, I am your strength and your light. You are not alone, since you are with me, and I love you, your God, thus strengthened. He soon realized that God was not merely demanding his personal acceptance of suffering, but inspiring him to apply the dogma of the communion of saints to the sick, which is one of the most sublime beliefs of the Church. He began by specifying the supernatural value of illness. God sends us illness, he wrote, one to strike us in our strength, to take away our means of yielding to our passions. And little by little, the project for this Catholic union of the sick took shape, where he expended his last energies generously. To clearly show how the idea arose from Pirot's meditations and was realized, I will quote at some length certain passages from his journal and correspondence, which will reveal better than any analysis how he forgot himself to serve others. If your eye or your hand or your foot offends you, cut them off and throw them into the fire. God performs the operation that we would not have had the courage to do. If your vigor scandalizes you, destroy it. To remove us from active life, from the world where we were carried away, rolled in the river of occupations, to give us time to reflect. For it is better for you to enter eternity without eyes, without hands, with caverns in your lungs infirm, and without muscles, than to have a healthy and well-developed body and go to eternal fire. 3, to oblige us to think about death at events so close and so little expected, so terrifying and so forgotten, so important, and to which we attach no importance. And that, having thought about our death, we learn to make the departure in all things between those that die and those that are immortal, between what passes and what remains, between the contingent and what is necessary, so that we finally understand the meaning of life. Then, having applied these principles, driven by the need to dedicate himself to others, a characteristic of his noble soul, he wonders how he can do this through prayer, no longer being able to do so through action. And he answers, the sick person can be helpful to others, one. Through the supernatural value of their suffering, you utilized by the communion of saints, 2. Because they can exercise as a special apostolate among other sick people and in general those who suffer, being alone aware of their states of soul. 3. The notebooks are not just an outlet, a personal diary. They are also not a platform from which one gives advice in a pontificating manner. Supported from above, Perot thought that an association of prayers, a pooling of moral energy resources provided by joyfully accepting illness, would give Catholics who grouped together in this way soul strengtheners. At that moment, he was asked to correspond with a sick person who was in isolation. They can perform acts of mercy towards their companions, visiting the sick, clothing and feeding and quenching the thirst of his companions in need, giving advice, encouraging, praying for others living, agonizing or dead. Illness is surely a privilege, as it gradually leads us to intimate union with God, stripping us of all other concern, all worry save that of God. I return to the comparison of the transplanted wild plant from which the shoots are cut off so that the transplant may thrive by absorbing all the sap. Then the idea became clearer. He saw this as a providential coincidence and immediately conceived the idea of an autonomous grouping. The patients would exchange notebooks in which they would write down their meditations, prayers, and reflections suggested by their struggles in God against despair and the evil counsel of malice. He then wrote to his friend Jean G., assuming, as has often happened to you, that one asks you to visit a patient in your sanatorium who is bored and needs comfort. He awaited the effect produced with a certain anxiety, but he was quickly reassured when, at the end of the month, the notebook returned to him accompanied by letters proving that his work would be fruitful. You perfectly imagine what you will say to first distract him. Show him the positive aspects of illness. Make him hope for recovery. Invite him, in any case, to be patient and opportunely show him heaven and the supernatural reasons for suffering. This you know very well how to do, and you easily conceive that this can be done in writing when distance prevents visits, encouraged by initial results that were quite favorable. He secured the cooperation of some friends, established contacts with patients scattered here and there, and launched the first notebook on March 4, 1914. The first 7 messages he wrote. Very good. Exactly what one could hope for in terms of quality. The variety of temperaments fortunately combines with a unity of vision. One can already feel the atmosphere warm and simple, courageous and joyful. And some of their letters chosen from the most moving. He wrote a preface for this golden book where he defined admirably this supernatural friendship that bound all members of the union together. I don't know if it's because this union is somewhat my child, but I see it with enthusiastic eyes. May God bless and guide it. Indeed, God blessed it, as it now has 110 members spread across 12 groups, 5 in France and 7 in Switzerland. The relationships between all these patients, sustained in their fervor by his initiative, supported and encouraging one another, became entirely intimate. Peyrot, to further strengthen the bond that united them, decided to publish a golden book containing notices about the disappeared members of U-Bot-CM. We travel this journey together. My dear friends, he said, most of us have never met. We know each other at best through more or less faithful and lifeless photographs. Yet the intimacy of the Catholic Association of the Sick is one of the closest to be found, because it is made a community of shared trials and calling, a difficult joint effort, mutual support, and reciprocal compassion. Oh, friendship is the meeting of our suffering souls in the same faith, the same hope, and the same charity. That is why nothing can reach our friendship, as it does not rest on an inconsistent physical attraction, but is made up of supernatural reasons. In the crowd where we were scattered, Our illnesses served as a sign of reunion. Those who resemble each other, especially through misfortune, gather. And then, as we had the same divine certitudes, as we walked in the same hope of incorruptible health, we understood that we were brothers and united our weaknesses to better drag the heavy burden of our sorrows. Nothing separates us from you, dear friends already arrived at God. Nothing except the voluntary abandonment of collective ascension. Not death in any case, on the contrary, since death is the completed ascension. The risks of falling definitively abolished, the supernatural reasons we spoke about just now illuminated, multiplied, strengthened by the infinite. 5 months after the distribution of the first notebook, war broke out. Peyrot initially suffered greatly from not to be able to take up arms, the defense of the fatherland. We continue to reciprocally support each other through our intercessions. Your messages no longer comfort us, but you now inspire us, the auxiliaries of our guardian angels. In return, our earthly prayers increase your glory in paradise, and our souls collectively always remain in the same communion of the saints. What, he exclaimed, to lie sprawled on a chaise longue while others fight. But he did not hesitate to pick himself up and, turning to God, soon conceived a way in which his suffering brothers and he could assist the fighters. He wrote in October 1914, "What are we, the sick ones, going to do? Pray, of course, but also take our part in the necessary expiation to hasten the redemption of our poor homeland. Let us offer all with good hearts. Let us die if necessary. Let us make penance with anxious fervor. France, in the meantime, suffers greatly." And a few days later, he added, "The war continues, the war will be long, and I see well, my dear friends, that we are asking ourselves, how can we also go to the front? By what means can we, despite our infirmities, collaborate in this immense effort for our homeland?" Well, I believe that the role of the sick could be to show courage, confidence, and joy in their midst. We should be foyers of idealism, something like soldiers within fighting pessimism, false news, and the bad omens that are everywhere. We have the task that de Man undertook so magnificently, turning people's minds towards heaven every day with his articles in El Cho de Paris, uniting hearts and stretching wills. There will always be, and there are already, many seriously injured, amputees and invalids for life. And we, of course, are designated to support these poor people who have to learn about infirmity. In the absence of a multitude of useful men, I also want to be some minor roles, if there one, in social and economic life that we could play. He was then with his family in Nene-Riz. The hospital was full of wounded, and in a desire to dedicate himself, he had obtained permission to work free of charge in the archives. But this small contribution to national defense was not enough for him. His patriotic zeal, his need for complete sacrifice, led him to wish to be sent to the front lines to cut through the barbed wire that defended access to enemy trenches. He did not expect to recover, knowing he was deeply affected. At least he wanted to use what little strength he had left to serve the reformed, tuberculous soldiers of war. He managed to be sent to Cambo, where a sanatorium was being established. This is where he spent the last months of his life. He arrived in the spring of 1915 and took up his work with vigor. Without going into detail about his activities, let's say that he organized the sanatorium in such a practical way that it became a model facility. He wrote to Maurice Barres, hoping to obtain, through him, acceptance for this heroic volunteer work. Why not employ people like us, he said, in these dangerous and deadly missions, who are at least destined for death, but who would also be able, immediately transported to the scene of action, to hold out for a few days, and thus save other lives. Barres replied that it was impossible, and ended his letter by urging him to do everything in his power to recover in order to help rebuild France after the victory. Not only did he discipline the health seekers under his care and rekindle their thesis for existence, but he also brought many back to religious practice. At the same time, he did not neglect the UCM and continued his correspondence with old and new followers. However, his illness progressed, so I am determined to retire and leave room for someone who is able-bodied. But it doesn't suit me at all to resume a life of idleness. My God, I don't understand your plans at all, but I accept and obey. During the summer of 1916, he felt drained of energy. He wrote on July 3rd, "Continue to receive sick people, and this time the house is full. It's becoming tedious that I have to stay in bed because there are things left unfinished. Give me strength, have mercy on me." His departure was set for August 18th. He bid farewell to the patients who expressed their profound sadness at losing him. He was planning to take an early train, and nothing in his condition suggested a sudden deterioration. But during the night he suffered from prolonged bleeding from his lungs, realizing the peril he was in. "This time, I think it's the end," he told his sister, who was by his side. Thanks to prompt care, the hemoptysis was halted. But it was only a brief respite. Once again alone with his sister, he made some recommendations in a low voice or by signs, then remained motionless and silent until morning, sucking on small pieces of ice. "Monsieur," his biographer will tell us of his end. "Around midnight, when he calmed down, he said, 'Tomorrow morning, we need to alert Mr. the curate.' He was reassured. Immediate danger seemed averted. The next day was better. He gratefully acknowledged each one's friendly eagerness shown towards him. He did not even want men to leave the house for fear of noise. They loved up too much to be anything other than completely silent. The curate came to see him. The chaplain had left a few days earlier, but refused him extreme unction. He was not in danger. After having been asleep all day, he was very restless the night following, wanting nothing of what the doctors had advised be neglected, as if a fervent will to live had succeeded the first shock. Some of them, who were particularly devoted to him, asked as a favor the privilege of watching over him. On Sunday, he was doing well. He was very cheerful, as if he wanted to leave his family with this impression of good humor. He laughed so heartily that from time to time he had to regain his composure to avoid coughing. The worry was fading. It would be a long time, undoubtedly. It wouldn't be a month of vacation that would be needed. He would take all the necessary time, without worrying about home. As they had left the door ajar, the sick people, who hadn't seen him for 3 days, passing by, affectionately asked for his news. After the anxiety of recent days, it was a relief. That last night, his friend D, was supposed to spend near him. They chatted on Lewis still, full of flame his work colony project. In the morning he had a light cough, then another. Barely time to shake his friend's hand. He lost consciousness. This time it was internal bleeding. God's enemies jeer, laugh, and blaspheme around his suffering. He had barely 20 minutes of agony. Louis Peyrot was 28 years old when he died. He had so well made use of his illness for the love of our Lord Jesus Christ that upon receiving eternal light, he could exclaim with the servant of the gospel, Lord, you have given me 5 talents. Behold, I have gained 5 more. V. Jesus Christ completes his passion in us, said Pascal. Thus, no matter how intense or prolonged the ills that afflict him may be, a radiant peace blossoms within his heart. His brow bleeds beneath the crown of thorns, and his bruised shoulders bleed under the cross made of all the sins of the universe. Darkness weighs upon his head, but he answers them. He willingly suffer for you, so that when you are in suffering, you learn to lift your imploring eyes to the good Master who dies and rises again each day to deliver us from evil, so that your tears may not be wasted. The conviction that through the sufferings of his mystical body, which is the church, our Lord continually pursues the redemption of the world, constitutes the very essence of the dogma of the communion of saints. So when even in the midst of illness, distress, and the myriad trials of existence, the Catholic, forgetting himself, offers his sufferings for the relief of others, praying for his suffering brothers as they pray for him, when he strengthens his self-denial with an appeal to divine mercy for the relief of souls in purgatory. He becomes conscious of participating in the ever-renewed sacrifice of him who pours his blood day after day upon the altars for our salvation. This solidarity with our Lord ascending the cross, this union of the church militant and the suffering church, it is through them that we find the strength to climb the path littered with sharp stones and thorns leading to the threshold of the triumphant church. All the faithful know that it is salutary for them to penetrate these truths and put them into practice. However, perhaps it is not superfluous to remind ourselves of how necessary they are in our time when we are condemned to live. The present is dark. The future threatens. For this figure, who is to come with the power of Satan, with all kinds of signs, miracles, and deceptive wonders, is decked out with all seductions that will those destined for destruction astray, because they have not accepted truth that would have saved them. The horrible war that has just ended seems to many like the prologue to even more terrifying cataclysms. Who knows if with the increase of materialism, in which the world is obsessed with seeking happiness, we will not soon see the kingdom of the beast, whose barbarian forebears were Germany, and whose savages are already weaving the bloody and ensnaring purple of Russia. Perhaps the child of perdition, of whom St. Paul said, this enemy of God will rise above all that is called God to such an extent that he will throne himself in the temple of God, feigning to be a divine being, is about to emerge, and the mystery of iniquity is already being fulfilled, and those who are faithful now must persevere in their faithfulness. Lord Jesus Christ, you are the unique truth, light in darkness, and the darkness has not understood. Grant us the grace to sink into this starless night of apostasy, where many are written to be lost. Make us suffer joyfully, as you asked when you revealed your sacred heart. Special print from the House of Bloud and Gay. Suffering for love, love through suffering. Such is the meaning of your teaching. Make us worthy to participate in your perpetual sacrifice. Let not the sun you lit in our souls be extinguished. Give us saints, for only holiness can save us in this world that turns away from your face more and more to prostrate itself before the dark glows of an irreversible twilight, where the figure of the Antichrist begins to table of fates, pages St. Joseph, Sarah Catherine, 182, Cheven, Carmelite, under the sick, 251, the attack, the Cardon, 77, Fabrigenti, 7, A5, 4, Allied, purge. Table contents begins to emerge.